Good morning, everybody. Hope you have had a fabulous evening. A little time away from the Alex Murdaugh saga. I'm torn between watching today on Law and Crime, which has closed captioning, and another channel which does not. Right now, I have it open to the other channel, which is News 19 WLTX. I'm a little bit torn. You know what? I think it's not a bad thing for me to make a quick poll about Law and Crime, because I was having a few issues yesterday with the Circle of Death, but they do have closed caption. Or do we go with the whole alternate media? Subtitles, please. Closed caption isn't accurate always. Morning, copycat. Morning, everyone. Okay. There are no closed captions on the channel I'm on. So, yeah, today's the day we're supposed to be wrapping up. You know what? Let me do a quick, before I do, I'm going to make a quick poll. Let's see what you guys say. Start a poll. One prime. There's your poll. You have like 60 seconds to answer. When your wife drives you to work, do you blame her for being late or gay? Let me open this up meanwhile. Let me open this because it looks as if things are starting to happen. I'm late or.
Good morning.
Oops.
Mr. Griffin?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Before we bring the jury in, I would like to put on the record the basis of my objection to the redirect of Agent Owens regarding the roadside shooting. Understanding the court's ruling was that I opened the door to that based on my cross-examination. This is the first case I've had the benefit of being able to go back to YouTube and see exactly what was asked on direct and what was asked on cross. I have typed it out. It's very brief. On direct examination, Mr. Metters asked Agent Owens question at some point in 2021 in the fall, did a financial investigation begin at Alex Murdaugh? His answer was yes, sir. Question, would it be fair to say that the investigations overlap with each other? Answer, it did. Question, would it be fair to say that the two investigations fed off each other? The answer is yes, they did. From the information I was learning from the financial investigation, it gave me additional people to consider and to look at Mr. Murdaugh as a reason why or why not. The next question, were the individuals in the finance investigation that you also interviewed in this investigation? He said, yes, I did. Then the question, did you learn information from the grand jury testimony? He says, yes, I did. Then the question, did you follow up on that information? He said, yes, I did. That was elicited on direct examination. My cross-examination, I began on this topic. You also testified in the fall of 2021, there started up a financial investigation. Yes. You said it fed off and overlapped with the murder investigation. Yes. You developed information that Alec was stealing money to support a drug addiction. Yes, that was reported. Question, you learned that Alex was paying up to $50,000 a week to buy drugs. Yes, that is what was reported. You learned that Alex was buying from Curtis Eddie Smith. Yes. You learned that Eddie was buying from the Sandhill drug gang. Yes. You learned that Eddie owed the Sandhill drug gang a lot of money.
His point is the door wasn't opened by the defense.
About getting their money.
It was opened by the state.
Did you ever conduct a cell phone analysis of the Sandhill drug dealer's cell phones to see if they were at Moselle on June the 8th? Answer, no, because in my experience, they use burner phones. Question, you never got DNA from them to cross-check against the unknown DNA on Maggie's fingernails. Answer, no. Question, you never put them in the investigative circle, did you? Answer, my understanding is that investigation is continuing and is being conducted by the DEA. And from that, Your Honor, there were no questions related to the roadside shooting, no questions related to whether Alec lied to the police in connection with the roadside shooting. It was all about him stealing money from clients to support his drug addiction, which is evidence that was already in the case. Your Honor, I sent the court a
this is before the jury's come in.
Email earlier today,
and he's arguing that this defense did not bring in the roadside.
SC 630,
brought in,
which is 2019
took that Eddie
case
Smith
where the
purely
Supreme
as a
Court
drug
reversed
dealer.
Judge Young on an opening the door theory.
His potential role as a murderer
Reversed the Court of Appeals.
of Paul and Maggie.
Excuse me, the Supreme Court reversed the court of, sure.
What?
Yes.
The defendant was convicted. It went, the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeals affirmed, and the Supreme Court reversed the Court of Appeals and vacated the conviction based upon the introduction of propensity evidence, 404 evidence on the theory of opening the door. And in that opinion, Justice Hearn is very specific to state that the courts have to be very careful and very wary of thinly veiled attempts to show propensity by way of the open door doctrine.
This judge is not worried about that.
And that the testimony and response must be proportional and confined to the topics to which counsel had opened the door. And again, I go back, we did not open the door to any roadside shooting, any insurance fraud, anything with regard to Alec lying to the police. And so that was the basis. I just objected, so I want to put that in the record. Today, they intend to present a full panoply of evidence on the roadside shooting. And Your Honor, we would oppose that.
What do you mean a full panoply?
Well, they've asked to, that they're going to, my understanding is they're putting up Agent Kelly to talk about his investigation of the roadside shooting. We got a request this morning for them to play the hospital videotape of Alec in the Savannah Hospital, which is over an hour, where he's being interviewed by SLED agents, and he's meeting with a sketch artist to draw up a sketch of the roadside shooter, and that they plan to introduce that evidence. They plan to introduce, as we understand it, follow-up evidence of when Alec gets to detox in Atlanta, when he calls back with Mr. Harpootlian and I, and he gives a full statement about the roadside shooting and about how he had lied to them previously, how he was sorry.
Is that the same video or
They're two separate. I mean, second is just an audio tape. But Your Honor, I just go back to State v. Hayward, where the court says testimony and response must be proportional and confined to the topics which counsel has opened the door. And so they intend to spend 3 hours of testimony here today, and it's not proportional, and it's not related to the topic that for which the court, I believe, should find that. I don't think I opened any door because I think the evidence was already in the case.
All right.
And it was in response to direct. It wasn't something I brought up.
May it please the court, Your Honor. To go back, obviously, we had this issue and we addressed it yesterday morning.
We're dealing with the issue of the courts, the exception or statement for the record that
Argument is this is done already?
to make concerning the court's ruling yesterday. We're not dealing with any anticipated testimony today at this time. I'm not ruling based on what, well, I've already ruled, but I'm entertaining these comments for the record regarding yesterday's ruling. So go ahead.
I think, Your Honor, if you listen, obviously, to the excerpts that Mr. Griffin just read, and you put that in the context of everything that had developed, starting with Marion Proctor, that the door is more than opened, and the state's intent in that regard is to fully respond to and flesh out the very examination.
The state's intent in that regard, we're
Yes,
talking about yesterday's ruling, so we can close the door on that. Do
Sure.
you have anything else to say about the court's ruling yesterday?
No, other than the examination, the redirect examination clearly was in response to and appropriate opening the door after that examination. And that's I think that, Your Honor's ruling was appropriate in that regard. And I think that, again, that has opened the door to exploration of those issues.
Concerning the court's ruling yesterday and also State v. Hayward,
I'm going to be changing feeds.
Mr.
We're doing this very fast.
Mr. Owens in questioning Mr. Griffin and cross-examining Investigator Owen.
I think the audio is
Got
better
into
here.
this circle of interest.
And it has closed captions.
Alex is in the circle. Then cross-examined the witness regarding, did you consider Eddie Smith to be in the circle? Well, did you consider
That's got nothing to
some
do with
unknown gang members,
the roadside
whoever they might be,
assistance.
to be in this circle? Did you know that Alex was spending $50,000 per week supporting a drug habit?
What does that have to do with
presumably
attempted suicide?
through Eddie Smith.
So what? Just if it
and
was a
that he
different
owed
person who
money,
tried
he
killing
was
him, it wouldn't
indebted.
change anything. That's what makes this ridiculous.
So
Just because you happen to hire
Mr.
Eddie Smith doesn't mean Eddie Smith's
Griffin
involved with the whole drug thing is
introduced
related. You could
the
have hired anyone to kill him.
relationship between the defendant and Eddie Smith.
That's insane.
The court conducted a
It is.
pretrial
It's crazy.
a hearing outside
It's
the
not the
presence of the
relationship
jury,
between him that means
addressed the issue, made it clear that the roadside shooting was a bridge too far. Then
let's talk about the
defense
relationship between
decided
Alex and
to,
Buster also. They talked about
build
that.
a road over that bridge.
Everything they ever talked about
Decided
ever.
to just go right there as if they could dance through fire without getting burned, scarred, or anything.
Dance through fire. Oh my
The door
God.
was open. This is not the same as the situation in State v. Hayward, where a co-defendant's, a cooperating co-defendant is being questioned about unrelated matters, totally unrelated to the case. And
This is totally unrelated.
Supreme Court presiding judge went too far in allowing evidence not proportional to what was open and which he already ruled should not be introduced. I find that what this court allowed on yesterday was proportional because it was in relation to evidence elicited not by the state, but by the defendant. And the state is entitled to explore this relationship between the defendant and Eddie Smith. And then we'll have further discussions at some point regarding this limitation of just randomly throwing out names of people, or suspicions and speculations regarding on the issue of third-party guilt. But to the extent that
Third-party guilt for what happened in June has nothing to do with
defense
something that happened in
sought
September,
to introduce the relationship
3 months later.
between the
That's
defendant and Eddie Smith,
This is so
and
ridiculous.
then to seek to infer that
I really believe this
Eddie
might be
Smith
reversible error
might have been should be a suspect in the murder,
because it's directly conflicting.
then to
The Cartwright
prohibit the
decision.
state from saying, well, if Eddie Smith should be a suspect, and Mr. Murdaugh, who at the outset engaged in his form of problem solving by telling the state what this case was all about and the murder was all about, meaning the boat crash, then later engaging what appears to be a conspiracy along with the person that the defense seeks to insinuate to be or should have been a suspect, the state is entitled to explore that. The extent to which the state should be entitled to explore that, that's open for discussion today, but not based on the court's ruling yesterday. The court in the Hayward case did indicate that the court should be careful as the nature and extent to which these other matters should be allowed to go into, and I intend to do that. But the record is protected to the extent that Mr. Griffin went through YouTube and citing what his version of what he said yesterday, excluding the portion that's more relevant and important to the court's ruling. But the record speaks for itself on all of that, and the court's ruling.
He went through YouTube. He was watching my stream.
As it was given on yesterday.
Your Honor, obviously we would accept your ruling, but there's.
Okay, now we have a ruling, we have for the record, now we have an exception to the ruling, and another comment. Go ahead.
So,
Wow.
What I'd like to discuss now is what the state will be allowed to submit.
This judge is being outright confrontational.
Now,
Yeah.
clearly there is a taped statement by Mr. Murdaugh from a detox facility in Atlanta, which was initiated by Mr. Griffin and I. So certainly there's no objection to that. I mean, there could be, but no real objection to that. Secondly,
No objection to the statement.
well, no objection to the statement pursuant to and conditioned by our previous objection
Yes, sir.
to, I want to make the record clear. We're objecting to any of this.
No, I understand. You've objected to everything throughout the trial. I
Oh
understand.
my
Well, there's a
God.
couple things we missed. We'd like to rehear some of those, but.
They've said without
Your
objection
Honor,
1,000 times.
So, but then, and again, Mr. Waters and I discussed last night after your ruling, a way perhaps, I know this is shocking, to expedite this process. For instance, there is a statement made to EMS, the statement they're wanting to get to, which is, drive-by shooting, all those sorts of things, which he later on admitted in the telephone conversation statement that was taken, was not true. We get that. It didn't need to be Mirandized on the side of the road by EMS. However, there are two recorded statements taken at the Savannah Hospital by Agent Kelly after he is, and we've got the medical records here if you want to look at them, but clearly has suffered a wound to his head, a fractured skull.
Always suspect to that word clearly and clear. Everything is in controversy.
I don't think this is in controversy. I
Tell me
think
what's clear again.
That he had a
bullet
concussion?
wound to the head, fractured skull, brain bleed. That's not contested. The medical records indicate medication that he was under while he was at the hospital. We would think there'd have to be a Jackson v. Deno hearing on those interviews, just under the issue of, was he competent, a competency hearing. To do that, we would have to bring the physicians and the treating physicians from Savannah here to testify. And again, and I think Mr. Waters will concede.
That's a great point.
It was at 6.
How can anyone trust that
I
he
emailed him
had
and said, all
sanity at
good.
the time that he was making these
What we talked
statements?
about yesterday.
So we need to have evidence about whether or not he was sane.
Indicated that he'd like to put those in.
He had competence
Mr. Griffin and I, over a cup of coffee,
Speak
said there's
coherently.
competency issues. And we informed him of that this morning. Nobody's playing gotcha here. So we don't believe those should come in without Your Honor being able to rule that he was competent, hear from the doctors. And I think we may have worked out a compromise on that. I just want to confirm that for the record. But what we have worked out is this. The statement that he would not have to bring the EMS people. There's a statement that they made. Agent Kelly can publish that statement without having them need to be here. There were there was a knife recovered at the scene. They don't have to Kelly can identify that. There was
Harpullian's a pretty intelligent attorney.
Your Honor, so what we talked about yesterday, just to kind of wrap this up, was again, my intent to do this in a very expedited, focused fashion, not get into every detail or litigate that entire matter. And I suggested to the defense, and they agreed yesterday, that I could have Agent Kelly, who's the lead investigator on the side of the road, come up and essentially, in a very abbreviated fashion, walk through the case without the need to call the 911 operator or the ambulance driver or the roadside deputy or the DNA analyst or the person who found the knife, and so forth and so on. And I plan to do that, again, in a very expedited fashion. I'm not talking about anything 3 hours or the like. We also discussed this morning that I do need to be able to relate to the jury, though, the defendant's claim, which I have argued to you is particularly relevant, that he was attacked by an unknown assailant on the side of the road, when in fact he knew exactly who it was. He had actually arranged for it. And so our discussion that I thought we had an agreement on, I think we still do, is that Agent Kelly, there was an interview in the hospital on 9/4 and one on 9/6, and that I would have Agent Kelly just summarize and reiterate the defendant's claim about what happened on the side of the road, as well as the fact that he worked with a sketch artist, and show that sketch picture, and then just move through it like that. And then we will play for the jury, which I think they just so they don't object to, or no additional objection, the telephone interview in which he ultimately admitted to law enforcement in the presence of his attorneys that it had been a lie.
Yes, sir.
That's the deal. But I feel a little more comfortable if we could just have, and I'm not trying to delay court, but this recording is 47 minutes long, 41, whatever, 40 plus. So many recordings, I'm confusing them, but 41 minutes long. Could we take, if you could just, by the way, I've agreed to allow him to lead unless I see something reprehensible going on, which for me is difficult to restrain myself from objecting, which would expedite it even more. But at 6:30 this morning, we were not in a position to discuss what Agent Kelly's, the sort of acceptable what happened at the hospital thing. I'd just like 5 or 10 minutes just to review that with him, and then I think we're on go. Although, just for the record, we're objecting to any of this. I don't want this kumbaya moment to be viewed as any waiver of our objections.
The only thing I just want to put on the record again is that in discussions with the defense counsel, moving expeditiously with Agent Kelly and without raising hearsay and that sort of thing and making us go through our paces has been a strategic decision that the defense has made.
Pursuant to the, I just want to make it clear, I hate to sound like a broken record, but I don't want any appellate court ever to look at this and say, well, you agreed to it. We're agreeing to this process pursuant to your Honor's ruling this morning.
I have not reviewed any of the evidence that you all are now referencing. So to the extent that you all have an agreement on moving forward with this evidence, considering the objections, I'm fine with taking 5-10 minutes if that will expedite things. I deal with what you all disagree on, not what you agree on.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
So we're going to take 5?
We're going, if Your Honor, when you take this recess, we're going to take myself, Mr. Griffin, and maybe even Mr. Barber to, he seems busy, to a room where we can have some peace and quiet.
This judge is so argumentative.
Discussion
They're not
without
asking
being
him
interrupted
to
every 2
decide on things they agree on. They're
Yeah,
asking him for a
recess then
10-minute
for
recess.
Hopefully about 10 minutes.
That's up to the judge.
All right, remain in order.
Yeah. Just quick rumble rant here. Uncovered Lamb says, I heard this judge stepped outside and saw his shadow, so we get 6 more weeks of trial. Which is pretty funny. Also one more from him. The judge is so inappropriate. Honestly, should the defense be filing a complaint against the judge for this stuff? Is there grounds? It's not the sort of thing you're going to win on a complaint. But I do agree that I question the appropriateness of some of the ways that this has been handled. How are you doing today, my brother?
Good. The judge just chastised the defense for speaking on behalf of their client.
Yeah.
Oh, you have something else to say. You have something else to say. And all the defense counsel said was, Your Honor, we respect your ruling. And the judge interrupts and said, oh, you have more to say now.
Yeah. Yeah. And like preserving, being clear on the record that they're preserving their objection because they know they're going to want to appeal this. If he gets convicted, they're definitely going to want to raise this on appeal. And the last thing that they want to risk is that somebody will misinterpret their silence as a waiver. And many times, in many circumstances, things
They
like that
will.
can happen. They will interpret as a waiver, and you weren't even thinking I'm waiving. You're in your brain, you're screaming, "I object! I object!" You've already objected verbally, but that you failed to object at the right time for the right situation, and the next thing you know, you lost your appeal because you didn't vocalize it at an extra time. We were listening to, I believe, Steve Gosney was saying that you have to object every single time. If you miss one,
Right.
it's considered waived, and it really varies from one state to another. So I certainly can understand the defense counsel being extra cautious to make sure that, and for the judge to snarkily throw back at him, like, as if he's doing something wrong, is
Advocating
really,
for his client. And by the way, it's easier for the trial lawyers not to object. For them personally, it's easier not to object.
Yeah,
They
just
don't
sit
want
quietly.
they don't. They could just sit there, not take the heat from the judge because they're not disadvantaged if they don't object. It's not them who will be filing an appeal. It's the appellate lawyers who will be filing an appeal. It's the appellate lawyers who are disadvantaged if they fail to preserve error by objection. These
Mhm.
lawyers, it doesn't affect them. They're
Yeah.
doing this for their client.
Yeah. It takes a certain dedication to both what you're doing and perseverance, because especially with a judge like this, that you might be getting flack for it, and you have no choice. It's like you have to march into that fire, and it's not people might think that like lawyers become like robots, or that it's all like water off a duck's back, and much of it is, but it is still water in your face that you're fighting through. And you're going to be diving into that pool. It's like there's no reason for the judge to make it any worse than that. You just sort of note the objection and move on instead of being snarky about it. And I do want to point out one thing to you, Andrew. I was talking with you about circumstantial evidence, and you were like, "This is not proof beyond reasonable doubt. This is not proof beyond reasonable doubt." I'm going to make the following point to you. This is Judge Clifton Newman. He's been a judge for 20 years. He was admitted in 2000. This is his 23rd year being a judge. And he thinks one way or another, on some level, this stupid roadside shooting that happened 3 months after Paul and Maggie had been buried, that this is somehow relevant. If this judge thinks it's somehow relevant as far as tying together circumstantial evidence, do you really think that a jury is going to be sufficiently intelligent to see through this and say that's got nothing to do with affecting reasonable doubt? I mean, you and I, we see it, and our panel tends to see it. But if this judge can't see it, you think that the jury is more intelligent than he is as far as seeing through the BS that the state is trying to throw up there when they're throwing as much crap against the wall and hoping something sticks?
I think in terms of the job of being a juror, I think many jurors are smarter than the judges.
Okay, I'm just saying.
I think many jurors
would it
apply
shock
common
you?
sense, their own experience in life, to reach conclusions that a legal intellectual like a judge would not reach. That's why we get different outcomes if you have a bench trial or a jury trial.
That's fair. And it could be also that it could be that he's personally slanted in ways that against Alex, and in a deeper degree than.
Have you ever seen a criminal prosecution in which it was expanded in scope so substantially,
No.
so many times?
No, I've never heard of such a thing.
What, we're now basically on the fourth or fifth trial within a trial now?
Well, we had the fraud, and we had the there's
Boat.
been a lot of talk about the boat. And yeah, this is this is the third one really, but it's the third one.
I'd have to go through my 100 pages of notes.
But yeah,
It's been weeks. I can't claim to remember every detail of this trial off the top of my head.
I wasn't trying to
means the jury
criticize you.
won't.
I wasn't trying to criticize you.
No, I understand. I'm just saying I think it would be impossible to recall. For me, it would be impossible to recall. And I'm actually taking notes, folks. I'm typing notes throughout the course of the day. The jury's not doing that.
No, that's a great point. Also, like, who knows what the heck they're gonna be able to retain after all this. That's why the whole thing to them is gonna be like, I worry that because they can't take notes, the whole thing's gonna become like, what does it feel like? Because it just things start glossing together. That's how human memory works. So, Brian Schultz says, if the state truly had enough to prove guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, which they should have had in order to charge him in the first place, shouldn't them demanding to bring in all financial crimes and roadside shooting witnesses and evidence be proof they didn't? Well, if they thought they would get it in, maybe, they felt that together it's going to prove it. But I see where you're coming from, Brian, in that it's like it doesn't seem as if standing alone, just focusing on this case, there's enough without it, and that's why they want to.
They want him to be guilty. They want him to be guilty of these murders. They don't have the evidence for it, so they're doing what prosecutors often do. They're putting on their Batman costume and bending any rule they need to bend in an effort to try to get a jury to convict when they don't have compelling evidence beyond a reasonable doubt of the murders.
But here's one thing, I was actually talking to Lady Logic about this yesterday, about our conversation that we had earlier in the day and about circumstantial evidence cases. And I think that it's fair to say that what happens when you're talking to any individual, a group of individuals, when you're trying to figure out, okay, how much circumstantial evidence, how many questions about what the guy did is enough that at this point you could say it's beyond the reasonable doubt. And I'll use crazy extreme examples to make my point. Okay, if there's one piece of circumstantial evidence which kind of makes it look like he did it, but it's not, standing alone is definitely not enough, and then I have 1,000 of those, at a certain point I think most people would be like, yeah, I feel confident to say beyond a reasonable doubt, even though none of them standing alone would be enough. I feel confident to say that. Now the question is, so one would not be enough. I think most people would say 1,000 seems like it should be enough. The question is, somewhere in that range between 1 and 1,000, that's where people start falling off. Then some people who are more leaning towards, being willing to convict or have a lower standard for what's considered beyond reasonable doubt, they might fall into place when you have 5, 7, 9 of them, and others may require 25 to 30, 50, 75 of them before they get beyond reasonable doubt. So where that number is and how high, obviously each piece of information, the level of significance is going to materiality and how
that matters.
No, you're right, but I agree with you.
Because it's like it's a multiplication equation, right? You have the piece of circumstantial evidence times how material it is. And if how material it is 0, then the outcome is always 0.
Oh, I agree.
The value is 0. It doesn't matter if you have 1,000 of them.
I agree with you, and I also will concur with the fact that most of the circumstantial evidence that they try bringing in here, the value is 0. And it should be 0. I look at 0. You look at 0. Most of our audience looks at 0. That doesn't mean that everyone sitting in the jury box is going to be looking at 0. And I think that's what's happening here. Is, for example, this roadside assistance. The value is 0. You see that. I see that. Most people in our audience see that. The question is whether the jury will see through that,
or whether that's the job of the defense. Yeah, I mean, you're right. The state's going to stand up there and say, "Look, we have 1,000 layers of circumstantial evidence. Surely the guy must be guilty."
Right. Yeah,
that's exactly what the state's going to. They're going to ignore the weight of the evidence, how material the evidence is, how relevant it is. They're going to wave their hands and just say, "Look at this mountain of evidence that we've shared weeks. We've been here for weeks. We know it's been a tough trip, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, but we're finally here at the end, and you know what you need to do."
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, but what I'm
saying, the defense has to get up there and say, "Listen, you've heard a lot of stuff, but you have to ask yourself, how much of this is actually relevant to whether or not he killed his wife and son, who every witness in a position to know says he loved?" And bring it back to the actual weight of the evidence. Nothing I've seen so far in terms of circumstantial evidence is sufficient to explain to me why this guy would have viciously, brutally murdered the wife and son, everybody, every witness, including state witnesses, which are the only witnesses we've heard from so far, every witness in a position to know, even people he's stolen money from, said he loved, adored.
Lovey-dovey.
That he was a drug addict? That he stole money?
Yeah. Yeah. So my point is that to the extent that they can sell to a jury that this circumstantial evidence is not 0, they want to pile up piece of paper after piece of paper.
It's what
after
they
piece
have.
of paper. That's
Yep.
what they're trying to do. They're trying to just stack up, and they're trying to make you feel that this is at least a piece of paper and not zero. That's essentially what they're doing. That this is not zero, but this is at least another straw we could throw on this camel's back, and that eventually we're hoping that back is going to break. So that's really what's happening here. The question is whether it's straw or it's just a hologram of straw, and it's not anything at all. And that's what this whole trial has been about for the last 19 days or so. Let me run through some. Let me make sure I got my rumble rants, and then I'll run through. Nick like the soup says they're being so deferential as judge despite his constantly allowing unrelated evidence into this case, and the judge thinks the lawyers are the bad guys. Yeah, they have been respectful. There's been no moment where they were rude to the judge. And a lot of situations where I think most people who are not practiced at being obsequious to a judge, which is an art that we need to learn. You need to learn to control your emotion, even though your emotions get riled up in your zeal to defend your client. It takes practice to not allow that.
Pure relationship. He's not a peer. The judge is in charge of that courtroom. He's the king in that room.
Yeah. So to not allow that to seep into the way you address the judge in a way that he or she feels disrespected. And it's actually the first thing that I had to learn when I was on moot court. In moot court, you write a brief and then you get up there and you argue in front of a panel of judges. And the first time I did moot court, I was critiqued that they said, we love your passion, Joe, but I felt like you were going to bite my head off when I asked you a question. And the next time the next round when I did that, I took that to mind to make sure you keep your emotions in check and hold it back and and speak very deferentially while still feeling that passion deep inside, and just making sure that your mouth is and your face and your expressions, your mannerisms do not appear as if they're rooted in any sort of hostility or anger towards the judge or the person who's attacking your position. And it's something that you need to learn to master. So that's actually how I got onto moot court. My second time on, I managed to control enough, and I had the head of moot court who saw me doing, who was one of the panel of pretend judges, and he said that he thought my presentation there was just off the charts, and he said even though your brief was garbage. My partner, I had a partner, literally, I had a partner who I'd never met before, who was assigned to me, and it's one joint brief, and the guy literally left out pages. It was a nightmare. When I saw his brief, it was whatever. It's a long story, which I don't want to get into because there's too much going on here. It's an active trial, but it's a funny story that I've told before. Anyway. Thanks for being great sport, Joe. We appreciate you filling in for such a big nose. Look, let me tell you something. It's a big nose to fill. I feel the weight of the big nose to fill, and I'm doing my best here. Oh, I should mention, as we're just about at 5,000, I was going to wait till we got to 5,000 people. On a personal note, I get a congratulations in that my daughter gave birth to a boy early this morning.
Congratulations, Joe.
Thank you. I became a grandpa for the third time. So this is my daughter and son-in-law. They had 3 sons. Their oldest is 2 years old. 3 boys in under 3
they've been
years.
Busy.
Yes. Well, so yeah, I want to wish them a milestone congratulations and best of health, and tell you guys I love you, and I'm so proud of the family that you're building, and you guys are amazing. I love the 2 I've met so far, and I can't wait to meet the third one. So God bless you both. I love you, and nothing but bracha and shefa and parnasa in perfect health. All right, so I just wanted to share that news with my audience here because I'm very excited. It's a good day. It's a good day all around. Joe, thanks for taking over for Nick. The trial has been much better since yesterday. LMAO. Thank you. Yeah, I know. I feel as if some would say it's coincidence that it was the testimony. That could be. It's possible. Some would say it's the coverage. I'm not going to, that's for you to decide. Jay Albatross says, Long Crime Feed shows multiple camera angles, so would be preferred. We're able to see more views of Alex and gallery reactions. That's, look, I switched over there, obviously. He uses YouTube. Yeah. Jack Riley, I think Murdaugh is merely a product of his system. I think the entire system against him is just as bad as he is. That's possible.
But you
I mean,
see how prejudicial this all is. I just saw a non-super chat comment go by, but someone was saying, up to now the trial's been nothing. But if he in fact arranged for someone to kill him, then I think he's guilty. That's the prejudicial nature of that evidence. It actually has no material value to whether he killed his wife and son months earlier. There's perfectly innocence, the wrong word, but there's explanations for the faked hit on the roadside that are entirely separate from the murder of his wife and son, specifically that a surviving son would get a $12 million life insurance policy if he was killed. But people are emotionally say, "Oh my God, it's another bad thing he did. Therefore, he must have killed his wife and son."
Yeah. And to make that point, by the way, the Cartwright case, which has been mentioned by the judges by the defense a few times, Steve Gosney's the first one that brought it up, I think, on Extreme. That lays out a 3-part test, of which one of them is that there must be a nexus when we're talking about an attempted suicide following up on a crime that cannot be brought up. The law in South Carolina is that cannot be brought up in front of the jury unless there is a clear and convincing nexus, a tie between that suicide, that we know for sure that suicide is related to this specific crime. Seeing as how he's committed all these different crimes, and they even say that his motive here was the financial element, all the stresses he was having, whether it was the boating money thing or it was the fraud thing, that's and this was actually to get money for Buster, leave money to Buster, because he's probably looking at himself that he's not going to be able to leave money to Buster because he figured that he's going to become destitute. So he figures if he self-deletes and gets insurance money to Buster, he's passing that money on to his son. So
and maybe Buster can use it to pay off the drug dealers so that Buster doesn't get killed.
It's not that there's almost zero evidence. You need to have clear and convincing evidence of a nexus to this crime of the murder of Paul and Maggie. There is zero evidence. In fact, there's a lot of evidence. I mean, there's a ton of evidence that it's related much more to the fraud, related much more to the boating, and the fact that his family is going to become destitute. And that's why it's not relevant to this. So when someone is saying, well, as soon as I hear he tried killing himself, that makes me think that he did it. No, the reason he's trying to kill himself is, by the evidence we've seen so far, seems to be financially motivated, which is not what this case is really about. So, I mean, this case is, did he kill his son? Was that motivated by finances? He killed his son because of his finances, and then later tries killing himself to get his other son finances. I mean, it's so illogical.
When it wouldn't change his finances.
Yeah,
at best, it would slightly delay.
Yeah. Where was I at here? What's a YouTube? I don't know. Chandler says, quote, I don't want to go deep into this, just like 3-4 weeks of testimony. It's true. Wolfram says, speaking of dancing through the fire and crossing bridges that shouldn't be crossed, Judge, I'm looking at you here. Nicholas Starrow says, was hoping it was intentional. Apparently not. They should have known with this judge that as they mentioned the name, Judge would open the door. Yeah. I don't think I saw the lawyer, who's very smart attorney, and I have the utmost respect for. Yeah, Peter, he's great. I mean, he's really great. I saw him yesterday.
But here's the problem: they have to offer an alternative hypothesis for the murders.
No, well, what I was getting as he was speculating last night. He was speculating that he has such deference for this defense team. He was speculating that they kicked that door open intentionally because they have some way of spinning the roadside assistance situation, which I keep calling this attempted self-deletion that happened roadside assistance, because I happen to like the play on words, and I think it's fitting that it's because it's assisted. It's
well, you can't use the actual word because
right. So that's why roadside assistance is the perfect way of referring to it. Right. So. That may be one reason they did it, but the other reason they did it was necessity. Yeah, I mean, the whole weakness in the state's case is they have a bunch of largely immaterial circumstantial evidence, and they don't have any motive. And they say he's the only person in the circle. Well, the defense counter argument has to be, no, there were other people in the circle. Right. Yeah, but here's the other thing also. This is what I want to get to, is that it just because they mention Eddie Smith's name doesn't mean that's making reference to the roadside. It's not like that was the definition of their relationship. They had a relationship going back for years before this roadside incident. So that means they can never talk about him. Let's say Eddie had been the one to kill them. So now I can't talk about Eddie, and he didn't know it at the time of the suicide. So does that mean that now they can't talk about him?
Something just happened to your audio. It's very muddy all of a sudden. Yeah, it's bad.
I'll refresh this.
Oh, you're back.
Oh, it's my personal audio.
Your personal audio. Yeah, but it's good now. It went muddy for a minute.
Okay. Let me pull up some of these larger ones here. It's 20 for a cheap cigar. Congrats on the Irish triplets. Thank you. Governor Deegan says, perhaps this is a good thing for the defense if Cousin Eddie was willing to shoot his cash cow.
Hey, good morning.
People think that he had unidentified
Day
DNA
number
in the bags
19.
now. That's an interesting thought. Very interesting thought, Carpet.
State's case, cross-examination, Mr. Barber.
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir.
No cross on that guy.
Call your next witness.
Yeah, there's nothing to add.
Call Dr. Kenny Kinsey.
It was such meaningless testimony. Thank you, Carpe. Appreciate that. Even though it's still 18 weeks away, you expect the worst jury instruction in the history to be allowed by this judge. They usually negotiate over that, over the jury instructions. And then the judge.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
So help me God.
All right. If you would, please, sir, be seated in that
Thank you,
chair there.
Chris.
State your full name for the record, spell your last name, and try to talk in the mic as good as you can.
Google translated as good as you can.
How you doing today?
Green skin.
Kenneth
monkeys.
Lee Kinsey, Kinsey. I'm fine, sir.
Good. Dr. Kinsey, let's talk a little bit about your career and who you are. First of all, just kind of introduce yourself to the jury a little bit and tell them where you grew up and where you went to school, and then we'll start to talk about your law enforcement career and your expert qualifications.
Yes, sir. Happily. I grew up a long way from here in a little county called Orangeburg. I was there about 54 years, my whole life. Went away for college a couple times and came back. And I'm currently the chief deputy of the Orangeburg County Sheriff's Office. And I'm also a professor of criminal justice at Claflin University, where I teach crime scene related classes.
All right, and pull that mic a little bit closer to you. Let's first of all, before we get to the professorship and what led to that, let's talk about your law enforcement career. So walk me back to the beginning, and if you could just kind of walk through the various stages of your career and the things that you did along the way that led you to become the chief deputy for Orangeburg.
Yes, sir. I began my law enforcement career approximately 30 years ago, and I've held many positions in those 30 years. But for the last 22 years, my concentration, other than administration, has been crime scene investigations and working violent crime scenes. I have ran the crime scene unit in Orangeburg for 6 or 7 years, and then I went on to SLED for approximately 4 years, and then I came back, and now I directly supervise the captain of investigations, and investigations includes the crime scene unit. So I'm still hands-on on crime scenes, either as a primary or a backup crime scene investigator. And as I mentioned earlier, I teach crime scene investigation and other criminal justice related courses. I received my bachelor's degree from Clemson University in 1991. My master's degree in science from Troy University in 2011. And my PhD from Walden University in 2019 with a concentration on use of force cases involving police officers. And my research is use of force and crime scene investigations.
So we could call you Dr. Kinsey, correct?
My grandmother told me it's what you answer to, but yes, sir, I'll answer to that, Kenny or Chief Kinsey.
And we could call you Professor Kinsey, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And then we could call you Chief Kinsey as well.
Yes, sir.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about the law enforcement. Then I want to talk a little bit more about the education. Now, you mentioned that you've done a lot of administration. And tell the jury just a little bit about what it is to be the chief and just what that entails. And then we'll talk a little bit more about sort of the crime scene stuff, if you would.
Yes, sir. I answer directly to an elected sheriff. I'm the number 2 man at the sheriff's office. And I supervise approximately, when we're full, when every slot is full, I supervise over 127 people. 105 are certified law enforcement men and women. And that encompasses about 9 different divisions at the sheriff's office, including narcotics, special operations, criminal investigations, civil, courtroom, school resource officers. There's several groups in there, and our civilian employees.
Now, as you've already testified, you don't just do the administration stuff as a number 2 man, but over your career, you've also extensively done actual law enforcement work, processing homicide and other major crime scenes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I have. I have boots on the ground, processed north of 800 death scenes. Not all of those are homicide. That also includes suicides, accidental deaths, and unexplained deaths. That is either as a primary investigator or as a secondary investigator in my career. And I still have a directive that I placed with my coworkers approximately 11 years ago. I still go to every death scene if possible.
And over that time, you said over 800 death scenes over the course of your career. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then, how many pieces of forensic evidence?
That include the cross-examination of Special Agent Owens?
That would be hard to determine, multiple pieces for each scene, but part of my duties.
Homicides then.
Yes, sir. Part of my duties when I was at SLED was to also process evidence that was submitted through the door. And what through the door means, these are items of evidence from other agencies that have worked their own crime scenes, and they send their items to SLED for an analysis. And that's in the thousands. I would have no way to give you a quantitative number.
In the thousands.
Yes, sir.
Is it also over the years, have you attended autopsies as part of your investigative work as it relates to death scenes?
That is correct. Every agency I have worked at had a mandate that you attend autopsies to collect evidence, do major case prints, GSR, and that kind of thing. And also to give the pathologist an idea of your interpretation of what happened.
And have you ever been asked to consult on death cases in jurisdictions throughout the state or even in other states?
Yes, sir, I have.
And describe that to the jury, please.
As a consultant, I work for, to be frank and honest, sometimes it's against law enforcement. Sometimes it's defending law enforcement, just depending on what I believe is wrong and right. And I have participated with private attorneys in the civil process doing both. And I've also been asked by colleagues and comrades across the country to review a piece of evidence if they may have needed a qualified examiner to technically or administratively review that piece of evidence or their findings.
Before I come back to the specific crime scene training and experience that you have, I just want to go back again to your education. You went to Clemson, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And started a law enforcement career not long after that?
That is correct.
And what year did you graduate Clemson?
I was on a 5-year plan. I graduated in 1991, and I started as a reserve deputy. The records are a little shaky because back then you worked until they had a certification class, but best I can guess was somewhere around 92, 93.
So 91 Clemson?
Yes, sir.
I was 92 Carolina. So. All right. Then you went on to Troy University at some point later in your career?
I did, yes, sir. I attended Troy's satellite campus, which is in Sumter, an actual brick and mortar school. And the purpose of Troy being placed in Sumter is because of Shaw Air Force Base. A lot of our men and women who protect our country use their GI Bills to further their education at such campuses. And I had to travel 1 night a week and 2 days a week for approximately 1.5 years to complete that, pass proficiency.
All right. That competency exam, is that a pretty tough exam?
It's the second toughest thing I've ever done. Yes, sir.
Is the pass rate pretty low on that thing first time?
It is very low. We probably had 30 people in our class, and I only know of 4 that passed the competency the first time.
Are you one of them?
Yes, sir.
And then you went on and got your doctorate. Is that right?
I did. Yes, sir.
And that was at Walden University program there?
It was. Yes, sir.
Did you have to do any residencies with that?
Mr. Waters, we'll stipulate to him as a qualified expert if we can just go ahead and move on. Thank you.
All right.
To explore the extent of his qualifications. That goes directly to the value of his opinion to the jury.
So much for
I'll do it
expediting.
expeditiously, but I think we're entitled to do that.
Do you accept the stipulation or no?
I do accept the stipulation. I would like to very quickly finish up the qualification process so that the jury understands that.
Then you don't
Ladies and
accept
gentlemen,
it.
he is so qualified. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. So real quick, you did some residencies in your doctorate. Is that correct?
I did 4 residencies in Atlanta. Yes, sir.
And ultimately did dissertation and all that comes with getting your doctorate relevant to criminal justice and criminology. Is that correct?
I defended my prospectus and my dissertation. Yes, sir, successfully.
All right. Now, let's get to the last thing I want to cover as far as your qualifications, but what specific areas of crime scene investigation and reconstruction have you had training and experience and previous qualifications in?
Yes, sir. I have been certified internationally by the International Association for Identification as a crime scene technician.
Now the
That's a
jury will believe
5-year deal, and then 5 years
You
as
left
a
this
crime
part
scene
out that the jury wouldn't give
investigator,
any
where you
credibility.
have to do
Now they know that he's got
not
it.
oral, practical and written examinations, and you have to have statistics in your background, a certain number of each item to even be able to take the test. And that encompasses all of the different aspects of crime scene investigation. My training also encompasses footwear and tire tread examination, bloodstain pattern analysis, crime scene reconstruction, fingerprint examination, and fabric impression, but I haven't done a lot of the fabric impression.
Yeah.
Have you ever been qualified in courts of record as an expert in crime scene examination and reconstruction?
Yes, sir, I have.
How many times?
Approximately 35, 36 times.
Whose
Have you ever
DNA is
been
under Maggie's
qualified as
nails?
an expert in fingerprint examination?
I have, yes,
How
sir.
many times?
Why were the
Maybe
footsteps not
20,
preserved?
25. Sometimes, and let me explain why.
Are the tire
Sometimes
marks
it's
not
not
preserved?
individually. Sometimes you'll qualify for 2 or 3 of the different disciplines, and I didn't keep track of which time, was singular or which time was multiple qualifications.
All right. And then have you ever been qualified as an
We
expert
got
in
this.
footwear?
We got this. He's been qualified.
examination?
I know.
I have, sir, approximately 8 times.
And tire tread as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. I believe that's what I wanted to go through with your qualifications, which I believe you stipulate in those areas. Is that correct? All right. Let's move on. Did you have an opportunity to review at the request of the state the crime scene here as it relates to Maggie and Paul?
I did. Yes, sir.
And just very quickly, what are some of the types of things that you reviewed as part of your process?
When I do a reconstruction, I look at the available evidence as I feel it's pertinent to help me answer some questions. And the questions that or the things I wanted to accomplish from this reconstruction, you can determine sequence, you can determine movement. A lot of times you can determine the number of blows, or in the event of a hand-to-hand combat or a firearm was used, those kind of things. So I examined forensic reports that were issued by law enforcement laboratories. I also examined extensively photographs that were taken on the scene, measurements, that kind of thing. And I also responded to the scene. It was rather close, and I took my own measurements.
When you say responded to the scene, when did you first get involved in this guy?
The end of 2022, and I'm not talking about when the scene was actually going on. I went after the fact and did my own measurements.
6 weeks
And
ago.
when you were retained by the state in this case, were you told any particular goal, or were you told to just take a fresh look at it and offer your opinions?
I was told to look at all of the evidence and determine what I may be helpful on, and to use my own judgment objectively, independently, and come up with my own conclusions.
I would object to this evidence.
All right.
They have the actual investigators already testified to
We
this.
can, and again, we're going to have to deal with some of
This is
maybe not the
bolstering.
images as much, but deal with some of the injuries that Maggie and Paul suffered, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's, if you could, just remind the jury, what were the injuries that Paul suffered, please?
They were very, very severe firearms injuries. One was a shotgun wound to just a little anatomical left of the midline of the body. One was to the shoulder, and it proceeded into the jaw
We've already
and
had
ultimately
competent
intended
testimony
to
on
Let a
this.
pathologist get up here, walk us through each bullet hole.
And was that the first injury or the second?
Oh my
The
God.
first injury was the shotgun wound to the middle of the chest, and it was non-fatal, at least not fatal immediately.
And then what about the second injury?
The second injury was immediate death.
And were you able, in reviewing the crime scene evidence, to come to any conclusions as to the order in which Paul suffered those gunshot wounds from the shooter?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right, and please relate that to the jury.
My conclusion was that the first non-fatal wound to the midline of the body occurred as Paul was standing with his body canted in the middle of that dog food room, pointed slightly southwest, and the shot entered the midline of his chest, exited his underarm, entered his underarm on the actual arm, and exited the outside of his arm. And most of those 9 pellets proceeded through the back window of that dog food room.
Right, and then just real quick, you said 9 pellets. So explain that to the jury why you say 9 pellets.
That double-aught buckshot shot shell contains 9 pellets and I guess you describe it as a styrofoam packing to keep it tight so it doesn't shake. And when that cartridge is expelled out of the end of that barrel, the styrofoam packing dissipates or goes its own way, and those projectiles continue in the correct path.
Did you just say shot
Hold
shells
on
have
for me
styrofoam?
real quick. I
on
want to get a couple things marked.
them? Never seen styrofoam in a shot shell.
He's the expert. Are you an expert?
Sometimes there's a filler material around the buckshot so they don't just rattle around inside the plastic.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I know that, but I mean, he made it sound like there's just like packing peanut styrofoam, and I'm like, I think that's where it should just. He should be very specific.
Please. I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 531, 532, and 533, and see if you recognize these particular images.
I just don't understand the purpose of this guy's testimony, except to bolster the testimony we've already heard from the actual investigators.
And I was going to say, Bronco, at least for me, a lot of buckshot I've shot still has a wad for it too. It's not just all just hanging out in the shell.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And tell the jury just generally what these are, please.
These are views of the floor of the feed room and a view from the entrance to the feed room and some digitally placed legs that I placed in there to show Paul's approximate position in that feed room at the time of the shooting.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer states 531, 532, and 533, I believe, without objection. Yes, Your Honor.
And just to clarify for you all, bolstering is testimony that's repetitive, designed to make you more credible because you're hearing it more than once. You hear it again and again. That's bolstering, which is not valid testimony. That's what Andrew's point is.
All right.
Yeah, but it's not just cumulative. It's just one expert attesting to the other expert having done it right.
When that first shot happened. And if you could tell the jury your conclusion as to where he was located when that shot was fired. And then if you want to step down and if you could maybe point out what was added to this image to kind of reflect your conclusion in that regard.
Thank you.
And there's a dowel stick right behind you if you want to use that.
Okay, as you see here, those are the digital legs that I placed there showing Paul's approximate position as he was standing when he had the first gunshot wound.
In his imagination,
Here along
he's
the
not wearing
floor,
pants.
what you see are passive or 90-degree blood droplets. And when blood, you can tell a lot from the direction of blood by the way it strikes an object. Blood has a cohesive factor. It's viscous, and you probably heard that term before with the motor oil for your car. It's thicker than water. And the thing that causes that blood droplet to change shape is the friction and the direction and how much force was used. Well, a 90-degree drop just is exactly that. It's perpendicular to the ground. So these 90-degree drops right here tell me that Paul was standing there for a moment. Can't tell you how long, but those drops were running down from that wound on his arm, more than likely his arm, because his chest area had a shirt on it. It takes a little while for that blood to make it through the shirt, but it'll run down the outside of your arm and drip off your fingers. And you can see these 90-degree droplets here, and then they actually lead to the door. You can follow the path to the door. He's not moving very fast because most of them are almost perfectly circular or 90 degrees. Had he been moving real fast, you could see some directionality in him, a tail, because the tail always tells you the direction with a blood drop. So I know he was moving slowly, and I know he was standing in the middle of this room for some time after the first shotgun wound.
I don't remember this guy being a blood pattern expert.
Approximately how far was Paul inside the feed room?
He
Can
said he
you
had
describe a
blood
little bit about the dimensions of the feed
analysis.
room and your
Did he?
conclusion as
Okay.
to how far within the room Paul was
Aboard.
when he was struck by that first blast?
Yes, sir. Well, the feed room is 10 foot deep by my own calculations and by looking at the other sketches. And where you see his feet here is just on the other side of the halfway point. So I went, I'm guessing because I have no way of running a tape measure, because when I went there, everything was moved. But this door is 36 inches and it's approximately 1.5 feet, 2 foot past the door. So that's how I come up with that determination. And he's just on the other side of the midpoint of that 10-foot room.
Which is about how far from the doorway?
5 foot.
All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 534, stage 534, and see if you recognize that.
I do. Yes, sir.
All right. And tell the jury what that is real quick.
That is a general view from outside the feed room that was taken at the time the crime scene was originally processed. And I added a digital enhanced arrow showing the reader or the viewer the direction of the shot path.
Right. This time I offer stage 534 in those.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to put 534 up on the screen. And if you would, just show that arrow that you're talking about that's been added to this image.
Yes, sir.
And the visuals are very powerful in the minds of a jury. Far
As
more
well,
than he was
just show
just
generally
describing.
where those blood spots are. It's not the best image in the world, but where those blood spots are that led to your conclusion about Paul's location within the feed room when the first blast struck him.
The placard hasn't been moved, although it's hard to see the droplets. And of course, I didn't add the legs to this, but just on the other side of that placard, and then you have
Fucking potato
here,
camera.
I was just going to say that.
90-degree blood droplets with a partial
It's
foot
the
wedge.
best camera they could find in the
And then you
state.
can follow the blood droplets.
Billion
to the
megapixel
door.
cameras.
Going back to
Those
stage
pictures look like they came from
531,
1970s.
Yeah.
again, point out to the jury, if you would, the sort of the digitally added feet that you had added.
I don't think he's qualified as an expert
If
in
we would,
digitally adding
if you
feet.
could, just if that's the feed room doorway, can you just sort of position me, in your opinion, how Paul was standing when that first blast?
Yeah. So
That's
I'm
cool.
curious about that one.
But yes.
Yeah, why he's sideways?
No. Why were the feet there? Who doctored that photo? Who added them? How did you add
He
them?
did.
He did.
Yeah.
This witness.
Well, I know, but that crossed
And,
pretty good.
let me ask you this, in
that's
your
a-
review of the evidence and the available crime scene evidence that you've reviewed, in your expert opinion, is there any way that Paul's arms were raised when he suffered that first blast to the chest?
I see no possible way his arms were up when he suffered that first shot.
Wait, your own
Can you
pathologist.
explain the basis for
that
your language
also.
to the jury?
Yeah,
Yes, sir, I
I
can.
seem to have heard this somewhere before. David.
The shot pellets real close because they stayed together. They went in as one, as a unit, and then they did what a shot pellet does. They separated once they struck the skin and made entry. Run along inside his body cavity. Underarm. If his arms would have been up, he would have had no entry wounds on the bottom of his arm and then more exit wounds on the outside. He had over 20 entry and exit wounds, and he's only got 9 pellets. So the only way the math works out is if his arm was down. And additionally, the wad stopped and was under his arm. Had his arms been up, in my opinion, that wad would have went on and exited his body.
Oh, that's nonsense.
You have no idea.
It's gonna come
through, of course, very elastic. Bullets are captured just under the skin all the time.
Yes. Airsoft pellets get captured in the skin.
It was right there.
All right. And let me ask you this. Do you have,
I have a BB
a lot of
permanently
general
locked
experience
in
with
his
firearms?
I do. I'm a firearms instructor for handguns, shotguns, patrol rifles, subguns, and fully automatic patrol rifles. Everything but precision rifle.
All right. And when you say an instructor, where is that?
I'm certified. I have credentials through the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I've also been certified as an NRA law enforcement instructor, and I currently have a CWP endorsement to teach concealed weapon permits from the South Carolina Law Enforcement.
And you testified how many buckshot are typically in your average buckshot shell?
According to the literature and according to my experience, there are 9 in that particular buckshot.
Did you see any evidence? I think you've already mentioned this, but did you see any evidence from the crime scene as to what happened to some of those pellets as Paul was struck as they continued on?
Yes, sir, I did. He exited on through the back window.
All right. And I'm going to show what's already been admitted as 532 and put that up on the screen. And if you could describe to the jury what you're talking about in that regard, please.
This is that window at the back of the feed room, and you can see the shot shell pellet defects here as they went through the window and continued on their path.
Those kind of big holes, are those consistent though with buckshot pellets striking that?
Yes, sir, they are, and some are bigger than others because it's just the makeup of glass. I mean, sometimes you'll get one individual hole, and sometimes it'll take out, a large portion. So I have no way to know that.
All right. And just real quick, I've got 533. I'm going to put that up on the screen. And again, is that just a close-up of where Paul was standing about 5 feet or so inside that feed room?
It is, yes, sir.
Based on your review of the blood evidence that you saw?
Yes, sir. And here are the partial footwear impressions. And here you can see the 90-degree blood droplets and some other biological materials.
All right. And in your conclusion, what's the most likely explanation for those 90-degree blood drops? How is that physically?
Alex Murdaugh
It's
shot
the
him.
arm wound. Even though it was non-fatal, there's less restriction from clothing or anything else.
You are not
in
a
the
medical
arm.
doctor.
Here you've got the t-shirt that's got to completely saturate before it gets to the bottom and drops. But here on the arm, you got nothing. So once those pellets exited, entered, and exited again, that blood's free pouring, or not free pouring, free running down his arm, and then they'll drip off the ends of your fingers.
One thing I want to ask you about is
I doubt he
testified
was
as to
standing
your conclusions
vertically
as
that
to the
long.
position of Paul when that first shot struck him. Is there anything about the entrance wound itself that supports your conclusion as to the shape of the entrance wound?
Yes, it's oblong instead of completely round. And had he been standing facing that door and took that double lock buckshot to the middle of the chest, I've seen it dozens and dozens of times. Instead of coming out this side, a shot shell or a projectile doesn't make a 90-degree right. Generally, it's going to follow the same path unless it hits something.
Bullets go
hard enough
anywhere.
to make
Yeah.
a
They hit
ricochet.
something.
It would have went on through his body.
What
It still would
nonsense.
have
Bones
exited the
and
window.
liquid, yeah.
It just wouldn't have done the damage to his arm and his underarm. So he had to be canted in this
He's not an
direction.
expert at
And the
criminal
wound
ballistics.
is not perfectly circular. It's
Objection.
more oblong, which tells you that he was canted to some degree.
All right. In your review of the crime scene evidence, did you come to any conclusion about the location of the shooter when that first buckshot blast struck Paul in his chest?
It would be hard to say exact, but I can say to a bare minimum, the breech of the shotgun, because I don't have the shotgun. I don't know the length of the barrel, that kind of thing, or I could run it from the door. But the breech of the shotgun, where it ejects the shot shell casing after it fires, was somewhere inside the door. Because had it been on the other side of the door, the shot shell would have been located outside. So depending on the length of the shotgun, at least I can say the ejection port was inside the door of the shed.
That's nonsense.
And then the shooter, I have this image up here, which I apologize, is States 534.
If you don't have the weapon
can
and
you
confess
kind of
for it, you
illustrate
don't
what
know
you're
what
talking
the
about to the
ejection
jury
pattern is.
using that image?
You don't know if it
Yes, sir.
ejects.
The breech, the ejection port,
Good point.
where
John.
you load and unload that shotgun, which is a little less than midpoint
Tell me
from
the
the
ejection
shooter,
port on a double barrel shotgun.
was inside this door
Do
frame.
they even know if
at
these
least to
shells
some
came from
degree
the murder
inside.
rather than some
No.
time that
No, he
on
doesn't
the,
know.
Expended
And the
shot
loading port
shells
and the injection
found
port are
on
not
this
typically the
crime
same
scene.
thing.
Yes.
According to the photographs and the original
Looking for like a
crime
Winchester
scene
Model 10.
behind this door.
And is that consistent with your review of the evidence? Does that support your review of the evidence that you just, that conclusion you just related to the jury?
Very easily, this is, if you look, this room is kind of cluttered, and I measured that door myself. It had been pressure washed, but the same door, found the same shot shell pellet defects in that door. 1.5 inches at the bottom of the door, that's plenty of room for a shot shell to bounce and roll under the door. So I have no reason to believe it didn't end up there because of the location of the shoot.
All right.
This guy's going to turn out to be like the fake sign language interpreter at Nelson Mandela's funeral.
All right, let me get a couple other things marked. You can kind of head back to your home base, and let me just get these marked real quick.
I can't wait for Cross. Was the contamination of the crime scene in accordance with your IA, whatever the hell classifications?
what,
And he's
what
going to
is
have
your
to say no.
what do your scientific findings tell us about who pulled the trigger?
Yeah.
Oh, they don't? Oh, okay. Thanks for coming by.
Mhm.
Like I don't know, like I don't know why this is so how this makes it more or less likely. If anything, if he was as close as this second bolstering witness indicates,
Mhm.
there's that much more blood you would think all over the shooter, which makes it that much harder for someone to clean that blood off, hide a bloody DNA covered weapon, get in his car 15 minutes later.
Dr. Kinsey, I'm going to show you what's been marked as 535, 536, 537, and 538 state's exhibits, and see if you generally recognize those images.
Witness refers to cave paintings.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and generally explain to the jury what these images are, and then we'll talk about them specifically.
Those are images at the door that I've added some visual enhancements to help
Great. Or doctored
the
evidence.
reader understand the flight path of the second shot and
Objective, make him lay the
different,
foundation for how he did this.
elements that I looked at in determining where the shooter was for the second or the fatal shot to Paul.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 535, 536,
No.
537. and
Object to
538.
this.
No way.
I believe
Unless they're going to light him,
objection.
they're going to light him up.
Admit it.
I have a feeling they're going to light him up.
Yeah.
Let's look first at 535, and before we get to that, generally describe again to the jury your conclusion as to that second injury suffered by Paul, the fatal shot as you've described it.
Well, the first thing is, once Paul received that second shot, he never walked again. He never made any movement. Any movement he made was involuntary, and it was due to gravity pulling his
How do
body
you
down
know?
to the ground.
How could
When
he
you
possibly
sustain an
know?
injury
You are
to
not a
your
medical
brain
expert.
like that, that ceases all movement. So he was found outside the feed door. He fell over forward after sustaining that movement. Some wounds are fatal later. You can actually see someone that receives a fatal wound, and I've seen them run 100 yards. They can move for a little while. This is not that type of wound. Once he received this wound, it ceased all movement.
And did you, I'm going to put attachment, states 535 up on the screen, and tell the jury what this particular image reflects, please.
Yes, sir. If you can look at the green funnel that I've added just visually, if you look at that green funnel, that is approximately the shot shell path, the shot path from the shot shell after it did the injuries to Paul, or the direction of the shot from the shot shell. And I determined that by shot shell pellet defects that are still in the door, even though the door had been cleaned. I went and looked at it myself, run my own
I thought he was
measurements.
inside the
Took
room.
the width of the door.
That demonstrates he was
I took
outside
Paul's
the room.
approximate height. It's listed as several different things. DMV shows him at 5'6". The pathologist listed him, I believe, at 5'9", so I had to split the difference. I went somewhere in the middle. Then I deducted distance between the top of your head and the top of your shoulder, so I took another foot off. Then I took the width of the door, and there's one other thing I looked at, and that was a void pattern that's on the door frame of the door. A void pattern is caused by something being there when the blood and biological materials are let, we call it a bloodletting from the wound. And there's a void pattern, which tells me something was in that way. And because of the narrow door, in my opinion, it was Paul. So that's what caused that void pattern on that door. So I used all of that, and I used a dowel rod, and I used a protractor on the doorknob side of that door frame, and I ran it up, and that's what helped me establish the angle of that shot pattern.
All right, and we're going to use the images to kind of talk about that a little bit more specifically.
I wonder if he's going to try and give us the height of the shooter
539 and 540
based on the angle of the bullets.
Yes, sir, I do.
Or the approximate height of the shooter.
540 is my photograph when I visited the scene. And 539 is also my photograph, and it shows that top hinge of that door is approximately 72 inches at the top of the hinge.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd move into evidence to plea without objection, states 539 and 540.
Okay.
Admit it.
All right, let's.
Yeah, they have to
good.
have something to
I'd
light
step
him
down
up
again.
big time
I'll just
with.
sit you back there,
They're just
but,
sitting there.
come on down.
So you're saying he was shot by a little
Put
person?
539 up on the screen, and
It was the pygmy
John.
man of New Guinea.
It was the short guy from NWA.
Tell me what this image reflects, if you would, please.
Yes, sir. These are 36-inch standard yellow yardsticks. We use them to measure certain things, and it right here is the top of the top hinge. It's a 3-hinge door, and this is the top of the hinge. And then 4 inches above this are where those shot pellet defects were that I used to figure out my angle.
All right, and looking at 540. Who took this particular image?
I took this image.
So this would have been long after the actual event occurred. Is that correct?
This was last December. Yes, sir.
All right, and tell the jury what this image reflects.
You can still see
That's
the
a door that's
pellet
been
defects
shot
in the
like
door,
double lot.
and this
One
is the
little
approximate center of it here. So that's 4 inches above
How
72.
can you be sure
That's
that door wasn't damaged in the
approximately
meantime?
76 inches on an 80-inch
Or
door.
before?
Yes.
It states 536, and explain to the jury what this is, and in particular how that's relevant to your conclusion about the angle in which Paul suffered the fatal head wound.
This is the original crime scene pictures. And this is where the pellets took their path. This is where they struck and did damage to the door. And you can actually still see the dents that are
You can't see
documented in
shit
my
in this
photograph.
picture.
You can see them in the original crime scene. This is the concentration of blood that's
Flip
caused
phone.
by the brain exiting Paul's body in the path of the shot shells. And then you also have biological material, hair and blood, here at the top of the door frame. And that's where I drew my conclusion. At some time, those body parts made contact with these sections of the door. And my opinion is that it hit here, and then landed on the sidewalk.
Looking at states 537, can you explain what the jury's seeing in this image and how it relates to your opinion about the manner in which Paul suffered that fatal wound?
I can. With a major bloodletting,
Dr.
especially.
Kinsey, let me ask you to, I'm gonna move this podium and ask you to step back just a hair so that the jurors over here can see what you're saying.
Yes, sir. With a shotgun wound, you know, you've got not hundreds, you've got over 800 pellets that are making damage. It's not like a projectile, a single projectile from a pistol or a rifle. So there's mass damage, and it throws body fluids and blood in several different directions, but they follow the path. When I mentioned that it was a void pattern, this is the last blood drop. You can see it in the photograph that I can see, and it's approximately 5 foot right there. And this is not green tape. That is a digital effect I put on the photograph to show the void I was talking about. So at some time, it's my opinion that Paul was up against that door or real close to that door to keep that blood from striking the door at the point in time that he was shot.
All right, and the green tape reflects that blood pad or that void area that is consistent with Paul blocking that area. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Digital tape.
It would have been a cloud of blood.
Yes, sir.
And so that's been added to.
Yes, sir.
Okay, to illustrate your opinion. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then 538. I'm going to show you this image, and again, if you can point out what's been added and how this relates to the conclusion that you're offering to the jury.
Yes, sir. One thing that I looked at to determine that it happened in the doorway and a little bit outside the doorway, more outside than inside. You don't just look for the presence of biological material in blood. You look for the absence of biological material in blood. Here at the top, it didn't have a scale or a ruler, so I can't tell you exactly, but looking at some of these other objects, I was able to scale it approximately 4 inches up here. You have a void. So I know that it happened, the second wound happened far enough outside of that door frame that the actual frame kept the biological material from hitting at the very top, right here. I also looked at these items. You got some medication, canine medication, or some cleaning materials and that kind of thing up here. You can see all the spatter at the front of those containers. And then we got what I call a demarcation line right here, and I drew it through most of these cans. And that separates the blood contaminated area and the clean area. So that tells me that it was at least forward of the angle on those containers.
How do you reconcile all this blood spray
shot
with a clean T-shirt?
The second wound happened just outside the door frame.
That's what he's going to be asked.
Probably still in the door frame.
All right, and just quickly point to the jury, can we see part of the door frame in this particular image?
You can, yes, sir, right here.
All right. Once, and going back now to states 535, and just for the record, we were just looking at states 538 and 537. Going back to states 535, did you reach a conclusion as to the location of the shooter on that second fatal shot that Paul suffered to his head?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and explain that to the jury, if you would, please.
The shooter was right here. If you're facing that door, to the right of the doorway, outside.
And would you have expected there to be, in that particular range, any sort of biological evidence in that area in proximity to the shooter?
Yes, sir, I would.
Would the door frame have potentially blocked any of that as well?
It would block some, and just depending on the positioning, how much of the body of the shooter was exposed. Because, once you have that kind of catastrophic injury, it's real fine blood particles and,
it's a cloud.
And biological fluids that go in all directions. And the closer the shooter was to the muzzle, to the exit end of that firearm, the more stuff you would expect.
Yes, it's like a mist.
Let me ask you this. In your expert opinion, is there any way that Paul's fatal head injury came from the top in a contact fashion or a close fashion?
No, sir. I see no possible way for that.
And explain your conclusion in that regard to the jury, please. What factors weigh against that in your expert opinion?
Well, number one, I don't know of a way to mimic this blood evidence on this door, that pattern where that shot traveled through Paul's shoulder into his jaw, into his brain, and then took a path up and placed the biological material here at the top of the door. If he was shot in the head, then you'd have biological material out here on the ground, or at least going down, on the sidewalk in front of him. And it would be different than just free pouring blood. You would see this pattern, and you would see those high velocity blood droplets there on the ground. And plus the shooter would have to be on the roof to shoot down into him.
Maybe it's
but
Colin
you wouldn't
Kaepernick
have
and he
this on
took
the
a
door.
knee.
In your expert opinion, did you see any support or evidence in this crime scene that could support that the injuries suffered by Paul were in any manner a suicide or self-inflicted?
I don't see the possibility, knowing that it's not a contact shotgun wound, and I'm fairly strong, and I'm bigger than Paul was, and I don't know of any way you could hold that shotgun out.
You don't even know what shotgun it was.
Shoot yourself in that direction at that angle and put that biological material on top of that door.
Not that I think it was a suicide.
I don't think it's possible.
No.
All right.
I'm glad we scientifically ruled that out.
All right, I hate to keep sending you back and forth, but I'm gonna send you back one more time.
All this education and training for I don't think so.
Google Mossberg shockwave.
Yeah. Just, I guarantee you how many
Now, let me
sawed-off
ask you
shotguns
this,
are floating around in that area.
Excuse me. The second wound, the fatal wound that Paul suffered to his head, was that buckshot or was that birdshot?
The second wound was birdshot.
All right, and can you describe to the jury the difference between the composition of a buckshot round as it relates to the pellets and a birdshot round?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right, please do that.
With buckshot, you've got a number of larger pellets, approximately 30, 36 caliber pellets, and you've got fewer of them. They're made for bringing down larger game. So in the typical double-aught buckshot, you're going to have 9 pellets. In your typical number 2, and it's called many things, you know, the typical person calls it birdshot, chill shot.
Number 2 is a very fine
shot, coated shot. I've heard it called many things. So I just typically call it birdshot.
Almost a powder.
But in this particular shot, there's approximately 150 to 156 pellets in that dry lock shot.
They don't
shell.
have a sectional
So that's the
density to plow
difference.
through
With the
someone's
buckshot,
skull.
you've got fewer and they're larger. And with the birdshot, you've got many.
Number 2 shot is not putting
They're
dents in
greater.
that
They're for
board.
bringing down winged animals, squirrels, rabbits, dove,
shell.
quail, turkey,
That's different.
duck. I mean, just depending on the number shot, that's what that's for.
All right, and about how many approximately birdshot might be in an average shotgun shell?
The literature says that it's 156 in a dry lock. I cut one open and I only counted 150, but that may have been human error.
Around 150.
Yes, sir.
In your expert opinion, when you have birdshot, is there a forensic value to collecting every single pellet, or can you explain those concepts to the jury when you're dealing with birdshot?
I always try to collect enough that the firearms examiner can weigh it and he can have a good representative sample of what was used to cause this injury. With a projectile or a bullet, you have what's called lands and grooves, markings, rifling. Some people call it rifling, and it's caused from that projectile spinning as it goes down the barrel. You don't have that in a shotgun. And a pellet is so small that you probably couldn't find it if you could have it in a shotgun. So in my opinion, there's no forensic value as long as you have enough to determine what type of shot or what type of shell and the weight of it.
I thought the buckshot was the kill
In
shot.
your opinion, was talked about this, but was the shooter, when that fatal shot was fired, inside or outside of that door frame?
The second shot?
The second shot.
Yes, sir. It was outside the door frame.
All right. And where was that second shot shell located?
It was also located under the door.
All right. And is that still consistent with your opinion?
Now
Absolutely.
the breach is outside and the shot ends up
Yes,
inside?
sir. Like I mentioned earlier, the ejection port on a shotgun typically, and there are left-handed shotguns, but typically the majority of shotguns, the ejection port is on the right side. So as long as that shooter had it at an angle and had that ejection port pointed toward the door, even just the least little bit, that would give plenty of opportunity for that shot shell to be ejected and go inside that door.
But he started by saying it was impossible.
All right. I know I just sent you back. I'm going to bring you back down. I'm sorry.
First shot shell inside the
Before
door
we
means
move on
breach
from
was
Paul,
inside feed
I
room.
would, and
Second
if
shot
you
shell
could just
inside
use
the door
me
means
as a
breach was
mannequin, but
outside
can
feed
you
room.
sort of describe to me your conclusions about the
Schrodinger's-
positioning of Paul when he suffered that fatal head wound
Science.
and
Trust the
just how
science.
the trajectory of that
Yes.
wound and that shot as you've described,
gotta be a
and as
learned
supported by
man.
the evidence as you see it.
Can I describe it and
Yes.
demonstrate?
Yes,
Step
please.
back so the jurors can see. The second wound, as I mentioned,
God, he's almost like a gun store.
went
thug.
in his arm and caused an injury here, a large entrance exit.
He's the guy at the gun
entrance,
show that's trying
and
to
then, of
sell you
course,
his
exit
weapon
here.
only used once.
So it had to be
Do all shotguns have ejection ports?
typically with
No.
the kind of
No, not-
non-fatal
no.
wound
Like a double barrel
Paul
shotgun, Joe. You have to
suffered
open it up.
to his chest and his arm.
So
It's my belief that now his 5'8" frame is dipping or favoring that arm because, as you know, that's
It's such
over 20
speculation.
something entrances and exits. I believe it would have hurt him. I believe he would have been in pain, and I believe he would have been somewhat affected. And the reason I believe that is because I've got the 90-degree blood drops moving really, really slow. If he wasn't,
I mean, honestly, does
feeling
it just sound like
or
he's
if it
making
hadn't affected
shit
him in
up
some way, I believe
everybody else?
his youthfulness would have allowed him to get out of there faster. But he's moving real slow to the door. So that's going to drop that angle just a couple inches. And I can demonstrate.
All right. Make sure that juror can see.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
All right.
Snap.
That woman went in approximately right here. It traveled in, out, in, and out in a straight line. In a
Number
straight
two.
line. Shot always goes in a straight line.
And then when you're
Until it hits something and
pressing
changes
down,
direction.
You're showing the trajectory of the wound, not implying that was a contact wound. Is that
No,
correct?
sir, I'm not. I'm not implying it's contact. I'm just showing the level of the wound.
All right. While I'm thinking about it.
How short was the guy holding
wound
the gun?
To Paul's chest, did it show evidence of stippling?
Yes, sir.
All right. And just very quickly, what is stippling?
Commonly referred to as tattooing. It's particles and material that's in that shell that don't burn up because it's superheated at the time that the powder charge ignites. It doesn't explode. It ignites and burns rapidly. And that's unburnt particles of powder and other contents of that shell. They're hot. And when they hit the body, they cause stippling, or in the old days, they called it tattooing. And that's
not
basically
because they're
what it is.
hot.
It works as an ink.
Looking at this particular image,
Because they're
Paul's
moving
about 5
fast.
feet in the feed room when he suffers the first wound, correct?
Yes, sir. That is correct.
And then he moves towards the door. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And suffers the second wound somewhere near the door frame on the inside of it.
Yes,
correct?
sir. With his shoulder just outside that door frame.
And when he suffers that second wound, what happens to Paul?
He falls immediately.
And where does he fall?
He falls outside the feed room.
All right. Let's move on now, and let's talk a little bit, if we can, about the injuries to Maggie Murdaugh. If you could, start out by reminding the jury of the injuries that she suffered, and then let's talk about your conclusions as to the manner and the order in which those were suffered.
Yes, sir.
All right. So if you could just remind us again of those injuries, and if you could go ahead and describe them in the order that your expert opinion they were suffered.
Yes, sir. Miss Maggie Murdaugh suffered 3 non-fatal injuries from a firearm. One was through her wrist. One was her left upper thigh above the knee. One was at her abdomen here, and it exited somewhere around her kidneys. Now, I'm not that kind of doctor. I can't tell you all the damage it did inside, all those organs and things, but it ran a straight line.
Well,
through
don't
her
stop
body.
now.
This one on her left leg and this one on her midsection were approximately the same angle. And they were really, really close in distance. One had stippling that said that it was a foot closer than the other, but that would probably fit. This was either a total separate
No way you have that
non-fatal
precision
wound,
without
or
the
it
weapon
could
to
have been a
test.
continuation of one of the 2 fatal wounds. Her fatal wounds were,
We can't say like a 300 blackout.
she had an abrasion or a burn
That kind of damage
on the left side of her abdomen
without having the actual weapon.
from the
The stippling
outside
specifically.
in.
How distant
That
it
bullet
was.
followed a straight
You
path.
would need
It entered
the
the end
actual
of her breast
round
and did
and the
extensive
weapon
damage to
to
the end
fire.
of her breast.
There's so
Entered
many
her
variables.
left jaw, side of her face area, and went into her brain. That's the first fatal injury. And it was immediate, and she dropped right where she was at. I saw no evidence that her body had been manipulated, moved, or rolled over. The second fatal injury was down into her head, And it actually did what in the day they call a keyhole injury just from appearances. The entrance and exit in the top of her head were so close, it made one big injury. And then it entered into her upper shoulders and went down into her body. That would have also been a fatal wound, but it was second. In my opinion, that one came second.
All right, let's talk about that in a little bit more detail. Those first two wounds.
Why not?
That you described, you believe those are the first two wounds she suffered?
Yes, sir, and possibly three. I can't tell you much about this because the arm could have been moving or it could have been here.
All right, well, let's talk about the thigh wound and the abdomen wound. Did you have any conclusions about the location of the shooter as those two wounds were suffered?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, and explain that to the jury if you would, please.
Why do all of these witnesses testify when I'm here, and you guys get all the cool stuff in the afternoon when I'm asleep?
About here and here.
But she was moving away, so how?
And in your opinion, were those two shots fired in fairly quick succession or around the same time?
I think it would have been really, really difficult to get a similar angle if they weren't. All the shooter had to do is raise the weapon or lower the weapon, and you're still on the same plane.
And did those wounds to the abdomen and to the thigh reflect the presence of stiffening?
They did.
And what does that indicate to you about the distance between Maggie and the shooter when those wounds were suffered?
I guess 4 or 5 feet.
Fairly close?
Yes, sir.
All right. And after those two wounds were suffered, and again, we'll put aside the wrist wound for a bit, what would have happened after that in your expert opinion?
In my opinion, at bare minimum, she would have been over. She would have been in pain. I believe sometime in close proximity, she fell to the ground. And that's when the first fatal wound was delivered.
Would she have been prone on the ground or still somewhat raised above the ground or in a bent over position when that first fatal wound was suffered?
In my opinion, from the angle, she would have been
I didn't know you could have more than one
on
fatal
her
wound.
knees and had at least
Unless
one
you're
hand
Highlander.
on the ground.
Those first two shots, well, let me ask you this. There were obviously 6 shell cases of 300 blackout that were used to murder Maggie Murdaugh found at the scene. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Explain to the jury, what conclusions, if any, can you draw about the location of those shell cases, if anything? Explain that to the jury a little bit.
Once again, just like with the shotgun, I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I don't think there are many left-handed AR platforms. So
There's
generally
a
speaking,
significant
the
number.
ejection port's going to be on the right side. I own
Google
7.
tag arms.
Some of them throw it, the shell casing a little bit forward. Some throw it a little bit back.
Yeah.
Some throw it perfect 90 degrees to the ejection port. If they were always uniform where they come out, if you go target practice, you could place a bucket there and all your shell casings would drop in the bucket. You wouldn't have to bend over and pick up your shell cases. Unfortunately, that's not the real world. So I don't put a lot into that unless I have the actual weapon and we can test the weapon with the same ammunition and you can generally get an idea.
But you just
where
said
that
this shit
shell
with the
case is going to
shotgun,
go.
you
So
dumb
no, sir, I
fuck.
don't pay a lot of attention to it. And I definitely don't think the sequence of from one end to the other or from this end to this end means that's necessarily the movement of the shooter.
All right. You said that when she suffered that first fatal wound, in your opinion, I mean, she would have
Properly
been over
functioning AR
and perhaps
platform
been
should
on
have
her
a
hands and
similar
knees. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
ejection pattern.
All right. I'm
for
going to
each
get down on
shot
my hands and
with the
knees, and if
ammo.
you could come around here and kind of show me where the trajectory of that wound would have gone, the first wound that was fatal for Maggie Murdaugh. I guess you can come behind me.
Yes, sir.
All right.
If you have a well-tuned pistol, you can put a bucket next to you and drop the brass in it.
Yes, you can.
The shooter was right here, approximately right here.
All right. And show us the trajectory as it went through Maggie into her brain.
Yes. It burnt or grazed her stomach outside to inside, went through the end of her breast, into her jaw, and then into her brain.
You have to be much shorter than
And
this.
what would have been the effect on her once that shot was suffered?
She would have immediately fell down with the front of her body.
All right.
And
Yeah,
that
I
is
know
the
that.
position her arms were in the
He's
original
not,
crime
he's
scene
not
photograph.
there.
And while I'm down here, so I don't have to get up again, tell me about the fatal shot and the position of the shooter as the evidence indicates to you.
The second shot was not as close, but it still wasn't a long distance. It was approximately here into the crown of the head.
And use the dowel stick to show that injury that Maggie suffered.
I know that.
In,
I hope cross is
out,
interesting.
in,
I think it will be.
in that line.
Oh, he
Given
just
there's been
summarized.
not one objection.
Thank you.
He just summarized what the defense is going to do: in and out, and in and out, and in and out, and in and out.
All right. The first shot, the first fatal shot, that would have immediately been fatal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The second shot also would have been fatal had she still been living, but in your opinion, she was not at that point. Is that correct?
And that makes it not a fatal shot. But
All right.
She may have had a sign of life, but there was no movement. She was not capable of any movement at that time.
All right. Go ahead and have a seat for me. Of course, as soon as I say that to you, I'm sure probably going to have to get back to that. Let me talk about something else real quick before we come back to this.
Had she spelled out in blood, Alex killed me?
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 541 and see if you recognize this document.
Would this evidence be consistent with two shooters? Is it common to see one killer use two different firearms?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. Tell the jury generally what this document is, please.
That is a comparison and presentation that I put together over an unidentified impression on Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf.
Your Honor, this time I would move States 541 into evidence under seal.
Objection.
Submitted without objection.
If we could make sure the monitors are secured, please.
yeah.
He's going to have an expert insight into the calf bruise.
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna, are all the monitors secured? We're good? I'm gonna put States 541 up on the screen.
I think they put under seal any images of the bodies at all, even though I wouldn't expect this one to be gruesome.
I got thumbs up for Court TV, correct? All right. Moving 541 and putting it up on the screen. If you could tell me, first of all, what do we see here before we get to your analysis on this particular issue?
This is a general photograph of an impression on Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf.
Okay. And do we also see a wound on this particular, in this picture?
You can see the exit wound from that thigh wound that I described earlier.
All right. And what, if anything, did you notice about or conclude from the sort of the blood pattern on the back of her thigh there?
She stood a little while. I can't tell you how much time, just like with Paul, but she was standing after she suffered that thigh wound because the blood is running down the leg and gravity always pulls it to the earth.
All right. And then, you know, I sent you back there. I'm going to bring you back on down. I'm sorry about that. I'll bring the stick. If you would, and again, make sure you're out of the way of the jurors. Was there any sort of mark or any sort of mud mark on the back of her leg?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right. And point that out to the jury, please.
Right here, an unknown impression on her leg.
Okay. And did you engage in an analysis of that particular impression?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. You just stay there. I think it's probably easier than sending you back. I'm going to move to the next slide. And just Tell me what this is, if you would, please.
That is the same impression, unknown impression. I've just cropped everything out so you can concentrate on the actual impression.
All right. Moving on to the third page of this exhibit. What is this?
This is a side-by-side all-terrain vehicle that was in close proximity to Miss Maggie Murdaugh's body, where her final spot where they located her, and this is in close proximity to where she was located.
All right, stand by for me real quick.
The vehicle stepped on her. Transformers.
I'm going to show you what's previously been admitted into evidence as State 70 and State 71. And can you tell me what these images reflect?
That is that Polaris ATV side-by-side that I mentioned.
All right, and generally remind the jury where this was located.
Miss Murdaugh was laying face down. That was to her left, underneath a overhang or a I don't know what you call it, a shed that was attached to that airplane hangar. A lean-to. That's the word I was trying to think of.
All right. And do you see any indication of any biological material in the crime scene images that were taken of that Polaris?
That was my first indicator. That's what made me concentrate on a specific tire. Yes, sir.
And let me see how washed out that is, if I can maybe fix it.
And can you point out an example of what you're talking about on that image?
Yes, sir, I can.
And I can bring you the original image if that's better.
Right here, we've got some kind of biological material, and I'll tell you the reason I believe that to be so. Like I said, blood has a viscosity or a cohesive factor to it. That's why a blood drop stays together.
Idiot.
You know, if you throw a drop of water on a tire, what's going to happen? It's going to run down. But here, and actually here on the front of that four-wheeler, in my opinion, that's some type of biological material.
All right. I'm going to do one other thing. Let me slide by you real quick.
I mean, it's so weird. They had two entire police departments investigate the shooting, and yet they're bringing in an expert to do crime scene analysis for them.
They did the same thing with their forensic analysis. They had to send out the searches to a third party.
At defense 29. Again, if you could, just, this is the feed room right here. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And just, if you could, just point to the general location of this ATV and where it was located in the crime scene.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, sir. Right here in this area.
All right, and that would be, again, on this is not to scale, but that would be at least on this diagram where Maggie was, is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's our approximate location.
All right. Looking at going back to this particular slide and your analysis of this tire, if you would explain a little bit about what you see here and what an examiner looks at in looking at sort of this particular tire as it relates to your analysis.
Yes, sir. What we look at it as footwear and tire tread or tire track examiners, we look at the actual tread pattern and design of that tire or that shoe. And there are a couple different conclusions you can come up with. We compare known and unknown. It's not like you see on TV where you take a picture of a shoe and feed it into a computer. Some people have footwear databases, but it still has to be examined by a human. There's no magic machine. If it is, I've never seen it. What we look at the dimensions of the tread pattern. We look at the shape, the sole, the outsole design, the tread design, the measurements, and we try to find class characteristics. That's shape, size, sometimes depth, or the physical properties included in that pattern. And then to make A complete identification, that's a class characteristic. That's saying there's an association,
Yeah, I was just
either
thinking this
this
also.
shoe or this tire.
This guy thinks
could
Greedo
have
shot
made
first.
this unknown impression, or another one just like it could have made this unknown impression. So that's a class or an association. Then you've got an identification. That's where you say, to the exclusion of all others, this shoe or this tire made this print. Now, to make an actual complete identification to the exclusion of all others, you've either got to have what's called a random unique characteristic, a thumbtack in the bottom of someone's shoe, bubble gum, damage to the tread pattern on that tire. You know, you hit something and it cut a tread pattern. So that's pretty difficult unless you have the actual tire, the actual shoe, and then you take it and compare it to the unknown. And what you'll do is take that tire and you would three-dimensional.
You could exclude every
comparisons
cop
are always
boot.
better than two-dimensional.
No, if there was an unknown boot.
Two-dimensional is a
And we know
photograph.
he was
You
there.
can't
He
tell
found the
depth.
bodies.
You have the actual
You're gonna see his
cast of
footprint.
that footprint or that tire. Now you've got three-dimensional. You've got the width, the length, and the depth. So it's a little bit better to have a three-dimensional to compare with, but you can do a lot with the two-dimensional. You can, if you can get it scaled to the size, you can associate it with another thing. You're looking for them unique,
Every worn
random
shoe
characteristics.
and
They
used
call them
tire will have
accidentals.
unique
It's
characteristics.
something that happens
Yeah.
by accident, just because of the way you walk.
Okay, this guy
the
gets
way you
paid in
drive, what you might
cheeseburgers.
hit. And that's what you look at when you do a tire or footwear.
Oh, now I'm hungry.
How do you accommodate for contaminated crime
We'll
scenes?
move on now
Or-
to the next page in your exhibit, and tell the jury what these two images are, please.
Yes, sir. This is the unknown impression on Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf. And this is the photograph of the known front driver's side tire of that side-by-side.
All right, and when you were starting to compare these two, did you have to make any account for the relationship of Maggie's thigh and this ATV tire?
I did.
Now explain that to the jury, please.
Just like if you're driving in your car.
It's like he's
and
doing a bad
an
John
ambulance comes up
Travolta
behind
impression.
you, and you look in the rear view mirror, you can read ambulance. But if you look at the front of that ambulance, it's written backwards because you're looking through a
It's
mirror.
conundrum.
Well, with a shoe,
How do they do
a
that?
tire,
It's
or
magic.
Miss Maggie Murdaugh's leg, you can't see through her leg. You can't see through the tire. So you have to flip one of them or the other. So flipping the tire, in my opinion, because it has some characteristics on it that I wanted the reader to be able to look at, I chose to flip the impression on her leg to do the comparison. Because unless you do footwear and tire tread examinations, you're not going to be able to look at something in reverse and find those points.
So this is the
More manipulation.
orientation, is that correct?
It is, yes, sir.
And then flipping over to your
Pinch and
next
zoom.
slide, that's where you've reversed the image, is that correct?
Same photograph. I just pulled it over. In the old days with 35 millimeter,
Yeah, I decided
film.
to take a pee before cross
and I'm
started.
from the old days, we just flipped the negative. That's all you had to do. It's a little bit more complicated in the digital world, but not that hard to do. But this is a direct representation. It's just in reverse.
All right.
Why would it be harder to reverse?
Continuing on as
digitally?
we go through your analysis, what does this reflect?
This is just a side-by-side so you could understand the orientation here, 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 and here. Those are the two treads that we're talking about now.
All right.
And by the way, those on the tire are the only treads at that level on her calf that I believe needed to be examined.
All right. And again, these are just additional images illustrating what you were focusing on in your
Kind
analysis.
of weird that the
Yes,
actual
sir.
investigators didn't do any of this.
Seriously, what was Special Agent
this
Owen
right
doing
here.
for like 2 years?
Yes, sir. That's a side-by-side view once again,
Rainwater.
with all the background cut out of it.
All right. And then the final one is this. Explain this to the jury and how this supports your opinion.
This is my actual comparison, and we use a process
I
called
swear to God, there's
ACE,
going to stand up on
where
cross-examination. and go,
analyze,
You dropped
compare,
out of high school.
evaluate, and verify. It's a peer-reviewed process. I never go by just my results. I always have
He was a
another
medical examiner in a
competent
different
examiner
trial.
with like
I don't know how
experience
any of this makes it more
and
or
like
less likely
skills
that Alex is
look
the
at my
murderer.
work, because if you're going to
We
make
know
a mistake,
someone
that's
killed
where the
them. There's no one
mistake's found.
disputing that.
You don't want to put a conclusion out for something important and you miss
Objection.
that. And
If
that is
you-
a very important process in the examination world, that you use peer-reviewed process. You have someone else look at it. And so
Where's that
what I
person?
do, so that person
Shut up, Sean.
and the jury and the
Don't
court,
encourage them.
Your Honor, so that person can look at these details. I've got a markup here showing some unique random characteristics that I've used, but I also put the actual impression there so you can make your own decision. I didn't want to look like I was being deceptive and put enhancements in there and point
You don't
things.
look like that
You
at
can
all,
look
don't
at
worry.
it and make your
Don't
own
worry, you look
conclusion. But I
appropriate.
wanted to put it right next to mine so you know I'm being straight here, or you can make your own opinion.
All right, very quickly, is it your expert opinion that this mark on the back of Maggie's leg is a tire impression and not anything else?
That is a tire tread impression. That is my opinion.
All right, now I
What type
see you
of
have a
tire?
number of arrows here that have different colors, and so I'd like to move through those and you explain what you're pointing to with those arrows in this image, okay?
Absolutely.
Let's start with the baby blue one and tell the jury what that indicates to you.
Now you're gonna have to tell me because I can't tell shade from up
All right.
here. Okay, the top one.
Yep.
Yes,
Wait, hold on.
sir.
He can't differentiate
All right,
between
here you
shades?
got your unknown impression.
Is he colorblind?
Here you got your unknown impression. And what I pointed here is
Oh,
at
he
the
said he can't
start of that
differentiate between
impression, and
shades.
it's in mud, by the way. It's in mud, and so it's really, really fragile, but it's still here. You got an unknown impression, and here's approximately where it starts in the unknown, and here is where it starts in the known. And you can look at both, the marked up one and the actual impression itself,
All right.
and it's here.
All right, and then moving on
Can you ask him to speak up?
this one right here, kind of, we got a purple one, and then kind of that,
Yes, sir, I see it.
whatever that one is, but explain
sir.
the jury what you're seeing there and how that supports your conclusion.
Right here is the other side of that tread. And this tread is this tread is this tread. Those two are the same.
You can't pronounce
right
any
here,
word with one syllable.
You can see it come up, and it actually makes a complete corner there. Comes up and it comes out just a little bit there.
All right, and is that consistent with the sort of unique shape of that top tire?
Yes, sir, it is. Right here, and then it comes up. Now it's exaggerated a little bit in the drawing, but that's the best I could do with a stylus trying to get it there.
You think he saw the Owens
Those very
cross and he knows
distinct
what's coming?
patterns that you see in the mud that match
Oh,
up.
I
bet he
guarantee
did.
these guys
Yes,
have
sir. Not so much.
got the word out.
Not so much the corner there, but these in here are. You can see a unique
Not one
random
objection
characteristic
on this
here,
direct so far.
Yeah.
and all that is a void pattern in the mud.
I don't think any of this harms
You
Alex.
can also see it here. I mean, almost perfect. You can see one here where the yellow area is. You can see it here. It's right there.
All right, you're kind of doing a little mountain or a little hump, and expand on that with the jury.
Yeah, he
Why is
basically
that
said that
particular- why is that significant to you?
Because that's not in the process of making the tire. That's because whoever drove that side by side last hit some dirt or some mud, and that is a pattern that's left in mud on the
Make it
tire.
tire. Are you an expert?
And in my opinion, it transferred to Miss Maggie
he already said he
Murdaugh's
was.
calf.
All right, and show the jury where you're talking about the little hump. On the
Yes, sir.
image right here, if you can show it. and
It's
then-
marked with a yellow arrow, and here it is, right here. And I've marked it there, but you can look at the one that's not marked, and you can also see it here.
All right, talking about
The killer
this
was so
bottom,
insensitive to her
impression, we
body
got a
that
white
he ran
arrow to
over her
that line
leg.
right there. Explain that to the
All the
jury.
more reason to think it was Alex, right?
I marked that because unless you examine, unless you got really, really
And he
good
hasn't
eyesight,
stopped
you
laughing
might not
and
even pick up
chuckling
on
since
that.
he started
But here
testifying.
you've only got a partial line. The whole line didn't show through in the transfer of the mud or dirt or debris. And I kept myself honest. I only highlighted the length of that, but you can also see it here and here. You can see that side of that tread, that tire tread.
All right. And Moving on now to
It makes it less
to
likely
the,
it's Alex.
this green one right
He ran
here,
over her
and
body?
kind of green to the baby blue to that.
No, I'm
blue,
sure
just
he's
kind of going around
just
there. If you could
suggesting she
explain
bumped the back of
that
her
to
leg into the
jury,
exposed tire of the
significance, if any,
ATV.
to your
It's
analysis.
just a continuation,
really
and there's a
offend
little
us.
break in there, but there's still the same angle, same lines, and they match up, and that's just because
As opposed to the
dirt didn't
real killer
transfer
stepped on her.
completely. But you got plenty of skeletonized line here to show the outline of that tread here, here, and here,
Flip flops made out of tires.
and that's here, here, and here.
It is South Carolina.
In your opinion, that's a tire impression, is that
That is
correct?
entire impression. That's my opinion.
And in your opinion, based on these very significant mirror images and accidentals and that sort of thing,
Have no
is
automotive-
that most likely that specific tire tread that's on the back of
It is
Maggie's
most likely that tire. If it's not that tire, it's a similar tire with the same tread design
And that particular tire was in close proximity to where Maggie was found.
in
correct?
close proximity.
You motherfucker.
Looking at
Close
how you had
proximity.
Maggie in that first shot, I think you had me kind of angled a little bit like that. Is that correct?
So the killer had his
If
own
she was
four-wheel.
angled that way near that front tire, would she be facing towards the feed room?
Yes, sir.
All right. And
I just turned it down because
are
this guy was
those
yelling
two
so much.
shots that were suffered in the abdomen and the thigh, are those consistent with the shooter coming from the direction of the feed room? Those-
Certainly could be. Yes, sir.
All right, go ahead and have your
Certainly
seat,
could
if you
be.
would.
That's a
So I'll have you
scientific
back up.
answer.
I suppose.
What I was
Yeah.
saying earlier, if you didn't hear me, is to me it sounds like he's describing that the killer drove over her body, which makes it that much less likely that
Yeah,
it was
this-
Alex who killed them, because you would think he would have more sensitivity to her corpse.
This guy is a true astronaut, millionaire cowboy. He's an expert at everything.
Yeah.
And he comes across like a
criminal
jack of
also-
he's a jack of all trades and master of none.
Also, and not to be offensive to the criminology people out there,
Additionally,
but
with
that's
this
a bullshit degree.
particular tire tread impression on the back of Maggie's calf, is that consistent with her running into it or backing up into it with her calf hitting that tire as it was parked there?
Leading, I've not, this is my first leading objection on this, but I object, leading.
I would say sure.
It's like he has to apologize for objecting because of the judge now.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: with this particular tire impression,
You'd have to hit the
and
tire so
what
hard
you
to leave an
see
impression on
Maggie's
your leg.
calf, is there a reasonable explanation as to how that impression got on her calf?
At some point in time, Miss Maggie Murdaugh's left calf made contact with the inside of that front driver's side tire, or one just like it. And I saw no evidence that she was run over. So she had to make
Oh.
contact at some point in time.
Oh, okay.
How do you make contact with the inside of a tire?
Hold on for me one
I don't
second.
know.
I've just got a few more matters.
The worst criminology degree holders are cops.
I don't know
They're-
what
they're
we're
the
supposed
worst.
to take from that tire track if she wasn't run over. What are we supposed to get out of that?
Just
The
that
one
they're
question-
explaining it away. They don't want it to look like some strange person. The real killer stepped on her calf when she was laying on the ground, and they'd know it was not Alex if only they had done a better job with that mud mark.
Be careful. This one will be under seal. So can we secure the monitors, please?
Harpootlian's one question on
I'll show you what's
cross-examination.
been marked as
What the
542.
fuck was that?
Let's see if you recognize this image.
I do.
All right, and just generally tell the jury what that is.
It's a cell phone sitting up on the back right-hand side pocket of the victim, Paul Murdaugh.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd move stage 542 into evidence under seal.
That's admitted.
All right, are the monitors secured? I'm going to put this image up on the screen. All right, and again, is this your understanding of how Paul's phone was found at the crime scene?
It is.
And did you make any assessment or analysis of whether or not Paul's phone could have popped out and be found in that position?
I did.
All right, and can you relate that to the jury, please?
It's my opinion that his phone was placed there by someone else.
All right, and tell the jury your basis for that conclusion, please.
Well, after I mentioned the fatality, the fatal shot, at that point in time, you have no movement even involuntary movement, and there's no way Paul could have retrieved that phone from his pocket and placed it on top the back of his pants.
And in your opinion, if he had been carrying that in his hand, could it have landed in that fashion following the fatal shot he suffered to his head?
Mathematically, you could have made it happen.
Well,
but I
you
don't
are
believe
not a
it's possible.
mathematic-
I believe the phone would have fell to the ground and it wouldn't have fell behind him up in the air and landed on him.
Mathematically, you bullshit artist.
Not really an artist.
A couple other things.
That implies skill.
You testified about your experience in crime scene and that sort of thing. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any forensic value in
No.
a
Anything you're
residence
saying?
belonging to certain family members in doing any sort of DNA swabs of the bathroom sink or the shower drain or anything like that?
If it's an unknown person, maybe, but not if someone lives there. I see very little forensic value in that.
And why is that?
Really?
Oh, Jesus.
Even if they have to wash a body's worth of blood off them.
Because we as humans, we swap, we lose biological material
My
every
DNA's
day.
all
We
over my
brush our
house.
teeth, or we should. We brush our teeth and we
It's all over
shampoo
my
and we
couch.
wash, and there's commonly blood and other bodily fluids in our drains, in our tub drains, and
How much-
generally everywhere except in the toilet bowl.
There's no blood in the
Generally.
drains in my
Generally,
fucking
yes,
house.
sir, under black light.
Well,
What fucking kind of house do you have going on there, Deputy Cooter?
I mean,
You've,
if you have women living in the
talked
house,
about
it's
your,
fairly regular
experience
to
and your
have.
certifications
How-
for firearms. Is that correct?
Yeah, you definitely wouldn't find any
Do you
brains
own-
if there's women
own
living in the
yourself
house.
any AR style platform rifles?
I have.
I was
7
saying there would
complete
be blood
rifles,
on a
and I
regular
also own
basis.
a couple strip blowers that I'm just holding for a rainy day.
And what are those chambered in?
223-556.
In the AR platform, is that the most common chambering for an AR platform?
I believe it is. Yes, sir.
Do you personally own a 300 blackout?
I do not, but I have trained and shot a 300 blackout.
And why do you have 223 instead of 300 blackout?
The cartridges were a little bit more difficult. Well, they were a lot more difficult to find during COVID, and they are a lot more expensive than 223 and 556.
300 blackout pretty loud?
I think they're all loud. Yes, sir. I have to wear hearing protection around my rifles.
300 blackout louder than a shotgun?
Absolutely. I don't wear hearing protection when I hunt. I'm an avid hunter, but I have to wear hearing protection with my rifle.
He's a firearms instructor. He doesn't wear hearing protection firing 12 gauge shotguns. That's
Yeah.
insane.
Wait, is already
Jury
established.
room for a
Yeah.
break. Please do not discuss the case.
Okay.
God.
The NRA pulls his certificate.
Wow. I mean, so
What, Joe?
no.
Fuck
Okay.
me.
Yeah, I'm
Fuck
just trying to figure out what we're getting from this guy that ties it to Alex specifically. We know they were murdered. I don't think anyone thought there was this, this was self-deletion. So like, I was thinking if I'm rooting for the state to get a conviction here, which I'm certainly not. I have no vested interest either way. But if I was rooting for that, I'd be thinking to myself, all right, can our criminologist show us that the angle of the gunshot implies a certain height that's consistent with the defendant? Like that's what you would be getting to sort of, bring it all back, as opposed to telling us the tale of like, okay, this is how they died, which we got all that from the pathologist. So what are we getting from this guy what do we know now that we didn't know before this testimony that makes us think that Alex is the murderer? Is there anything at all that we could take from this? And I rather than anyone else on the planet, rather than anyone on the panel here, I mean, what makes us think that now?
If anything, I think it's less likely. He talked about the cloud of blood and particles that would be everywhere when Paul was shot, especially through the head. And then we
Being
have a pristine, clean Alex.
Especially being in that small contained space for at least the first shotgun blast.
And the notion that there'd be no point when the state's theory of the case is Alex killed them and then would have had to wash blood and brains off himself. There's no point in looking in the showers in the house that the state says is so close. You can see it from here. It's ridiculous.
He hosed himself off.
And when he was describing the shooting of Maggie, and he was holding the gun up like this, it was clear based on the angle that the bullet was going through her body, if you believe him, and he's correct, that the shooter was seemed to have been considerably the gun was considerably lower so that it can come in more an even plane to the ground than downward from the height that he was talking about. Seeing as how, Alex Murdaugh looks like he's at least as tall as this guy. To me, I was looking at this and I was like, this looks like the shooter was probably shorter than Alex. And that's, that's the only relevant information I'm trying to get at this stage of the trial. I'm trying to figure out, is it likely he did it or unlikely he did it? And I got nothing from this guy on that so far. I mean, he's not done yet, but I don't know. Was there anything I missed on that?
No, but the issue is when they talk about how that bullet went through that person. A great example is like the magic bullet theory with JFK, how the governor got shot and they think the bullet went all these different directions. Mm-hmm. It didn't. Like if the governor's crouched down hiding, it's a straight line through. So this idea, the bullet, we don't know what position she was in when she was shot all these times.
When a bullet hits an intermediary object, any object, whether it's a windshield or a glass window or a body, the direction that bullet takes after that point is completely unpredictable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't know anything at all except that bullet made holes. They have no idea where she was when she got hit.
Yeah.
So,
especially when a bullet is passing from air to something of much, much greater density, like a human body.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me get to some of these super chats here. Speaking of,
gonna cross-examine this guy, right? It looks like because he objected.
Yeah, that's usually the case. Speaking of dancing through the fire, we got this one. Was hoping it was intentional. Apparently, I got that one. Judge, sorry about that. Let me clear some of these off here. A bit sorry for Nick. Best 2 days so far. Great job. Does this episode that he's willing to die for this son?
That he was willing to get shot in the head so his son could get insurance.
Oh, yeah. Well, maybe he theoretically, maybe he liked Buster a lot more than Paul. It does. I think that's why it's not so terrible, because if he's showing such dedication to his son that he's willing to commit suicide in order to leave a legacy for them, is that consistent with someone who's willing to kill another son of his own? I mean, it does in that sense. I do think that could play well for the defense. Good point.
I think it does. I mean, he killed the wife and son he loved so he could get a slight delay in his financial crimes being exposed, but he's willing to be shot dead in the head on the roadside in order to protect and secure a future for his remaining son. Is that the same person?
Yeah. If I were the defense, I would make them produce any possible witness subject to everything from this point on. I would make this trial as long as OJ. Yeah, well, you don't want to alienate the jury. So welcome to the following, Blue Varo. Welcome aboard. In the evenings, I host a show every night, like at 10 o'clock Eastern time, called The Following Program, which is why anyone who joins up as a member is called a follower. You're not my follower. I'm not the leader. I'm a member of The Following, as well as the rest of you. We're all following together. So, towards greater unity, community, and obviously personal growth. Listen, I'm Reddit. As lawyers, I'm curious as to the inside of what is going on in the room between those lawyers now. Also, stay unbreaded.
Was that earlier when they had the short recess to get their evidence together?
That's possible. It probably was. It was at 10 o'clock. Yeah, so that's they probably were negotiating and trying to figure out which evidence was going to be coming in and which was not, and which parts perhaps should be trimmed. It seemed like that's what they were talking about at that point, right? When they were talking.
One of the funniest parts of this trial is how hard the lawyers are pretending that they respect each other.
Yeah, I don't think
they hate each other.
Yeah.
In the order that your expert opinion, they were suffered.
Yes, sir. Oh, this was earlier.
Maggie Murdaugh.
They got me. They got me.
You got trolled by law and crime.
I don't want to
put $1 in the law and crime jar.
Mang says this judge is clearly slanted. Agree with you and Branca. Not a fair trial. Add on another 3 weeks. Legendary Racing says the problem with juries is it's likely their only time being a juror. You guys have seen dozens or hundreds of trials. Jurors have seen one. They don't have the experience of what good or bad evidence is. And that's what I was saying, that they have less experience than a judge, much less than a judge. And a judge seems that this could be deemed relevant. So all the more so.
That's part of the process. The jury is like a lump of clay, unformed clay. And both the prosecution and the state, in their closing statements in particular, will be seeking to mold the jury into a figure that's favorable for their narrative.
True. This is not a court trial. This is a railroad job. Mike, Huntu, we're going to pronounce that Hunto. 4 Spot says, why didn't he care about Maggie and Paul, but he does care about Buster? Yeah, that's what we're talking about. I hope Alex Murdaugh flips on the bank and firm for their financial crimes.
Palmetto, that guy already got prosecuted.
Yeah. Another new member of the following, Jillian, welcome aboard.
Hey,
Glad to
Jillian.
see you here. John Gordon says, who else is ready to see this guy get destroyed on cross? I think we are all ready to watch this guy get destroyed on cross. David Atwood says, I also thought roadside shooting was good for him. Will end himself for son, but end other son and wife for money. Tara Reyna says, happy birthday to your grandson. Yes, I had a brand new grandson born this morning at around 2 a.m. So thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Congratulations.
Yeah, it's my oldest daughter's third boy. Her oldest just turned 2 in October, and the middle one is turned a year on January 6th. This is the third boy.
She name him Alec?
We name him at the bris, so we won't have a name for another week. But, yeah.
We can call him Alec for now. Maybe Alec.
Right now, he's just called Infant Logic. Happy birthday to your grandson, and congrats to all. Thank you so much, Tara. The murders happened before fraud was discovered. The civil suit wouldn't end. And if the probable cause for murder to indict, why the need to lie to the grand jury to add unrelated activity? I expect them to talk about the lie to the grand jury a lot. We're going to be hearing about that a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Because if they had, a grand jury, there's a famous saying, you can indict a ham sandwich at a grand jury and you don't need to lie to do it. And they had to lie to do it. That's how terrible their case is.
That's how little actual evidence they had. Right.
Yeah.
Twice.
Mike the Dad Crosby says, I get it. So the state's whole case is based on one officer's opinion. My first, maybe only question would be, officer, have you ever been wrong? Tara Reyna says the expiry date on the reward was a red flag on socials yesterday, but I think setting an expiry date may be to add incentive for info to a quick resolution. FYI, body temp could have helped. Probably 2, I think is what you said.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think
too
so.
long a time period. But obviously the expiry date. I heard saw people on Twitter saying, "Well, if you really wanted the reward to be effective, why did it have an expiration date?" Have you people ever seen a sale? Ends Friday, buy now.
No.
You put an expiration date on anything because you want to prompt action now.
Yes.
You want to get that information now.
Mm-hmm.
You don't want someone thinking, well, I don't want to do it now. There's too much stuff in the media, but sometime before trial, I'll come forward and collect the money.
He knew. And the difference.
Yeah, sorry, I was just listening. I was peeking in on court on Law and Crime, make sure I wasn't missing anything. Here's what I always say: just because you have a degree or license does not mean you're competent. Do you ask for a second opinion from a doctor? I've long said that I give very little credence to the intellect of people who have a lot of letters after their name. I think that just means they have the patience to sit through years of schooling. It doesn't mean that they have natural intelligence on any sort of level. So even when it says Harvard or Yale or some famously prestigious school, to me it's really window dressing.
In my experience,
Very
the higher
expensive
the
window
degree, the more of a contraindication it is of native intelligence.
Yeah. Our ball 716 says they're going to get him to say it could have been one shooter. Yeah, okay. It could have been one shooter is not, it must have been one shooter. There's a very big difference. And I think that he cannot say that there could not have been 2 shooters.
Where crime scene guy did he put that second weapon, the first weapon, while he was using the second weapon?
I'm going to ask you this. I was a little surprised that we didn't hear that question to Special Agent Owen about the possibility for there being multiple shooters. Were you guys expecting that to come from the defense and have any thoughts as to why you might not have heard that so far from them in any of the cross examinations?
I mean, they might have thought he would just give him a bad answer. The guy lied to the grand jury.
Yeah. I mean, I think
it's an opinion, right? You could say, well, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, but you have to, the opinion, he should have to justify what that opinion is based on. That's why I don't think it could be a bad answer, a bad question, because I think no matter what answer he gives, either he admits that there could be two shooters or he's going to look like a liar, which is why I was really expecting that question to come, because the best questions you can ask a witness are questions that you almost don't care what the answer is, because either way they're cooked. So if you either answer truthfully or if you're gonna lie, everyone's going to realize that you're lying. It's almost like that. That's what makes it a great question, because you're not bothered by what the answer is. Either way, you're going to be fine.
Yeah.
Well, they've already got the criminologist.
You would have asked.
Okay. Well, they've already got the criminologist to say it's a reasonable explanation. There was two shooters.
Right. But I'm saying if they're going to be bolstering, I would have every one of them, one witness after another, saying, "Yep, everyone up there says it could have been two shooters," and yet they only brought Alex up here. So, Lord Castellan says there's so many factors the shotgun itself has to spread, the choke, barrel length, GA all play. What's GA here in this context? All play a role in the spread. Gun analysis.
Gauge.
Okay.
The gauge of the shotgun.
They have no recovered guns, so yeah, okay. Keely Sexton says somehow Alex was doing legal work, money launderer for the gang. His financial activities were getting exposed. He got involved with cartel through Eddie. This was a hit to make statement. Gang is saying, and it was a gang. That's why he was saying they did him so bad. I am to me the gang explanation is easily the most likely is to my mind the most consistent with all of the evidence that's been presented so far. And furthermore, I think it's possible that he knew the gang hit was coming. I think that it's like it could have been a statement that they said, you didn't get us this money by next Thursday, we're going to basically kill Maggie or kill Paul, whatever. That he knew it was coming. And they probably, and you can understand why they would want him to be alive while still killing his family. It's a way of turning screws on him. So this way
he's got to make the money.
Yeah,
well, exactly. Yeah.
So this way, he knows, and that's why. And if you think about it, if that is true, you can't tell the police that. Well, what's he gonna? Well, he can't tell the police that, this was a gang hit, because without implicating yourself that you have all this association with these gang ties and getting yourself thrown in jail for 1,000 other things. So that's, to me, the gang hit makes the most sense with the nature of the killing, with the brutality of the killing, with there being two different guns, implying more than one, implying in the natural course of events, most likely there was more than one shooter. The sus type of behavior, Alex perhaps intentionally taking steps with the phone in order to show he knows it's coming, like right now, like that evening it's coming, in order to try and build a timeline so people can see that it was not him being the shooter here, without admitting that he knows a killing is coming. So all of that, to my mind, for those of you who are somewhat interested in the whole whodunit element, to me that's what seems most consistent. But
you're suggesting that he left he knew the schedule of the murder of his wife and son?
Yeah, I mean, he could. I think. I
find that very hard to believe.
I think it's possible. I think
he has more guns than any gang that would show up. He could take them all out if he wanted to.
Really? Really?
He's got the scopes. He
loved them too much for that. He's not leaving them behind to be brutally executed by a drug gang. That's not happening.
A third of a mile
he would convince himself he could get away out of it.
Could the cartel collect the reward? We did it. That'd be funny. Let me make sure I don't miss this here as I'm running through. They're saying they're paying this witness big money to come and put puzzle pieces together using duct tape and a protractor.
Well, hopefully, just for curiosity, I hope they ask how much he's getting paid, because I'm just morbidly curious what this guy's costing them.
Mike Lombardo says, all I've heard from the state regarding evidence is because we didn't search the mom's house or this or that place, that's where he must have hidden the guns. That is pretty convenient if you think about it. JM Corp says medical examiners said the shotgun was 3 feet away. At the angle of the guy's funnel, the shotgun would have to be underground. And that's why I'm really curious about the whole angle thing. If anyone should have been able to tell us this, you would think it would have been the criminologist, and so far we've got nothing. Aren't there 12 pellets in a 3-inch shell for double-barreled buck?
I believe that's correct, by the way. So most shot shells are 2 3/4 inch in length, and those 00 buckshot have 9 pellets typically. But the 3-inch, of course, is a little bit longer, so you can fit 3 more pellets in there.
Justin Wright says, based on his assumptions, it is a sound theory outside the shotgun type. I believe it was a break for action. He doesn't make a good teacher, in my opinion. It's still BS. Flux says, Alec forever looking like he is about to throw up and pass out. That dude needs to lay down. Prosecution makes me feel bad for him. Mike B says the witness's father get him a liter of cola. Okay. Thanks, Joe. I couldn't watch on ADB and her mob. You're very, very welcome. It's my privilege to be here. Duncan says, I feel like the manner and location of the deaths has been very well established. The testimony of this expert seems redundant and worthless. That's what I was like. I don't know what we have now that we didn't have before he came up here. Like, I just don't get it. Maybe something's yet to come. I don't know. Joe Everyman says peer review means a coworker made sure you filled out the forms right and that you followed your your standard operating procedures. Doesn't make your standard operating procedures valid. Very well said. You see,
doesn't make your analysis correct. It just means you checked off the boxes. You followed the steps of whatever the procedure was.
Yeah, Joe Everyman is a critical thinker. That's great critical analysis. Steve says this guy thrives on captive audiences. He can't get anyone to listen to more than 3 words in the real world. Yeah, that's probably true. Gene F says, do you think the defense isn't objecting because they want the prosecution to bury themselves and then tear into this guy on their turn? I'd like to think so. I think it's a really strong possibility. Lily Smith says to Charles, so loud I can't hear you guys when you talk. Love you, Joe. Yeah, I turned it down after you said that. Thank you for calling to my attention. Thunder Kid says, my thought, Alec paid Eddie to kill him so the family could pay off the boat case. Eddie shows up, though Paul thought Paul was Alec, killed Maggie and Paul, freaked out and ran. All right, that's
well, evidence.
It could be. I don't. Duncan Idaho says the witness wasn't asked to point to Alec. The prosecution is getting sloppy. It's pretty funny. Duncan makes me laugh. And Ezine Anderson says, gasp! I'm a criminologist. How dare you tell the truth about it being a worthless degree? Somebody warned 20 years ago me.
And I mentioned earlier, the worst criminologist degree holders are cops when they go get that degree. And that's because, in my experience, folks, when cops go to some kind of like after work class to get some kind of degree, to get a bump in pay, they spend most of that time telling each other cop stories. There's not a lot of actual learning going on.
Yeah, that's true. This is a great point here by Dragon's Treasure, where he's saying, have you ever seen a case that's more simultaneously overkill and severely lacking? And
one follows the other.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going to go. One does follow the other. When you have so little of genuine evidence, you sort of pound the table all the harder about the stuff that you think might help you get a conviction. I think now I got this live.
I'm going to allow in his neighbor's arrest for DWI.
You agree it's a gang hit. Thank you. I think he, if he's spending $50,000 a week on drugs, I would think that would hurt the cartel's business if he sobers up. I think they don't want him dead. I agree with you on that. But I do think he was probably a dealer. I don't think anyone could use $50,000 worth of drugs a week. I think he was dealing.
Yes.
Dr. Kinsey, I just have a few more questions on direct examination. Did you see any evidence or anything that would reflect a struggle between Paul and the shooter?
I did not.
And can you explain that to the jury, please?
Typically, if when you observe defensive wounds, what's called defensive wounds, you would see signs of a struggle. I saw none on Miss Maggie Murdaugh or Paul Murdaugh in any of the autopsy or crime scene photos.
I just don't understand the relevance of this no defensive
Thank you.
wounds
Please answer
thing.
your questions.
That can happen in either scenario. Alex killed him or someone else killed him.
Oh, it's not Harpootlian. Oh, it is. Wait. He's getting an assist from this.
No, this is always the guy who does the cross on experts. He's good. Although his cross at Tingsley was pretty brief.
Yeah.
He's got the whiteboard out.
He's got the 0 for 74 ready to go. He's going to say, shouldn't there have been so much blood on the killer?
Your Honor, I'd like to request EMS before we start.
Deputy or chief or what?
I haven't been a deputy in about 25 years, Mr. Harpootlian, but I'll answer.
Oh, it is
whatever you
Harpootlian.
want, sir.
Yeah.
You may regret that.
It's good to use some calm in front of the jury.
So,
Show your humanity.
you've been, when did you start in law enforcement?
Around 93.
Okay. And you were in Orangeburg?
Yes, sir.
You know, back then, I was a solicitor in the Fifth Circuit. I was the prosecutor there. Do you remember that?
I've testified for you a couple times, Mr. Harpootlian.
I thought you looked familiar. So you actually were my witness a couple times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't know if we're going to have much dispute today, but I'm going to try to understand a couple of things, if that's okay with you.
Absolutely.
So let's understand the wound to Paul, the two wounds to Paul. And as I understand it, you were saying that he was standing how far back when he got shot, strike that. For his bloody footprints to be there, those footprints had to be made after he had the shot in the chest, correct?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
And so how far back in the room were those footprints?
The footprints are approximately, because I have no way, once everything was pressure washed and cleaned out, but looking at the actual crime scene photographs and then taking my own measurements, the placard, the yellow placard that's in the photographs is approximately at 5 foot. And he was on the other side of, so he was occupying that 6 foot area.
And there were no scales in any of those pictures, were there?
There were not, no, sir.
Let me just talk about this generally before we get to that. You teach a course on crime scene processing?
Yes, sir.
You teach a course on how one should photograph a crime scene?
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to try to oversimplify
He's coming.
this. There's basically 2 or 3 things that you want on any crime scene photo. The first is a scale, correct?
Well, there's 3 types of photos. One of those includes a scale. Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, obviously you don't have a scale. It's a long shot out, like from outside the feed room in. But for something like bloody footprints, you would want a scale.
I would. Yes, sir.
And you'd want multiple lighting sources so that it's well lit.
Well, if you operate the camera correctly, you have your light source. And that's why you do it from 90 degrees over perpendicular to the footprint, because you can hit all the angles and then choose the best exposure that takes those shadows out.
So if you do 90, do you recommend taking more than one shot?
Yes, sir. Typically.
I mean, at different perspectives of the same item?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you recommend multiple shots, including one, got to have one 90 degree.
If for comparison evidence, you do. Yes, sir.
And in the sense of the shoes, the shoe prints you think you saw, they were definitely Paul's shoes. You did that comparison.
Just like with the tire tread, they share class characteristics with Paul's shoes.
And were
Yes, sir.
those shoes facing towards the front or the back of the feet?
When they were made, it appears they were going toward the door.
Right.
But it would be hard for me to tell you without some kind of mark on that pavement to be able to orient them.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Without a mark on the pavement or some type of landmark, it would be hard for me to orient them from the photograph.
Okay. And again, if you'd had a scale or multiple pictures of that one shot, I mean, straight down and multiple pictures, you could have done a little bit more in terms of that, could you not?
An examiner possibly could have, yes, sir.
And the trail of blood leads towards the front door, right?
It does.
And how long was that trail?
Well, if he was in the 6 foot and you got 4 past him, at least 5 foot from where he starts dripping blood, then he steps in it and then he makes his way to the door.
So you think he was a foot and a half inside the door when he got shot with the second shot?
Well, his feet were inside the door, but his shoulder and his head was slightly outside the door.
Leaning forward?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so the first shot, as I understand it, hit his shoulder.
The second shot is the one that hit the shoulder.
No, I'm talking about, let's talk about
The fatal one.
the fatal.
Yes, sir.
It hits his shoulder.
Yes, sir.
So based on, now you met with Dr. Reamer, the pathologist,
I did.
and she showed you her photos. Y'all talk about her photos?
I offered to go over the photos with Dr. Reamer, and she told me that she had limited crime scene experience, and that I'd have to determine that she looked at the wounds and she makes her determinations, and that wasn't really her forte.
Okay, so, but she said shot in the shoulder. I'm talking about the fatal shot.
The path, yes, sir.
Into the neck, out the top of the head.
That is correct.
Okay, so, and how, you said you had some difficulty in determining Paul's height.
Well, the DMV record, the printout showed 5'6".
You mean the one he declares himself?
The autopsy information showed 5'9", and I know a young man like that will hit a growth spurt. That's not my area. So,
But would you consider Dr. Reamer's measurement probably more accurate than what he told the DMV?
or he could have grown since he registered with the DMV. Yes, sir.
So why wouldn't we just use 5'9"?
So,
I mean, is that fair?
well, but then he's got damage to the top of his head. So I asked myself, how could Dr. Reamer get it exactly right when the top portion of his head's gone? So I had to guesstimate, and I figured the best way to do it is split the two.
And the two were, so you had him at what height?
DMV showed 5'6" on the printout, and Dr. Reamer showed 5'9". So I figured somewhere around 5'7.5" to 5'8".
So 5'7.5".
And then you take the foot from there to the actual wound.
Right, I guess, so where the wound occurs, the initial I guess it's his shoulder.
Yes, sir.
How high was that?
That was approximately 4'7".
4'7".
Yes, sir.
Okay. So
he's getting to what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
A shotgun of the type they found is about 3 feet long.
Right. How could he get his hand? How could someone as tall as Alex get his hands that low to angle it upward to 4'7"? I mean, he's got to be crouched on the ground.
Right. At least 18 inches of barrel longer on that shotgun, those Benelli Eagles. But at least 18 inches and another half foot to the trigger. So at least 2 feet. So the trigger would have been at a height of 2 feet 7 inches.
Which would be well below
let's do
Alex's knee.
Please.
No, it'd be like around, his basically crotch height is where his trigger, his hand that's holding the base.
His crotch would be about 3 feet off the ground.
So
He's 6'4".
take this from me.
No, he's not 6'4". He's not that tall.
Alex?
Yeah, he's not that tall. He
I believe
gives
he
a
is.
full impression. When I looked him up, he was only about 5'11".
It seemed like 5'11" and 6 foot.
Straight.
Well, that's just according to the DMV. You got to add a couple inches.
He looks much taller, but that's because he's next to his manlet son, Paul. That's so short in all the
Let
pictures.
me do this. I think you can do this with one of these. 4 foot. 6.
Well, finally, we're getting to this. This is exactly what I was waiting for.
Yes, sir.
You don't have a locker.
You can use this witness to exonerate Alex, like 95%.
Okay. So
Yeah,
then
it
Shooting
looks
from the hip,
almost-
gangland style. I wouldn't recommend that with a shotgun.
straight up.
I don't know why I thought he was 6'4", but when I do a Google search, it mostly comes up 5'11", 6 foot.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought I had the same
The
thing.
height of
Google
the-
taught me I was wrong on what my eyes were showing me.
Approximate height of his shoulder, depending on how far he's dipping.
You think it's lower?
Could be, yes, sir. Like I said, when you've got a wound
Please
to
make
that
it lower.
side, I would expect him to be favoring that shoulder.
Harpoonian's happy
So-
with that.
What's your opinion of how, I mean, you're the professional. I'm just
You're feeling.
Looking at the defects on this side of the door.
Yeah.
And it's several of them there, even though they've been pressure washed. If I run a string back in the area of 4.7, somewhere in the middle, gave me 135-degree angle. That's give or take 5 or 6 degrees.
And that's what Dr. Reamer said in her report, 135 degrees.
I don't know if she said that in her report.
135 degrees.
Yes.
All right. Can do that. Thanks. Give me 2 seconds and I'll be fine.
But that's not absolute. Like I said, a lot of variables could change that a couple of degrees.
You got to prove guilty on a reasonable doubt.
Okay, here we go. Make sure it's at the right. There we go. So.
They should have a dowel cut to the same length as the shotgun that's in evidence with markings for where the trigger is and just do a demonstration.
Well, while I'm looking for this, was there any evidence of stippling, soot, powder, burn, anything? Is soot the same thing as a powder burn?
Soot is byproduct, yes, sir.
Okay. Around it.
But soot can wipe off. The powder burn, the stippling doesn't easily wipe off. It's actually tattooed.
And that would indicate a pretty close shot.
Yes, sir, it would.
And you would agree, Dr. Reamer said there was no evidence of any of that, any stippling, anything that indicates a close-in shot.
That is accurate.
And she testified, I don't know if you saw her, did you see her testify?
A little bit of it.
Okay. She testified that the muzzle of the gun, the weapon, the shotgun, would have had to been at least 3 feet away, perhaps 4, but at least 3 feet away. Is that consistent with your experience?
I don't know if that's consistent with my experience. I'm not trying to disagree with the pathologist, but I don't see how the angle would work out.
It doesn't work with his theory.
Short shotgun. I don't see that angle working out 3 feet away. It may have been within 3 foot.
Right, because the shotgun would have to be in the
How far
ground.
away was it? There was no, I mean, at what point?
Well, at the angle, the bullet defects would have been here at 76 inches.
This is bad
So you've
thinking.
got quite a difference there. If I could get that dowel.
If his theory is correct, stippling doesn't work like the pathologist says it does.
You want to swap places with
That's a
me?
bad
I'm
bet.
trying to find that 135 degree comment by her, but
To make that axis.
He's assuming his theory is correct and he's trying to fit the facts to his
3 foot,
theory.
we're
That's
here,
not how you do
right.
science.
At 2 foot, we're here. So I believe it would be more in line with 2 foot, but I'm not contradicting a pathologist.
okay.
I know it's in here. Give me 2 seconds. I thought I had it.
You'd have to have never fired a shotgun to believe that it's not going to leave stippling at 2 feet.
Give me 1 more second here. Well, so assume that you said, and you relied on Dr. Reamer's 135 degree shot. Let's follow that down.
Now, Mr. Harpootlian, I reviewed her stuff, but I went and measured my own angle on that door. Now, I didn't rely on her angle.
Well, but she actually, you're going based on
She's
where
actually a
those pellets
scientist.
were,
Yes, sir.
and she would be going on measurements on the shoulder.
Yes, sir.
And she's actually looking at the wound,
Yes, sir.
and she would have maybe a more accurate angle because she knows, she sees what the wound is.
She knows the angle to him,
Right.
but she can't relate that to the defect.
Well, neither can
at
you.
scene.
But do you think it's, I mean, 135 degrees is basically a 45 degree angle, correct?
Oh, I bet the
Not
prosecution
quite, but yes,
regrets
sir.
calling.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
So it's 45 degrees off of
that dot? I did my measurement from a little bit lower on the door frame. I took my protractor and placed it on the door frame, inside the door frame, let's say.
So you don't think it's that tall, you think it's down?
Well, that's where his shoulder's at, but the angle of the gun, depending on the length of the barrel,
Right.
it would have to be here, because it's not a contact wound, so it
Right.
would have to be down a little bit, but the angle doesn't change, just the distance changes.
Right, right. So, but.
Thank you for helping me.
So, but if you come off of this 45 degrees, for the sake of argument.
Okay, for the sake of argument.
Okay. That would show you the angle of whatever hit his shoulder.
As long as the angle stays the same, yes, sir.
Okay. So the angle's not.
I got it on 135, by the way.
But 135 would be
45 the other way.
45 degrees off of straight up and down. So don't you have to take it over this way?
Well, you've got 90 in the middle. It depends on where your axis is.
Oh my God.
You've got 90 in the middle. This
It's a goddamn
180
protractor.
all the
It's
way
not that
around
complicated.
60. So here we've got 135 off of the door.
Going that way. Can you make it go this way, please?
I don't quite understand.
I want the line not going this way. I want to be able to draw it out this way.
You just
This is very
Well,
good.
that makes it 45 degrees
you go
now.
above it.
Okay, would you do me a favor? And let me get a ruler for you.
He doesn't understand that
Ruler, please.
He doesn't understand that
45
180
is
degrees minus,
complementary to.
yeah, 135.
Imagine you had 135 cheeseburgers. How many cheeseburgers would you need more to get to 180
Let's
cheeseburgers?
take it.
I'll hold it. Like that. You'll just get that.
Look, if I can out Matthew, you've got some problems.
Good thing he's got that PhD.
So,
I got a PhD.
Doctor.
and again, it could be somewhat lower,
I guess they'd have to be a White Castle or Wendy's, right? You'd want a square
but
patty.
And that would change the angle. That's why I said approximately 135. It could change it a little bit.
how much?
A few degrees. Well, if you figure if this is 135 and if he's 2 inches lower, that would, take
please go lower.
5 degrees off,
So that would be 130.
maybe. If you sit it up there, we'll measure it. I can take it for sure.
So, okay, let me, what do you want me to do?
You hold the protractor up. There you go.
This is hilarious.
Gotta go this way. No,
You had it. You had it. There you go.
but you want to go
We
back.
better stop the hamburger references. If they're watching this on YouTube, we may have evidence introduced of the Hamburglers Association with Alex Murdaugh.
I got a feeling you're familiar with me, Mr. Hopkins.
Didn't you once buy a cheeseburger at McDonald's, sir?
So that's
They
130.
kicked the door open.
Five.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
what do you want to make it?
Well, I'm not measuring it this way. I mean, you tell me what you want me to make it, because I measured it this angle.
Yeah, but this is just the flip side of that. Remember how you're talking about the negative?
This is not inspiring confidence in our criminal justice
This.
system.
That. Okay, that's 135. What do you want to make it?
At least they're not engaged in anything important like a life sentence in prison.
There you go.
All
There
right,
you
so
go.
if it was, let's say this end was down a little bit, that would make it what? And you're on the bottom half now, so that changes it. Now we're at 40.
Next is paper mache.
Yeah, it was 45.
Right,
Now
yeah.
it's 40.
Right.
See, I went to function too.
Yeah.
And so, this is sad. So if you make it 40 instead of 45 degrees, what is it?
Here.
Come on.
So,
Come on.
Almost there.
Come on. Do it.
okay, you want to draw that in?
It's really not good if the people are laughing at your witness.
Yeah, but you know what? This is all setting up to basically calculate exactly how high the gun had to be, depending on the size of the gun.
Those are basically
How high the trigger had to
what
be.
you're saying is those are the two possible paths, and there may be one in the middle.
It could be. Yes, sir.
Could be.
Or how low.
And you believe that the shooter was how far away from him with that shotgun?
I think 3 foot is a stretch without having some damage to the door frame.
Right.
Because them shot pellets immediately when they leave the barrel of that gun, at 3 foot, that shot pellet's going to spread 1 inch. There's no damage to the outside of that door frame.
Why would there be?
Why would there be what?
If it's spread, how far, 1 inch?
If Paul's shoulder is barely reaching that door frame, and that's what the blood evidence tells me.
Right.
If you are further back, them shot pellets are going to do what they're supposed to do. They're going to open up, and there's no shot damage to that door frame.
Okay.
So
Literally nothing you can say from this point on will do any good.
You recognize it?
Oh, they got the shotgun out of evidence.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's a vanilla shotgun, is that right?
yes, sir, it is. Okay, so I prefer to put on those. I have some.
Look at the size of that shotgun. How low he would have.
They're using that for duck and turkey. It has a much longer barrel than a typical pump action shotgun.
Yeah.
Much longer than an 18-inch barrel.
I was gonna say it can't be a gun with that barrel length.
Okay, if you take that shotgun and
Because even a midget couldn't do
back
that
here, I don't mind if
and
you
fire
point
up
in my
into Paul's.
Don't point to the judge.
So
or the
if
jury.
you take
24-inch
the
shotgun.
muzzle of that gun
24-inch
and
barrel.
follow the line down, please. And let me turn this just a little bit so that you're back here can see. Okay, follow this down. Either one of those down.
Look, he's got a kneel.
So that would be the position the shooter had.
That's the angle. And I'm on the opposite side, of where the shot came from, and I don't know the length of the barrel, but that would be the angle.
If I'm standing
that long.
on it, I'm standing in the door. Why is that the opposite side? Bent down.
Oh my God!
I don't understand. Why
Rebooting.
the opposite side.
The shot came from over here. It didn't come
Well, this is
from.
a two-dimensional representation of a three.
Owen smells blood on the water now. He's going.
But I'm trying to figure out just the angle from the muzzle.
All right, if you're coming out of the door
Right.
and you got damage to your right shoulder.
Right, there you
Instead
go.
of your left shoulder.
Same.
All right, turn this way.
Okay,
And that is the door frame
right,
was
Still
here.
bending over.
right.
Yeah.
But and that distance there is how far from the barrel?
2.5 to 3 foot.
Just to be. So actually, that is.
I'm going to your shoulder now.
Okay.
You gotta turn. Yeah, you gotta turn.
So that is about 24 inches.
Well, you stepped closer, but yes, sir, about 24 inches.
You're not doing it right. You're ruining my model.
So this is getting complicated. So what you're saying is whoever shot him was holding the shotgun that low?
Really low, yes, sir. Not from the shoulder, from some position other than the shoulder.
Why? Would it be easier just to go
Why?
Boom.
right in the head?
Sir, I can't figure out why people do what they do.
Well, then I guess, okay, so the person with the shotgun has just shot him in the chest, and he would have been turned to the left. And that would have gone through under his armpit, out the window.
Right.
Okay. And then he shuffles over to the right of that position,
Toward the door.
towards the door. And then whoever has just shot him, you would agree with me, the first shot was inside the, the shooter would have been inside the feed room for shot number
At
one.
least to here. If this.
So he backs up outside the door and then
if this is
crouches
the door
down.
Right.
frame,
Yep.
the ejection port of that shotgun was in at least this far.
And how far
You
back
don't
was he
fucking know that.
in the room when he got shot?
Paul,
Yeah.
just on the other side of the 5 foot mark.
Okay, so how far was it from that 5 foot mark to the door frame?
5 foot.
No, but I mean, how far would the barrel have been?
Oh my
That
God.
was just inside.
Well, it depends on the length of the shotgun.
Assume that's Benelli, whatever the
Well,
name.
if this represents 5 foot,
Right.
and I've got the ejection port inside the door, what, 2 foot? I mean, you don't want the ruler, but 2 foot maybe.
This only makes sense if the killer tripped over his own feet, fell backwards, and then fired up at Paul as Paul was lurching toward him.
Okay, so I'm gonna move this way. So it's even.
Or the chicken shot him.
It sounds like what he's describing is that the killer fell backwards onto his own butt and fired from the ground. Because even a midget couldn't be firing from this angle.
I don't know what you see, but this is the door. It'd be easy to measure.
This is actually 6 feet.
So if this,
So that's 5 feet.
for demonstrative purposes, if it's this gun, and that reaches inside, so that's what, how far? I can see.
I'm at 5 feet.
Okay, it's just a little bit behind 5 foot,
Okay.
because he's occupying that next foot. There you go. So how far is that?
Right now,
This is 5 feet.
Okay.
This is a little bit back from
Yes,
5
sir.
feet.
Now, can't your body?
This way? or
Yes, sir.
This way, okay.
Now, can't your body?
Turn my feet.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Mensa is saying, "Don't call us, we'll call you."
okay.
It's like the Rex Kwando scene in Napoleon
And
Dynamite.
you're shooting me in the chest.
Yes, sir.
And the distance between that barrel and my chest is, well, that's 29, 30 inches. 30 inches. 30 inches, that's what this says to me, 30 inches.
Yeah, with this shotgun.
Okay, right. And so I would get, I mean, just a minute ago, we said at 36 inches, or you said maybe it was closer. I mean, is this consistent with stippling?
Yes, sir. Within
Okay.
5 foot. Yes, sir.
Okay. And when we had it to 4 and you were shooting up at me, it was about the same distance, maybe six more inches between the barrel and me, right?
Mhm.
And there's
Oh my
no
God,
stippling.
I just realized something.
Okay.
He had to be on laying.
You're the expert. What does that mean?
Well, he also has,
Oh, wow.
I don't know, I can't answer that.
I don't know. And your expert says, I don't know.
Well,
He has to be on the
on
ground.
that first
This
shot,
is that
you
much
know,
more blood
you
raining
say
down on him.
that he was. You say he
Up at him
was,
from below. There's that much more blood raining down on him.
whatever you call it, same jets. What's it called?
Ejection port.
There you go. The ejection port had to be
What's it
inside the room
Yes, sir.
for,
Well, the second shot, now all it had to be is pointed towards the room.
why?
Because it's going to eject to the right. So if this is the door frame and I've got the ejection port pointed toward the room,
I
it's
don't even
going
know
to
what kind of
eject
gun it
into
is,
the room.
where the ejection port is. Stop it.
The first shot, because it was straight on, had to be at least past the door frame.
Right. But the second shot, if the ejection port was
Pointed toward the room.
pointed towards the
I could
room,
be this far away from the door, the second shot, and the ejection port would still throw it that direction.
so doesn't that change the calculation here on how far away that gun was? Because the ejection port on this, is that it down there? Where is it? There it is right there. The ejection port is, who you just agreed with me, about
So now he had to be kneeling, crouched over, and twisting the gun 90 degrees in his
On that
hand,
shotgun, yes, sir.
rotating it.
Or as I said, fell on his butt
a
and
possible.
firing up at Paul as Paul's stumbling toward him.
Doesn't match up with the ejected marks on the shells found in the, but there's some theory that this would be about the same shot. So you would agree with me that the shooter would have been, how about show me again how low they would have been holding this?
Shows again.
I would do that a lot.
Other side, but here.
Makes no fucking sense.
Well, I mean, I don't know how long the arms are. There's a lot of variables there, but.
Well, how about
you know,
this
it could've been
guy's length
here.
of arms?
It
How
could've
about
been
him?
Here. I
You're the
mean,
freaking
I can't
expert.
tell you the mechanics of it. All I can look at is the angle.
And
Without knowing the mechanics, you can't tell
that
anything.
angle, you would agree with me, is an unusual angle. Typically, people shoot a shotgun from their shoulder.
Typically, unless you and I are both occupying nearly the same space,
Wouldn't there be stippling or powder
Right.
burns or some?
I can't explain that. But
Well, okay, so you can explain it. I'll take that answer.
Yes, sir.
But it would be inconsistent for them to be that close, wouldn't it?
Well, you figure if Paul made it to the door, whoever fired the first shot could have retreated or could have backed up, better word for it, could have backed up or even was taking cover to see what was going to happen. And then I believe the angle would fit or could fit that two persons could be that close to that door frame.
Hand me the weapon again, please. Might want to step that way. Well, you're blocking the dirt.
Oh.
That's better. So we both agree that the first shot is square into his chest.
Well, I can't say square, but it's directly on. Yes, sir.
Okay, which is at shoulder height.
Boom. Well, it could have been shoulder height. It could have been like I was holding it just now. No. Before. I mean,
He's going to shoot him if he's not careful.
It could have been here. It could have been here. I mean, I can't tell you the mechanics.
Whoever
held the
shooting him in the
angle.
chest is holding it.
Parallel to the ground or near parallel. Yes, sir.
And we know it went down here.
I don't believe so. No, sir. Not the path of the bullets going out the back window.
Okay.
The pellets, not bullets.
So either at his shoulder or just under his shoulder. Now, shotgun has pretty good kick to it, doesn't it? Buckshot?
Yes, sir. Pretty decent.
So
Could be the
I guess
kick
what I
back
don't
and backwards on
understand,
his
and you
butt.
have no explanation for it, is why the second shot would be like this. I mean, we agree the normal height person would have to crouch to make that shot. Correct?
I don't know where they wanted the end of that barrel placed, Mr. Harpoon. I can't tell you that part with my science. I can't. All I can look at is the angle.
My science.
Which is about like this.
Well, it's here, but in reverse.
Here, but in reverse.
Which is about like this.
Very scientific.
Correct? The barrel would have to be, okay.
Yeah,
Like
make it
that.
more difficult, please.
But you would agree with me, I'm bent over to do that.
I think it's looking more like the chicken.
So the shooter was a very short person,
But here,
Say it.
I'm not bent over that far, and I'm almost 6 foot.
but what, I don't understand.
How are you firing a gun like
Go
that?
ahead and take a stand. I don't understand what circumstance would cause a person to, you might want to move that one over, to do this or this, and then immediately do this or do this to put that second shot in.
Objection asked and answered.
I'll allow it.
You simply should understand, the question is,
The question is
It wasn't a question.
that your position is that the
Rhetorical
first shot was
statement.
like this. The second shot would have been like, if I'm standing up straight like this, not a very good aim, or crouched down. If it's a normal sized person, right?
The first angle was almost parallel with the ground.
Yeah.
Right.
The second angle was somewhere between 100, somewhere around 135.
It could be two shooters. That's why one has a buckshot and the other has a birdshot
I
also.
can't tell you the
One's
psychology of
crouched
any
down,
more
the
or any
other's in
less.
front of
That
him.
is
So what height was the entrance one on that chest?
on the chest.
Yeah.
Approximately 4'3" or 4'4", I believe, according to the
4'3".
Great point by Matt.
4'4".
Because that would have been below the shoulder wound, right?
Yes, sir.
So it'd be, let me see how that works.
Who would go prone on the wet floor? I mean, for what purpose? Kill him,
you're
just shoot him.
completely- Yeah, you're against a guy who's got a rifle, possibly. That'd be dangerous.
No, they were both shotguns.
Well, no, Paul had a rifle with him.
4 foot. You think 4'3"?
I'm fairly certain. Yes, sir.
If you trust me, that's 4'3".
I believe, yeah.
Okay, and I'm about 5'10" on a good day. So that would be about right for me, wouldn't it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that first shot, if it was on that person's shoulder, if they put it on their shoulder, they would have been approximately.
Alex dug a hole. Finish your ball.
Any way to figure out?
Very creative.
That's very good,
I don't
Kelly.
know.
Makes a lot of sense.
Character.
Unless you had a tripod that you could hold the gun and shoot it many times, the actual gun, and measure it. I don't know the scientific. If it is one, it's way out of my purview. I look at the angles and I look at the damage and I develop my angles. That's what I do.
Okay.
Do you look at the physiognomy of the shooter? I consider that at all.
Okay. I think I'm done with the gun. You can have a seat.
Can I take the gloves off, or we could do this again?
Tripod's his grinder name.
Yeah. Well, I love his argument of, well, we
I
use a
think we're
tripod
done with the gun, but I gotta tell you.
to produce results, but he's like, that's not my job. I don't produce scientific results.
So, I don't think I need this anymore, Mr. Barber. I'm sorry.
Taking away Barbara's
Find what I wanted.
easel.
Where's-
The funny thing is, I can't tell if Dick Poon's doing the, I'm just explain to me like I'm 5, or he
Shut up.
truly doesn't understand this guy's theory.
With you. You were hired on December 22nd?
I think it was in November when I first got to review the evidence, and I think I was hired in October. I can't tell you the actual date on my retainer, but it was several weeks after that before I ever got access to evidence.
Okay, so you read a crime scene reconstruction done by a guy named Bevel from Oklahoma, did you not?
I did I did read that, yes, sir, but I did not depend on that to make my determinations.
No, I'm just saying.
Okay, yes, sir.
For purposes
I did
of-
review that, yes, sir.
Okay, and do you remember when he generated his report?
I don't, Mr. Harpootlian.
Would it surprise you if he generated it in 2022, early? Several months before you even asked, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were their second choice?
I don't know if I was their second choice. I was a choice.
Okay. Let me make sure I understand the date of Mr. Bevel's report. So he issued a report in March of 2022, and you were not asked to get involved until October of 2022.
I had a phone call shortly after. I don't even remember who I talked with, but someone called me shortly after the homicides and asked me if I would mind taking a look at stuff. And I said, I'm always available to help if I can.
Okay. Now, the other things that you looked at, let me just make sure we understand what
The implication is the state didn't like their first expert's results, so they found a second expert.
You had
And I'm sure that first expert has far better presentation and credentials.
David Green recording of June 7th, 2021. You remember looking at that?
Body camera. Yes, sir.
Right. And in that body camera interview, when they talked to Mr. Murdaugh, he indicates the phone had fallen out of Paul's pocket when he tried to check his pulse, and he put it on. It didn't explode out of anywhere. He put it on that picture that you introduced just a moment ago. He put it on his rear end. Correct?
It may have said that in the body
Okay.
camera.
So there was no exploding out of any pocket, right?
I don't believe it did. And that's what I said. Someone other than Paul put it there.
Okay. Now you had a SLED crime scene investigator summary. Was that by Agent Worley?
I read several SLED reports, but Agent Worley's report was one of them. Yes, sir.
Okay, and you digested everything in that report that was relevant to your inquiry?
I read those reports just so I have the knowledge of it, but what I can work out on my own, even if it contradicts their results, I like to make my own.
For instance,
conclusion.
she had very distinct measurements on shell casing location, right?
Yes, sir, I believe they
And you
did.
relied on that, certainly, in looking at shell casing placement.
When you say shell casing, are you
I'm
talking
talking
about?
about where the Blackout 300 shell casings were.
I looked at the path. I did not look at the measurement per se, because like I said, the shooter moving, the victim moving, not having the rifle and be able to say exactly where it throws that shell casing, I don't get too involved with that. I'll look at the general path where they're at, but as far as so many feet, so many inches, I don't pay a lot of attention to that.
And I'm not asking you that, but it would show you the path of the shooter, would it not?
Well, like I said earlier in my testimony, it could or it may not. You can't look and say a shooter started here and ended here, because he might have went from here to here and back to here.
Well,
So
let me rephrase that. Not necessarily the path, but at least you would know generally where the shooter was if you look at the coagulation of all those shots. For instance, what we see, if you remember correctly, is a number of these shell casings. There's one sort of back on the gravel road, and then all of the rest of them are located in a fairly small area on the grass, and then there's one under her, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would show you, at least generally, I mean, the one under her had to have been a shot that was fired while she was upright and fell on it, correct?
I would agree with that assessment.
Okay. But it'd give you some general idea where the shooter was. General idea.
General idea, somewhere within 5 foot, 5 or 6 foot.
He's so confident in his other estimations of people's positions.
30 foot. It's going to be confined to that area, and all I can do is probably put a general perimeter within, a couple yards at the most from Miss Maggie Murdaugh.
Did you look at the autopsy report?
I did, yes, sir.
And the autopsy report, Dr. Reamer indicated the angle of the shot, we talked this to death, was 135 degrees.
No, 45
I
degrees.
really wasn't aware of that, but I look at the photos more than the report part.
Okay, hold on one.
He likes pictures. He looked at the graphic novel version of the autopsy
Let me
report.
ask them to find it.
He can add in pictures to his own pictures, so that's why he's going to appreciate it more.
Yeah, I want to see the 300 blackout that throws brass 30 feet. How hot is that load? This is like mortar rounds.
Let me ask you what else you looked at. You list a bunch of things here. You looked at lab photos of victims' clothing, trace reports, DNA, CS. What's CS photos, evidence processing? What's CS mean? Crime scene.
Yes,
okay. So you looked at the crime scene photos. There were 449 of those, or at least the ones that were relevant to what you were looking at, right?
Yes, sir.
And a number of interviews with people, right?
I had access to it. I may have looked at some of them. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Does the wound on Paul's shoulder indicate to you how far the shooter was? I mean, what was the spread at that point?
Your typical full choke on a shotgun, and it depends, once again, it depends on the choke.
Right.
At 3 foot, it's going to spread 1 inch.
Okay. Well,
with an improved choke at 3 foot, it's going to spread 1.75 inches. So I don't know
you looked at the autopsy photos, right?
I did. Yes, sir.
Was the wound on his shoulder bigger than 1 or 1.75?
It's a massive wound. I mean, it's massive, but a lot of that can be taken into the angle too, Mr. Harpootlian.
Did you look at the x-rays?
I did, yes, sir.
And there's a whole bunch of pellets in his shoulder.
Along the path, yes, sir.
Along the path. Mm-hmm. But wouldn't it indicate that the spread of those pellets is significantly more than 1 inch or 2 inches? Like, I think we determined it was about a 6-inch spread.
Well, I don't think with the angle, it would be possible for someone to be 12 yards away and shooting up that direction. So obviously that's got something to do with the close proximity and
or your theory is wrong.
Number twos work.
So, do you have an explanation for why the spread would have been that big based on what we just did? I don't want to pull the shotgun out.
I'm not a firearms examiner, Mr. Harpootlian. I'm just familiar with how they work.
And so your position is that spread is not inconsistent with what you've testified?
I do not believe so. I have had people shoot themselves in front of me, and I have worked a number of crime scenes where I've seen the same damage.
Okay. So, okay, here we go.
He's had multiple people delete themselves in front of him.
Thank you.
Like this jury.
Okay.
I was going to say, I understand it.
Paul's height of 5'8" and the sharp angle upwards, approximately 135 degrees. I know I find it. Support that Paul's left side was dipping slightly, head slightly forward as he was standing or exiting the feed room at the time of the second shot.
I think that's what I testified to. Yes, sir. And that's still my findings.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's 135-degree thing I didn't imagine. That's what you said, right?
Well, that's what I was saying. I was hoping you didn't say I copied someone else, but yes, sir, that's my measurements.
Okay, so you also said the length of the shotgun would be needed to a reasonable degree of certainty, but it's unlikely the shooter was standing with a shouldered weapon at the time of the second discharge. We've already established that, correct?
Yes, sir.
They would have been crouched or holding it down in some awkward position.
Yes, sir.
Rather than having it up to their shoulder. Also, let me see if I can finish this. You don't have, you do, in your opinion, IQ 7. It is my opinion that the exact position of the shooter cannot be determined in relation to Margaret, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the most accurate information available to narrow down the position of the shooter's position is the physical location, position of the deceased, bullet path of known wounds, stippling, or lack of physical damage caused by those wounds. So you came across no data that would allow you to determine trajectory with any degree of certainty as to Maggie.
No, because the victim and the shooter could possibly have been moving. So it's no way, to my knowledge, scientifically, to prove either one.
Okay, and I guess that wasn't my question. My question was, you saw no data in the material you looked at that would allow you to do that.
Other than the pathologist measuring the angle of her stomach wound and her thigh wound, and they were very similar angle, that's about all I can tell you, Mr. Harpootlian.
Okay. And let me deal with.
That's all there is to say about that.
You should be able to present a range of like different angles based on normal human motion.
Let's go to the.
Mud is like a box of chocolates.
This does not seem like something that should be beyond science. To say here's the most likely.
The impression on her leg, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, this again, was there a photo taken of either
the rooster
the leg or the tire that you're talking about that would have been what you would expect if you're trying to make a comparison? That is a 90-degree shot of it, either one.
And no, sir. And that's why I explained that I can't call this to the exclusion of all others. If I was going to make an absolute identification, I would require a scale photograph.
Right. And there's no scale in either one of those.
No, sir. But I got it close, but still not close enough for me to call.
You should go there and create a
scale at autopsy that the pathologist used on the back of Miss Margaret Murdaugh's leg. And I went and did research on the tire, and I actually know the type of tire. And the only problem is it comes in a 9, a 10, and an 11-inch front tire. So I have no way to scale that without the actual tire.
So you're not telling this jury that it's your opinion that tire caused that impression on the back of her leg.
What I'm telling the jury is that is a class. They share the same class. It's called an association. And in my opinion, either that tire or a tire just like it caused that impression.
Well, let me ask you this: when by the time it got to the autopsy for leg, whatever mud was on there was washed off, right? There was no, in those autopsy photos, all you see is a bruise, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so the only evidence you have is that there was some mud stuck on the back of her leg with those specific details, right?
It's an impression in mud. Yes, sir.
Okay. When you looked at the tire pictures, was there any mud on them?
There are, specifically those treads. And like I pointed out earlier, you can actually see unique random characteristics. In a perfect world, if I would have had a scale myself, I would have called that all day, and my technically reviewer would have called it all day also, but I'm not allowed to do that.
You're not allowed to do that because you may be close, but you can't say with affinity that tread caused that defect on the
What I can say is that, in my opinion, that impression was created by that tire or a tire with similar characteristics.
Did you look at any black and white images of that what you call a tire impression or mark on the back of her leg?
I did. I made it black and white. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, okay. You can go round and round about how sure you are, but I'm not going to do that. Let me ask you sort of not closing, I have a couple more shots, but a couple more questions.
What's so funny?
We'll strike that. Let me check one
He's
thing.
been
My
laughing
folks
since
over
the
here, and I'm
beginning.
probably done.
Can I stand for a moment, please? Your Honor, thank you.
It's nervous laughter. He's like, my asshole hurts. Can I stand up?
This witness sponsored by UltraGlide.
It's like the guy that's performing at your 3-year-old's birthday party and he calls himself a magician. He's a professional magician. It's just sad.
He's literally just making shit up now.
I'm starting to get tired of this witness.
I'm enjoying this.
I'm both. I'm tired of him. It's hilarious. I mean, the prosecutor is just going, oh, fuck. Especially when this guy just starts picking apart the pathology and the criminologist's findings.
Jonathan says more evidence that there was indeed a murder. Thank you, prosecution. Itchy Bitchy Spider says he didn't want to speculate about the position of the cases because it doesn't fit with his theory of the shooter's position in reference to her body.
Yes, sir. Just real quick.
And
That was it for cross.
Couple things real quick. You were
Yes, we do.
Well, he left stuff on the table.
to a review of this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And were you told any particular conclusions to come to, or did you do a fresh review and then arrive at your own conclusions of your own independent judgment?
Every conclusion I came to was in spite of any pre-existing conclusions. I made my own conclusions.
No one else to blame this on but me.
About the tire mark impression, and were you relying on the crime scene photographs of Maggie Murdaugh at the scene?
Yes, sir.
And did you see mud, which is the impression that you examined?
It is. Yes, sir.
And from your review of the crime scene, was there any other ATV in the vicinity of where Maggie Murdaugh was found, except that tire you looked at, the picture of it?
That's the only one I observed.
And you said it either had to be a tire, that tire, or a tire with similar characteristics.
Yes, sir. That's my opinion.
On the ATV.
I think all this
that's-
focus on the calf thing is so pointless.
You were asked a lot about shell casings, and you pointed out that they can be thrown different feet and can move around, and shooters can move as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
The shell casings, though, that were they located in this area around the feed room as to where Maggie Murdaugh was found?
They were.
And you said them shell casings ain't gonna get thrown 30 feet, right?
No, sir. Not in my experience.
Again, we don't even know if these shell casings were from the night of the murder or from like months before.
In your experience, having done 850 homicide scenes, can shooting events be fluid situations?
That's death scenes, but the answer is yes, sir.
The victims can move,
Yes, sir.
the shooter can move,
Absolutely.
people can change their aspect of how they're positioned at any given time?
Because of the moment.
Well, if I can get to it on that easel, y'all went through the whole thing, drawing and all the rest of it. But what y'all were drawing, that was actually reversed from how everything happened. Is that correct?
It was.
And if this were the door to the feed room going out to the outside and I was standing in it, which direction was the trajectory of the shot to Paul's head?
Where I'm at, up at a 135-degree angle.
And what did you observe up here?
I observed body fluid, a concentration of body fluid as a result of a gunshot wound.
defects in the door as well?
Absolutely.
And what's a defect? What does that
A
term mean?
defect is damage caused by a projectile, whether it be a pellet or a bullet.
That easel drawing y'all did, that was reversed from the reality of the situation, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that easel also was slanted as well, was it not?
It was.
And if it were actually standing straight up, that dot y'all were marking would actually be higher than it was when it was demonstrated to the jury. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And that's why you use approximate, because I can't tell you how Paul was positioned. I can only go by the angle.
All that stuff that you and Mr. Harpootlian did with the easel and the shotgun and all the rest of that, does any of that change your opinion about what happened to Paul on the night of June 7th, 2021, when he was fatally shot in the head?
It does not.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
One additional question. Barbara, please. We agreed that what I did there a moment ago with the easel was a mirror image or a negative of what actually occurred, right?
It was the opposite side of the door. Yes, sir.
Go get in the door, please. Mr. Barber, in the interest of justice, has allowed me to point the shotgun at him, Your Honor. It is.
Jesus.
So we agree that if he's standing in the doorway, the shooter would have had the shot and how about turn a little bit to your turn that way? A little bit more.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The shotgun would have been about like this. About like this.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So
think
that's
they
the
pulled the
trajectory.
trigger.
That's where the barrel of the shotgun would have had to been.
In my opinion, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
You may step down.
Makes no
Sir.
sense.
Lunch. So we established that Paul was killed by Mini Me.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch at this time. Members of the jury, I'm appointing juror number 826 to be the foreperson of the jury.
Oh,
The
wow.
foreperson has the responsibility of serving as the spokesperson for the jury from this point forward.
Wonder why that's happening now.
Will have the responsibility of presiding over the jury deliberations and will have the responsibility of completing the verdict form representing the unanimous verdict of the jury.
It's an unusual
when we
thing
reach
to
that
happen at this
point.
stage of the trial.
And also sit in the first seat, which is.
Usually
I'm gonna go throw my
seat
lunch in the microwave.
Do it.
For the foreperson.
Yeah, how is he?
Usually it's even chosen amongst the jury
Very good.
themselves.
Yeah, but
You all
Sure,
at
could kill over
15.
dead tomorrow. Then you got to pick another one. No,
All right. 2:15.
well, I thought they have to scream about coming to order. That helps
Yeah.
enforce orders.
That's so they can wake everybody up.
All right. Well,
What the hell was that?
so that last hour was kind of painful. Although this whole angle of the
Mhm.
gun thing and how low it had to be, to me, I mean, trying to take a serious look at what is the most likely thing to have happened here. If he
I
was
mean-
inside the feed room and then outside the feed room on the first shot, and then outside the feed room on the second shot, and all of a sudden he's so low, it doesn't make sense to me that he would just sort of
Well,
go backwards and then
Mhm.
crouch down. What makes
Well-
to me more sense is that Paul starts coming towards him and he falls backwards and fires up at him,
Mhm.
which could be a person of any height. To me, that's the most logical thing, a series of events
mhm.
that would justify the angle of the shot. I'm shocked that in
Well,
2023 we cannot recreate what the most likely thing is based on the projectile, the angle of the bullets, the height of the height of the assumed gun within a few inches. You can figure out how big the barrel is, or make
Well,
reasonable estimates on that.
Instead of, I think this is the other issue here. Instead of Paul falling forwards and the guy falling on his ass, if Paul falls backwards and you shoot, you can get that same angle up through him. If
Yeah, but
Paul's
then the
falling
body
away.
wouldn't have been where it was.
Well,
He falls as soon as that second shot comes. He like
I understand, but the way
only
that
acting on him
scene's
at
set
that
up,
point is presumably gravity.
I know, but the way that's seen in the pictures of it, it's not clear. Like, I don't know where he went. Like, I'm not going to rely on a potato phone to come up with my evidentiary findings at this point.
Okay, fine, but I'm saying is we know where the body ultimately is found.
Yeah.
So if it's found outside the feed room, it's unlikely that he dies in the feed room and gets dragged outside just 5 feet. And it's most likely that he died. He landed where he was shot.
Yeah,
So,
and the guy falling down on his butt and shooting does make sense. I mean, that dropping down to high angle shoot him. There's no reason why you would do that. There's no reason at all.
unless it was like oh my God, he's coming toward me. He's still alive. I'm going to finish him off and take that second shot. That's why, to me, that's the most likely series of events.
Yeah.
One of the reasons to me this is very important is because if that is the case, if that's the case, if my speculation as to the most likely series of events is actually what occurred, he must have been drenched from head to toe in bodily fluid that was coming out of Alex, because there were not just normally, because this is my point. If he's standing up here, you would think that parts of him might get hit. No, he's literally got Paul draped over him as he's firing up at Paul. And you would think that there would be blood, brains, everything literally falling back down raining on this prone figure who fired at him, and that it would be so much of that DNA and body parts and blood fall all over the place that it would be that much harder to actually clean yourself off, rather than just being like one area which you have to scrub down that from back spray of
not just to clean yourself off, but there would be a snow angel of blood and guts on the floor.
Yes, that's a great point. That's a great point, because he would be showered with this stuff. There would be, like you're saying, a snow angel of when he gets up of like, oh, okay, there's the parts, because you have like a heap of blood and matter falling on him.
Now maybe the dogs come running and start licking it all up. I don't know.
That the guy was
not really a snow angel unless you make the movements with your arms and legs.
It's like in a cartoon when someone runs through a door and all of a sudden you see their exact image and the shape coming, through the door. Yeah. That's what you would see on the floor when he gets up, like you're saying, a snow angel. That's a great point that I hadn't thought of.
I mean, I guess I could say this, Joe, and well, you can do this because you're not at work, but don't be afraid to Google some of these shooting scenes. I mean, like there's all kinds of goodness when things happen.
Also, like, how does he know if the gun has an ejection port at all?
Yeah, he doesn't.
Because how does he know what side the ejection port would be on, assuming it had one?
Well, more than I think you can argue more than likely with the degree of. You could probably get away with saying with the degree of certainty that it's a right-handed firearm. The amount of left-handed shotguns would be very, very slim. And the other problem is, too, if you're using a left-handed gun, if you're trying to hit people, you want to use like very common things. You're not going to use the most obscure stuff out there. Not saying that you go do this, guys, but I'm just saying, don't use the fancy stuff. But I mean, the bigger thing is, and I still support the idea, there's probably like a double barrel shotgun, because there is no ejection until you decide to open it up, break the action, and then remove the casings. Up until that point, there is no ejection. So that's the bigger issue. You don't know what type. They could have been using a slug gun for all we know.
And if it's pump, unless you eject that last round, it stays in the gun.
Yeah.
So. It could be, or as Brian's saying, could be a double barrel, and that's why they switch guns. Holy crap! I just realized that.
Yeah, we don't know. We don't know anything at all.
Yeah,
that was my theory on the first day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so
we still don't know if those casings are the casings.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised that Poon didn't bring that up.
Bring up what?
Those casings
he'll probably bring that up in his own experts, I would imagine. Talk about that a little bit more.
You gotta hit their guy with it, because he can't answer that.
The first super chat I'm gonna bring up here is this one here. Content character says April 15 is tax day. What won't be taxing is my attending at Andrew's Law of Self-Defense class for the 5th time, 4th via live stream. What's he talking about? I don't even understand what he's talking. What's
Saturday,
what's
April
a law
15th, we're doing our Law of Self-Defense Advanced class. This is our full day live class on how to be hard to convict if you're ever compelled to defend yourself, your family, your property from criminal predation, taught live by me, this guy. Full day course, plenty of opportunity for Q&A. We Zoom it right to the convenience of your computer. This is the only one of these advanced classes we have scheduled for 2023. So if you miss it, you're waiting until next year sometime. So don't miss it. Don't miss it. Sign up for this one, Saturday, April 15th. If you can't actually make Saturday, we'll provide you with access to the playback recording of the course. That won't be live, of course, but you'll still be able to access the content. And if you sign up for this class in this month of February, you get 25% off the registration. So do that now. You can do that right now at lawofselfdefense.com/advanced.
And when I refer to Andrew as America's preeminent expert in self-defense, if you think I'm exaggerating, I'm just going to point this out. In his book, Hard to Convict, which I fully savored, in the acknowledgments there, and there's actually a reference from the original author of like the first expert in self-defense, basically saying, "Oh my God, Andrew took what I did and made it like a million times better." So the experts referred to
that
him
was
as
Masad Ayub did the forward. Thank you very much, Mas.
Yeah, no, Masad. He was basically, the experts look at Andrew and said, "We're not worthy."
Masad Ayub is the guy. If he says Andrew's the guy, it's pretty high praise.
That's very, very high praise, and that's why taking a course from Andrew about self-defense really is. You're not going to find anything remotely better than that. And here's the
there you go. And speaking of that book, forward by Masad Ayub, you can get this book for free. Check it out on Amazon. Over 1,200 reviews, 5-star rated. But do not buy it on Amazon.
No,
Amazon will charge you for the book and the shipping. I'll give you the book for free. I only ask that you cover the cost of shipping the book to you, but I'll eat the cost of the book. Real physical book teaches you how to be hard to convict. Keep it forever. Keep it on your nightstand. And you can get the book for free at lawofselfdefense.com/Joe. And if you'd like the beautiful, very handsome hardcover edition of the same book, you can get this. Makes a wonderful gift. Get this at lawofselfdefense.com/gethard.
All right. Potentially criminal Sean, you want to share with us what you've been doing with your life?
Actually, yes, but I actually just want to let you know I have to get going right now. But
all right, get the hell
I
out
will
of
be tonight at 9:30. I will be having my weekly show. A bunch of things to talk about, including the reporter who got jerked around by a couple of Ohio police officers during the governor's press conference. Got all his charges dropped. Also, Taylor Shabusiness had a lot of fun in court this week. Also, in good news, Mama Susan stepping down.
I've been in that lawyer's shoes, by the way. I had a client try to kill me in the courtroom once, so I understand. the lawyers.
Yeah, I have not. Thankfully,
you've never had a. Are you really a practicing lawyer if you've never had a client try to kill you in court?
No, because usually when they've tried to stand up and they're in custody, I kind of grab them by their thing. I'm like, dude, they're gonna fuck you up, and try to keep them from standing up.
But you stepped on what Sean was just saying, that Susan is stepping down from you.
Yes.
Only to be replaced by somebody worse.
Yeah, are we still gonna be able to
exactly?
refer to
The devil you know is never an invalid philosophy. That's the one thing that when people in my chat were telling me as I was doing something more valuable with my time, playing a video game, that people were telling me that she stepped down, and I'm like, well, the devil you know is not an invalid philosophy. So
But anyways, Joe, thanks for having me on, guys.
My pleasure.
Have a great day. I don't think I'll be back on today, so have a good one, everybody.
Later, my brother. Thanks for stopping by. All right. Should I hit you up now, or should we should get to some super chats, vices, and unsaved?
I'm getting ready to bail myself at 3:00 here in the morning, and
all right. So
that just sucked my soul out of me. That last witness.
Yeah. Don't worry, everyone. He's leaving, which means great afternoon witness. It's going to be an amazing afternoon.
Yeah.
I've been so blessed compared to Nick. It's like
we were really
Nick,
blessed yesterday.
Yeah, I've been really blessed that when I'm covering trials, things are just moving and exciting, and like Nick gets like, phone records guy and tax fraud
and
let's break
introducing
down
grass one piece at a time.
Let's explain to the jury what an IRA is. So this will keep them riveted. And I kind of committed perjury, and that's the only reason we're here. And everyone's like, "What the hell?" Anyway, so legal vices.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me and everyone else a little bit about who you are, what you do, and why it is that they should click the link to your channel below and sub up?
Well, what do we got coming up? Tomorrow we're going to be talking about the Taylorship business thing. Been following that from square one. Great, amazing case. Do you have an idea when tried to kill me in court? I had a guy attack me in my office about 20 years ago, but that didn't go well. So the little Korean gentleman. That was fun. So yeah, we're going to be talking about that. And I'm going to be reviewing the damn cross-examination from yesterday because I felt really left out and I have things to say. So we'll be doing that. We'll be doing some other legal news, catching up on all these outstanding cases, the Courtney Clenny case, the Sarah Boone case. Sort of just do like a plethora of law news tomorrow night. We'll do probably nothing over the weekend, go back with some shipping accidents on Monday, and then just waiting for this trial to end. Just waiting for it to end. But we're doing good things. We're having fun. We're growing. I only need another, 16,480 to get to 50,000. So I expect to be up there by the time I wake up in the morning. We're doing good. Thanks for having me on, Joe.
My pleasure. Thank you for coming by, my brother.
Take care.
Bye,
guys.
Have a good night. All right, let's get to some of these super chats and get this out of the way. AA Ron says, so you're a firearms instructor and you don't wear ear pro? What? I think he's probably saying what a lot. What? Sorry, I just came from the range. Big Rig says, the point of it is to remind the jury how brutal it was and try to elicit a verdict based on emotions. Yeah, but the brutality cuts both ways because the level of brutality lets you think that it's probably not a loved one who killed him. That's just common sense. Mrs. Kurt Cobain says, did Alex go to see his mother every night? Someone may have been watching their nightly activities.
No, he didn't go every night.
I don't think he went every night, but I mean, his father just went into hospice, so that would be more of a reason to go see his mom, I think. Brian Ogden, I love Bowling Green Rugrats. I don't know what that means. Junkin says, daughter just got sent home for fighting at school. She is now reading Law of Self-Defense. That's great. Might need to buy the hardcover now. That's great. That's really funny. Cara Fro says, I bet he knew that it was coming, and that's part of the reason he wanted Maggie to come home and go with him to his parents. Oh, interesting. Freak Snowden says, word for family, makes sense why he asked MM2 Moselle. Maggie MM2? I'm not sure. To Moselle?
Yeah, Maggie Murdaugh.
Oh, Maggie Murdaugh to Moselle.
To Moselle, yeah.
So he's saying that doesn't make sense. That's what you're trying to say. I mean, it could.
No, I don't believe he was, I don't know.
No, well,
setting his family up to be executed.
When he asked them to come, when he would have heard about it, those are two different things. So, yeah, I mean, we don't know when he asked her to come to Moselle. At that point, it was after he heard his father's about to die. So, to me, that was
perfectly normal for rich people who own a bunch of properties to have communications about where they're going to be that evening when they have several choices.
Yeah. NYR Marine says the shooters may have even done it in front of him to send a message. That's why he lied about being there. Get my money or I'll kill your other son. That's an interesting thought. Kathy says, can Officer Owens, that actually would make a lot of sense if you think about the timing of everything and why he would.
No, I mean, then we have to believe that he left in his car, went to his mother's house, had various phone calls with people, sounded normal. I don't believe it.
Kathy says, can Officer Owens' admission he presented false evidence to grand jury be used to impeach him in future cases he may testify in or used to impeach SLED investigations or other cases? That's a great question.
Him personally, for sure.
Yeah. I think this could taint him if, the fact that he pretty much admitted that he lied to the grand jury or that he was mistaken, grossly mistaken. Dana Church says, no freaking way he knew who did it. I'm sure he had suspects, but he obviously wanted info. We're all speculating. I'm speculating. You're speculating. Really, there's no reason for me to say. There's no way for me to know my speculation is better than yours. It just is. I'm just kidding. John Diaz says, isn't an expiration date on reward reasonable if your theory of the case is that his financial situation is going to completely implode soon? Yeah, he has to be able to pay it off. So if he's worried he's going to lose his money soon, that would explain why he would put a deadline on it. Or as Andrew mentioned earlier, it's you motivate. You want to get motivated buyers. So don't sit back on it. Snapshot of Alex was before dinner and showed Paul's what? I don't know what that's a picture of. Stop sign? I don't know what that is. Sorry, Susan. I don't know. Jonathan Prezio says, I think he used 16 gauge shell in the 12 gauge gun to make it untraceable while placing spent 12 gauge shells. Would that work?
No.
The 12 gauge is untraceable anyway. You don't need to do
fire
that.
a 16 gauge out of a 12 gauge.
Oh, you can. You can make it go off. But it might not go off. And why would you do that? If you're trying to kill someone, you want the gun to go off.
50K a week equals drugs plus secret offshore account. What do you mean secret offshore account? You have to be spending 50K a week. So unless he's selling.
Well, maybe he's giving 50K a week to the drug dealers, right? But maybe it's not all for drugs. Maybe.
Oh, he's giving to them to launder through. Yeah, that's a good point.
Although usually laundering goes the other way.
Yeah.
But
John Basinger says, what if someone was squatting down just inside the door of the foot room and shot in when he walked in, then he tried to run out and was shot again? We're all speculating. It's an interesting thought. JH says, if a juror were to fall asleep during the boring parts of the trial, what would happen to them? Have you seen this happen before? I haven't personally, but nothing would happen to them. Literally nothing. They have to be there. But as far as the level of attentiveness or what consciousness, it's really, I mean, they'll wake him up if he's snoring. Yeah. If he's snoring, they'll wake him up. But like, yeah, if he's a silent sleeper, pretty much can get away with it. Cedar Stuff says, split the difference. Guess the pathologist missed that day of college, too busy doing thousands of autopsies. Yeah. I thought it didn't sound very sciencey. When he's saying I'm splitting the difference, it's like there's so much estimation that was going into his science that it starts losing the realm of feeling like real science.
I just don't see where any of this gets us because, and listen, I concede it's bizarre the manner in which he was shot, the position the shooter would have been in. It doesn't really make sense, but it doesn't help us determine who the shooter was. His brains ended up on the ceiling. I mean, he was shot in an upward direction. It's incontestable.
Right. And that's why I was saying all along, like, how is this helping us? How is this guy helping us figure out or determine specifically that it was Alex, not any more than any other human on the planet? I mean, we know they were murdered. No one's questioning whether they were murdered. We're all on the same page on that. But like the question, what we're hopefully trying to figure out is, provide some evidence that it was actually Alex. King Killer says, what about the shooter possibly falling after the first shot and firing the second shot from the ground on his back? Would that angle closely match? That's exactly what I speculated about. And he wrote this at 12:20, which I think is before I expressed it out loud. But yes, that is exactly what it was. Panama Jack's Gym. Joe Stolat, a Polish blessing for your grandson and family. Thank you so much. Those of you who came late, I did have a brand new grandson was born at 2 a.m. Eastern time. And thank you. I appreciate the blessing. It's very, very thoughtful. And a big thank you for all your insights. Andrew, you have made me hard to convict. So thank you even more. There you go. Ditch Doc says, I'd ask him if the 800 deaths you've investigated, how many of them were single shooters with multiple guns? Thanks for the great coverage, guys. That would have been a good question. Doesn't seem like it's a very common occurrence. Lancelot says, I think the defense's humble Southern lawyer really throws those experts off. Could be. I happen to like the style. I like the style a lot. There's a reason why it worked well in Matlock. Big Rick says the two dumb kids in geometry group assignment. That's what it looked like when the two of them were up there trying to figure out with the protractor. That was hilarious. You don't see that every day in trial. All right, so I'm going to get out my geometry book here, and we're going to walk through here and figure out whether 45-degree angle is really the inverse of 135-degree angle that you keep referencing. I couldn't believe how he didn't understand what he was talking about. He's like, well, if you look at it from this way, it's 45. No, but it's 135. But that's from your angle. From the other angle, it's 45. No, but it's I said I don't know about 45. I know it's 135.
It was like trying to watch a teenage cashier try to make change.
Yeah,
you give them a
it's
few extra
the
cents,
same
round it up to
blank
$1, and
expression.
their brain explodes.
The same blank expression. The same blank expression. It's like, wait a second, you gave me 57 cents. Wait, how many nickels?
It's like a $4.05 purchase, so you give them a 5 and a nickel, so you can get $1 back, and they're like, "What?
Yeah.
Why are you giving me extra money?"
Berserker says 2 shooters, both with shotguns, different loads on either side of Paul. First guy shoots, Paul turns and starts falling. Second guy blasts him while falling and finishes the job. Could be. Definitely could be. Thank you for the love, Nola Anderson. Appreciate it. Jay Morgan says, if the angle doesn't fit, you must acquit. This is a courtroom circus. It's starting to feel that way. Well, more than starting. Matt Roofer says, if you have 2 shooters, one being prone, the other shooting over him, you would have this shooting. We're all sitting here trying to figure out, like playing CSI. If the barrel doesn't fit, you must acquit. Chrissy says, Paul is confronted by the first shot in the feed room. The shooter is surprised. Paul comes out, falls backwards, and is shot from the ground. First shot in the feed room. Why is the shooter surprised? Oh, he's surprised that Paul comes out. Oh, and maybe he thought that Paul would just go backwards. When Paul starts coming toward him, he's surprised and falls backward. Okay, that makes sense. Winter says, 4 foot. I told you the guy's penguin did it well. As Winter often says, the penguins are getting taller. So, Otto Rommel says, what if there were 2 shooters, one with bird and the other with buck? Paul struggles and knocks the first person to the floor. You know, a lot of people are saying this, and this is what I want to point out to you. There are a lot of people who are saying this, and the sheer volume of people who are saying something like this indicates to me it's likely that at least one person in the jury is thinking this. If there's so many people who are having questions about, like, whether what this is telling us about there being 2 shooters, you have to figure at least 1 or 2 in the jury probably have similar questions, because I think that our audience to some degree is likely somewhat reflective of what some of the people in the jury may be thinking. I mean, they're clearly going to be tainted by what the panel here says, so I don't think it's purely reflective. But when new information comes in and people start sending me super chats, it starts giving me a feel for what I think there's a decent chance the jury is probably thinking about. But again, that's jury analysis, and I'm speculating, and we all know.
And your audience is listening to us.
That's why I said it's tainted by what we're saying.
The jury's not hearing us. Yeah.
Right. They are tainted by what we're saying. But he says, Paul struggles, knocks the first person to the floor. Second person shoots first. First person shoots second from the floor. Yeah, could be. I don't know why there would be an encounter, though, where he would have a chance to struggle with anyone. Nicholas Starr says, Vice has checked Twitter DM. I figured it out. Yeah, I'm going to share this. This is a DM that Vice has shared with me. In fact, you know what? I'm going to pull that up now because this was pretty funny. This is what I think he created. At least Nicholas either created or found that was worth taking a look at here. I'll share with you. This is pretty funny. Stop screen.
I'm still with it. Was chicken.
Are you with that? Is that where you're coming from? Well, look at that. All the evidence points to chicken. Chicken in the feed room with the shotgun. There you go.
Chicken for revenge of other chicken. It was one thing too many. Other chicken killed by the dogs, and the Murdaughs laughed and laughed and laughed, and other chicken cracked and decided today's the day. It ends now.
It's as good as anything else we've got. So, yeah. All right. We can't discount the fact that the real killer, Bubba, fits the height and angle to kill Paul.
Bubba the dog.
Oh, is that what it was? I forgot that. We need a fight to break out in the courtroom. That would be fun. I agree. Where were the XGV tires size 75-R14 on a metallic mint green Pontiac Tempest? I got that reference. I got that with the 3/4 turn. 2 guns plus Paul's, but it needs 2 people. Paul reaches for his. First shooter takes it and gets Maggie. Did she hide? Side by side. I don't know. I still don't know what we got from the whole tire track thing. I don't know what we're supposed to get from that. That her leg kicked up against the side of the tire? Is that while she was that's what is that what the DA wants us to think?
I guess I think the DA is just trying to
visualize,
derail any defense effort to argue that, hey, that was a boot print by a shoe not being worn by Alex, so there must have been someone else on scene.
Oh, so you're saying they're being proactive in preparing for that expected defense. Our expert says, what are you talking about? This is a tire, not a tire that ran over her, but a tire track that somehow magically got on
She
her
leaned
calf.
up against, right. And those side-by-sides, they have big exposed wheels. It wouldn't be hard to bump up against them.
Yeah.
It'd be kind of hard to do it hard enough to get a bruise.
I think Paul was surprised in the feed room, disoriented. Walked out to the Warren's mom that then was shot in the head. Mom shot same time or by same person. But hard to be same time and same person with two different guns. So that's hard to understand how that could happen. Would it be low enough if the killer was on a four-wheeler?
No.
It was that golf cart mafia we heard about before, because they like to keep guns in the golf cart. So maybe the killers also were using golf carts and were doing a drive-by.
Iceman says, is it normal for state witnesses to contradict this much? I wonder if the jury's picking up on the fact that state can't agree with itself. You would hope so. We don't know, but we'd hope so. Squizguard2322 says, quote, you tell me what you want me to make it. Is that what you said to the prosecutor when he asked for your testimony? Oh!
It's like the perfect accountant, right? So how many taxes do I owe? Well, how many taxes do you want to owe?
David says defense needs to bring in their own analyst to refute that last witness because that cross wasn't very good, in my opinion. What did you guys think of
Could have been
cross?
better. Yeah, I was hoping for more.
It went on for a long time. It was tedious.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't know how he hurt Alex. You're saying like the cross should have been better. I don't know what I'm still trying to figure out.
They could have asked, for example, would this be consistent with two shooters?
Right. And we keep saying that they should be asking that. And I don't know why they're not. But outside of that, as far as it, I guess what I'm saying is, yes, they could have done more with him. I agree that they could have done more with him in order to make the state's own witness punch a hole in the state's case. And that's always the dream, right? But as far as the damage that's taken from this to leading toward a conviction based on, oh, wow, do you remember what that expert said? Clearly, we know it's Alex. There's no way to make that leap from anything that this expert said. That's my point. Trey Mark says, I think the defense is setting up their theory that he was shot in the back of the head. I don't know.
I don't understand that whole line by the defense now when they were questioning the medical examiner. Couldn't he have been shot this way? I'm like, I don't know. His brains are on the ceiling. So somehow his brains went up.
Yeah. Wait, when did they come up with that? That was what? Who did that?
They were asking the medical examiner. She's saying that the entry was the shoulder through the neck out the top of the head. And they were saying, but couldn't the entry have been the top of the head? Did you take pictures for stippling, for example, to see if that was the entry? And then it went out the neck and out the shoulder, the opposite direction. But somehow the brains ended up on the ceiling. So they went up somehow.
Well, I also don't understand. I don't understand. I always come back to like, why is that something you would want the jury to believe in order to either convict or exonerate? That's what I'm trying to think. Like, is it just a matter of trying to figure out what happened? Is it you're still playing detective, or is it that you're trying to convict, or you're coming at this from the perspective of let's get him convicted or let's get him acquitted? And those are two different ways of trying to do your analysis. And I would think that when we're talking about by the time we're getting to this stage, we should be past the state and defense should be past all of that, other than like, what evidence can I produce to try and exonerate my client? What evidence can I produce to convince the jury that we got it right when we acquitted, when we indicted him?
I think, for the defense, it's fine for them to pursue alternative theories because.
Right, that's part of exonerating your client.
But the alternative theories you're proposing still have to make sense. Otherwise, I don't understand what the point is. If they're grossly inconsistent with the evidence, like you're saying he was shot down, but the brains went up, but then I don't understand what they're doing.
Right, but it's not just that. My point is, I don't know why that would help the defense exonerate Alex. Like, why does it make it less likely if he was shot through the top of the head rather than from the chin? Like, I don't understand how that would
Oh,
help them.
It would be a soft argument. It would be the kind of argument that, look, this was an execution, which would be more likely to the back of the head, not just like an enraged father who was angry with his son. And
that's very all right. That's
yeah, no,
really
I think it's
stretching.
weak. So I don't know that's what
It's
they're
weak
doing, but
sauce.
it's difficult.
Right. So I think your point is it's weak sauce that's conflicted by the evidence of brain flying up to the ceiling. So why go for that weak argument which doesn't even fit with the facts? Top City says, assume a sawed-off shotgun instead, everything makes a lot more sense. No need to be on the ground. A sawed-off shotgun.
It doesn't make a lot of sense.
It's still going to be a sawed-off shotgun is going to be how long a barrel? Any thoughts on that?
Well, typically, I mean, unless you're going, special weapons that need special tax stamps, it's still an 18-inch barrel with a pistol grip instead of a shoulder stock. But you still have the length of the barrel and then the trigger at the end. So you still have very similar angles and distances, muzzle to target. You don't have to worry about a shoulder stock digging into the ground because you don't have a shoulder stock, but you're still low.
Right. But
you're still firing at the same angle.
But here's my thought. Let's play with this for a moment here. If indeed it's a sawed-off shotgun, let's play with that for a second. So now we're talking about 18 inches. In addition to the fact that he's 5'7", a foot lower getting down to his arm, so that's going to be 4'7". So that's now a total of 55 inches. If you take off another 18 inches plus for barrel length, plus another 3 inches or so for grip for a handle and trigger. So now we're taking off 21 inches from this 55 inches, which means now we're down basically at around 34 inches or so, less than 3 feet high. If we're talking less than 3 feet high and the guy has not fallen on his butt, but he's actually holding a gun, I think we can start speculating about the height of the shooter here. And that would be a very uncomfortable way for someone of Alex's height to grip it. And I think perhaps the defense should try and use this to their advantage and say, it most likely seems like this probably was a sawed-off shotgun, and the person who's gripping a shotgun at that angle, if they're holding it down low on the first shot, right? They're holding it like at hip height, a first shot, and then he stumbles forward and they angle it upward. That sounds like someone who's more like Paul's height rather than considerably taller than Paul. And that's the only way we can get this angle. And you can now start painting a picture where we can exonerate Alex from being the murderer because he's just too tall to be the one who killed him. What do you think about the defense coming at it with that approach?
I'd like to hear a coherent explanation for how these injuries.
Well, you call me incoherent? What does that mean? You can weigh in also, Kurt. I can use some support or hate.
I'm just listening because nothing to my mind really makes a lot of sense. I want to my mind, it feels like I personally have to do undue speculation to conjure the sort of possibilities that you guys are playing with. And your thresholds for such things are different than mine, and I respect that. So I appreciate that you're willing to spin these possibilities, but to my mind, it just feels we've crossed from the boundaries of permissible inference to speculation. It just feels too disconnected for me to rationally analyze and based on the evidence say that to really make any sort of intelligent commentary. So
you're making a great point.
I keep my mouth shut because I don't have anything smart to say.
You're making a great point that this trial seems to have left a courtroom and walked into a spy novel, into some action novel like whodunit, not spy, mystery novel. That's basically. It seems like we left the boundaries of a courtroom and now we're in a mystery novel trying to solve a mystery, which is that alone makes beyond reasonable doubt.
I joke about chicken, but on a more serious level, I don't really have any alternate explanation for the crime. Now, strictly speaking, I don't need one because he's presumed innocent till proven guilty.
Mm-hmm.
And so if, in my judgment, the state has not proven guilt, then the correct answer is not guilty. And so my failure to generate an alternative suspect or alternative scenario is legally meaningless. This is also why yesterday, when the prosecutor was asking these burden shifting questions, it was pissing me off so much.
Yeah.
Because they were saying to the defense, well, he never gave you the names of the alternative suspects. Like, what the fucking question is this? He doesn't have to do anything. It's all on you. It's your job. He doesn't have to present alternative. These are the real killers. These are the real names. What are you talking about? What kind of bullshit question is this? So I don't really feel like I am able in my own mind to say that any scenario is particularly likely. To my mind, they all seem unlikely scenarios. If you want to say that, to my mind, if you want to say that Alex Murdaugh being part of the murder in some sense, whether he's the trigger man or a conspirator or an accessory or one of the shooters or whatever, that he's involved in some sense that would lead to legal culpability, beyond the way the state is charging it. So we'll leave that aside for the moment. But if you want to just say that, like, in principle, he's involved in some way, I'm like, okay, fine. If you want to even say that's the most probable, fine. But that's not the question I'm supposed to be asking. The question I'm supposed to be asking is beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm like, nope. And it's like, what are your reasonable doubts? Where do you want me to start, Joe? So it's like, I don't really, all these sort of alternative ideas are sort of fun, but I feel so unmoored from any sort of reality. They're just not very intellectually interesting to me. So sorry to be a downer and all that.
No, you're not a downer. You're not a downer. Everything you just said, I agree with. I mean, it's fun to speculate. It's fun to start getting into this whole mystery thing. I mean, and I try and find a way when I'm doing this to, tie it into how the defense can use this, because to me, trying to figure out legal strategy is what I think is the best part of the value that we can add to an audience that's watching a trial like this. Is we explain to them what seems like a potentially positive strategy, why lawyers do, why state will handle the cases the way they do, why the defense will do what they do, things that we like, things that we disagree with approach. And I think that's the value that we're adding. And at a certain point here, I agree with you that because this case itself has become a little bit of a lot of a whodunit, that we're sort of finding ourselves walking down that road, and that only strengthens the point that the state is miles and miles from from having presented any sort of evidence beyond reasonable doubt.
But I think I at least fear that there's a substantial probability, if not a likelihood, that this jury is going to get back there and they're going to ask themselves essentially the wrong question. They're going to ask themselves, do we think,
does it feel like he did it?
The most, is he the most likely killer? Is it likely that he was the one that's involved in some sense? We don't want to get away with murder. So I think there's a significant probability the jury is going to go back and ask the wrong question and come up with the wrong result. So,
hey, and we see how juries, frequently they're good,
the law and crime chat
always.
is not really helping me on their polling. Well, every time law and crime does a poll and they're like, what do you think? And like 70% plus are like guilty. I'm like, I hate my life a little bit. It's like, why? It's like, how are you guys coming to these conclusions?
Yeah.
So,
where can people find you, Kurt?
Well, they can find me on my channel on Civil Law, where we talk about law, courts, appellate law. There's a great case coming up next week on Tuesday, I believe oral argument is, dealing with liability for Google and YouTube for its algorithm and how that may or may not make it responsible for content it would otherwise be unresponsible for. Really interesting case dealing with potentially the minutia of how Congress wrote CDA 230 when it passed it in 1996. So how a 1996 law reads onto the realities of the modern internet and what Congress had in mind. It's a very interesting technical question on the technical law, and the degree to which the court will go beyond that is also interesting, because I think the court will probably be at least partially concerned about the consequences if they rule in a way that might give a lot of increased liability. Because if they do that, then pretty much all the internet companies will have really no practical choice except to, well, get rid of all algorithmic recommendations on those stuff and just basically go back to a purely naked search, which has some advantages, but it's a lot different than the way the internet works today. So, you know.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
I'll tell you that Kurt is not simply like a savant when it comes to constitutional law, but we see how he stays so grounded in legal work. And I highly recommend that you guys check out his channel, sub up to it. He does amazing work. And there are links to everyone in the panel, everyone who's been on the panel, in the description below. You just click on their name and voila, you're there. Also, you can find him on Rumble. You're on Rumble as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All those things in case
Same
the
name,
old
Uncivil
boss,
Law.
in case the new boss is the same as the old boss, and we just wind up getting even more strikes and stuff. Who knows?
Who knows? We can only pray. Jane B says, love to see Uncivil Laws back. Where's your cool hat, man? Panel's all good. There you go.
I don't always wear the hat, but when I do, for style points.
Nice. Oh, Uncivil with the win. With the win right there. Love it. Rise of Sphere says, my friend's KSG leaves distinct markings on shells. Well, okay. Some shotguns have bottom ejection. That's true. Eileen says, we know a PI was following Paul and had a camera watching the entrance of Moselle in the days before the killing. Seems like important evidence. Is that true? They said a PI was following him?
Yeah.
We don't know anything that's not presented in court, so.
Right. I mean, I've heard it reported.
Mm-hmm.
But it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, as he's being sued for millions of dollars and claiming not to have money. It would be natural for the plaintiffs to retain an investigator to start following him around, looking at his resources and assets, and trying to secure what they can for their client.
Yep. Cars 96 says, I vote for mob hit. Alex goes back to the house after calling 911 to get a shotgun for protection. He didn't call 911 though, as far as we know. I mean, he may have tried. Alex goes back to the house after calling 911 to get a shotgun for protection. Oh, right. Sorry. I had a brain lock there for a second. Yeah. I mean, let's talk about that for a moment. In the interview when the police first arrive on this scene, he mentions the shotgun. And I was actually thinking to myself, okay, why does he have a shotgun there? Like, let's assume that he
lives in the absolute middle of nowhere, and he knows that police response times are not great even on a good day. And so his wife and son being dead, he has a pretty reasonable basis to fear for his own safety. So some combination of those things sounds like a pretty good answer.
Time out. He comes home from his mom's house, sees that Paul and Maggie are not there. The last he knew, they were going down to the kennels. He goes down to the kennels to check. So now you're saying, so the question is he bringing a shotgun? I don't know if the police asked him this, but was he bringing a shotgun with him at that moment? Or is it that he goes there without a shotgun?
Yes.
Sees them there and then goes back to the house, gets a shotgun, and returns back to the scene. So you say he went there without a shotgun the first time?
Yes, because he's on 911. Well, at least that's the evidence. He's on 911 saying he's going to go back to the house to get a shotgun. He doesn't know if the killers could still be there.
Uh-huh. Okay. All right. No, because I was wondering about that, as far as him having a shotgun at the scene, whether that was reflective as to, because it would be. I was wondering if it would be normal for him to go out there with a shotgun when he sees his wife and son are still not back from the kennels. So, thank you so much for the super sticker.
They don't seem to be a family who just routinely carried guns for personal protection. I mean, he said he often had a gun in his car, but it doesn't seem like they. Like, I mean, if I was on that property, I'd have a gun on me all the time because I just normally have a gun on me all the time. It's right. But not for any particular reason.
Right. Thank you again, Debbie, for the super sticker. Much appreciated. DCV Titan says the height problem is worse. 5'6" license, 5'9" me. Guy says me, ME, medical examiner.
Medical examiner.
Yeah, guy says medical examiner could be wrong due to missing part of his skull. Or it could be, by the way, that part of his skull just literally went up. So he looks taller because, his skull was impacted by a bullet. Decides to split difference, but Paul could have been taller than 5'9", incompetent work at best. Yeah. I mean, I'd be curious to see when he got his license, like how far in advance of his thing, because it's unlikely that he would have. I know in New York and New Jersey where I've done it, we put down our own height. Now, I don't know how it works in South Carolina, whether they measure in order to put down the height of the person there. But they ask you on our forms here to put in your height and eye color.
And weight.
Hair. Right.
Yeah, right. I've had licenses in several states, half a dozen states, and they've never measured my height.
Right. So it's unlikely someone putting down their own height would underestimate. Right, to 5'6". No one who's everyone I know who's 5'8", 5'9", like they wouldn't say, "Oh, I'm 5'6". No.
Also, with you have to keep in mind he was what, 20, 22?
He's 20. So the question is how many
20.
years? So I guess he
right. So you get your learner's permit when you're what, 15 or 16, and you give him a height then. Yeah. And then all that biological information just carries forward.
But that's true. But normally, learner's permit, you get a new license issued to you, and that information gets updated when you get that new license. I think so. I don't know.
I don't know that it would be automatically updated, and because normally we don't think of these things changing, right? Your eye color, your hair color, your
right.
heights.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I didn't get called on anything like that till I moved to Colorado 5 years ago and had to get my license here, and I told them I had brown hair. And the lady behind the counter just kind of lowered her glasses and looked at me. I was like, "Well, you used to be brown."
Once upon a time.
But I'd had gray hair for 15 years and it still said brown hair on my Massachusetts driver's license.
Fair point.
I identify someone with brown hair. That's the key.
Rogue of Enui says first kill could be an ambush killing going against the prosecutor's narrative that no defensive wounds means they knew the killer. Yeah,
no defensive wounds means nothing to me.
Yeah, it just means that they were 3 feet away from him when the first shot came. So, you get shot in the chest, you're really not in a position to be fighting, fist fighting with someone. Fractured 23 says, I wonder if he can't convince the same guy he got to shoot him or his drug dealer to kill his family, expedite house sale maybe, son to stop interfering in his drug use, plus get rid of lawsuit, house belong to wife. Okay. This whole little dick thing, little detective thing that Paul was called by his mom. Could there be a worse nickname? I don't know. But this whole little detective thing, to me, this is as terrible a theory for murder. Think about this. He's been doing drugs for ages.
He says 20 years.
20 years. And he's so terrified that his own son is going to catch him with drugs that he killed him. I mean, how does that think about that, Fractured? Why is it that that's something that's of grave concern to him, that, oh my God, maybe Paul's going to catch me using drugs? Or, I can't believe if not for that meddling kid, I would have gotten away with it. No, there's nothing to get away with. It's his own son. It's not like his own son.
They thought about hiring Scooby-Doo because they could do worse than Sled. Damn.
And killing Paul does not make the lawsuit go away. Alex is being sued personally.
It's not like as soon as Paul catches him, everyone knows that Paul's going to turn him on in, and his life of drug abuse is going to come to a screaming halt, and he's going to spend the rest of his life in jail because Do Right Dickie here is going to turn him into the cops because I'm not going to stand for my dad doing drugs. Like what would that mean if the son found him? That he now has a motive to kill him. Like if there's anyone finding him that would not find his drug use, that he would not have a motive to kill, it's his own flesh and blood. It just doesn't make any sense to me. That's what the DA, the state, wants us to think. I just don't understand how that creates any more of a motive. And it's so little of a motive that the state hasn't even really mentioned it when they're opening. In spite of
his dad being on painkillers would be normal to this kid because his dad was on those his entire life.
Literally Paul's entire life. Right. 20 years. His entire life, his dad was taking drugs. So all of a sudden now he's being busted by him. Okay. Have to silence that kid. by blowing a hole in his skull. Resist Impulse says, in spite of the other conclusions, words are important, and that shows leakage. He didn't draw independent conclusions. He drew conclusions in spite. That's true. Arbol says, if the shooter tripped back in the dirty, muddy ground, most likely, where's the dirt and mud on Alex Murdaugh? Helps the defense, in my opinion. I was thinking about the same thing. That's something like those who are agreeing with the thought that I had that the killer probably fell backward. Although that would be on the pants, and the pants would be covered in blood and other DNA. And that was the point. I think I made this while you were gone, Andrew, while you were getting your lunch. That if in fact the killer fell backwards, and that's why the gun angle is so low.
He's only dirtier.
Yeah, and not just dirtier. Paul is over him, showering him with blood and brain and DNA. There would be, and as potentially criminal Sean pointed out, there would literally be like a snow angel of blood. Because if you picture someone on the ground, when all of a sudden just like a blast of stuff would come on, you would see the image of a man on the ground, basically with blood outlined in blood. But yeah, it doesn't, or something close to it, man. It might be the perfect image, but because I don't know if it'd be that much blood, but yeah, using a 16 gauge and 12 gauge will work fine. But it mess up all the data where the shotgun is and all the data. I think that's probably a typo. Thank you for the super chat, Rachel. Appreciate that. Amateur Iconoclast says, I know who would shoot from that angle. Where was Attorney Tom on the night of June 7th, 2021? Poor Attorney Tom. Why not 3 shooters? 1 bird, 1 duck, 1 300 black. Maybe 72 shooters. We really don't know. We really don't. Content and character is funny. Shella Riley says, I just purchased your book, Branka. Well, hopefully
it's very kind of you. Thank you. I hope you enjoy it.
Hopefully you ordered it, unless it was the hardcover, in which case that would make sense. Scooter McDuder, 2 guns, 1 guy. Must have taken the dual wield feat.
Nice. Dungeons and Dragons? No? Okay.
It went. Another what if that leads to not guilty, but what if it was a sawed-off shotgun makes the upward angle easier due to shorter barrel? Yeah, we addressed this. Thank you. We addressed it probably after you sent the super chat. We addressed it in an earlier super chat. Nicholas Starro says, found photo added chicken. There you go. And Doug says, congrats. Grandbabies are the best. Here's a thanks for your hard work. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so very, very much. Kenosha Kid says, we're down to the height of attorney. United States of Q says YouTube CEO resigns 1 day after House Judiciary GOP subpoenas big tech execs. That's an interesting observation you made there, which I hadn't thought about. But yeah, she's stepping down. I don't know if she thinks that that's going to insulate her from being questioned about what's been going on in YouTube for the last several years under you, Susan. Those of you who are wondering, by the way, many of us refer to YouTube as Susan, and it's because of Susan Wojcicki, who just stepped down as being the head of
our new
today.
overlord is Neil.
Is that?
All hail Neil.
All hail Neil. Thanks, Neil. I don't know if Neil's going to work as well as Susan. That's a good question. We'll have to see. All right. Duncan Idaho says, prosecution's case reminds me of the Amanda Knox murder trial, which showed that the Italian justice system is an incoherent theatrical joke.
Nice reference. Yeah, that was a messed up case with a messed up system. Made you really question what was going on in Italy.
Mm-hmm. Redneck Ram says, I know who the real killer is. Dun, dun, dun. Aliens. Think about it. They're like the perfect height, and they don't need to leave tracks and can just teleport out of there. Alex probably stole from them, too. Well, he was stealing from everyone. So if there are aliens among us...
If you can get this to be related to the Chinese balloons, then you definitely got a winner for me. Yeah.
Well done,
Somehow the
Redneck.
Chinese balloons are the ones that did it. That'd be good.
Well done,
They're known
Redneck
for being
Man.
floating more at like 50,000 feet rather than like 5, but you could make it work.
See, Souter says, when he did point the finger towards the boat case, they used that against him. Yeah, they said he's trying to, they said that was his motive, to stall on that.
There's no right answer.
There is none. Whatever you say, it's like, well, that's why. Now we know why. Mossberg Shockwave and Remington TAC 1314 come with 14-inch barrels. Oh, we're starting to shorten that barrel length now. So it's in order to enable it to possibly have been. I don't know
I
if you
use
had
a 1-inch barrel. The shot shell itself is larger than the barrel. That's how I roll.
Natasha's Bronca. I just bought your book. Sign up for your course. I have USCCA. I recall you recommend someone different. Wow.
Yeah, I do not recommend USCCA. I recommend CCW Safe. Learn more about them at lawofselfdefense.com/CCW Safe. Use discount code LSD10 for 10% off your first year of membership. lawofselfdefense.com/CCW Safe.
Speaking of which, that course that you're giving on April 15th, there's a discount that's happening right now, which that's if they sign up today, right? That ends.
Yeah, they don't need a code for it.
The
It just we just have it locked in for the month of February. 25% off if they register for our Law of Self-Defense Advanced class right there below my face here at Saturday, April 15th. If you sign up for it this month, the month of February, so what, a little less than half the month left, you get 25% off the registration. Next month, it'll be 10% off.
Yeah.
In April, it's full price.
Last month, it was 50% off. So, right. You don't want to wait anymore. Just
the deal is getting worse and worse with every passing moment.
That's right.
TikTok is lost. Yeah. Ron White says, hey, Joe, Kurt, Andrew, great seeing you guys together. Awesome commentary. Thank you, Ron. That's very meaningful. Appreciate that. Alyssa Ramirez says, Alec was loaning $50K a month. No, a week. A week.
No.
Yeah. For criminal organization with the help of the bank. Paul was killed to avoid looking into Alec's financial records and to keep Alec from turning state's witness. Paul was killed by the mob to avoid looking into Alec's financial records, keep Alex from turning state's witness.
I mean, it's pretty clear to me there's, some kind of money laundering thing is going on. No one's doing $50,000 of drugs a week. I mean, you wouldn't even be alive. Super expensive drugs like cocaine, you wouldn't be alive. Yeah. So there's it's some kind of ongoing financial shenanigans. Just happens to involve the drug dealing organization.
Yeah, I think that there's no.
I mean, maybe that's where he was hiding his stolen money. Right, stealing money from all kinds of people. Where is it? Where's that 10 million or so that we know he stole over the last decade? Got to go someplace.
In the hands of the cowboys, apparently.
Yeah, maybe he's invested in. An opioid plantation.
That'd be good. It turns out that he has stock in the Cowboys.
There you go. That's what the killer looked like.
What it looked like.
Yeah, pretty much.
Got that. Sean Dolphin says, how could someone get all three of them at Moselle that night? The only person I can think of is Rogan Gibson. His dog was there. He wanted a video of his dog's tail, giving the shooter a place and time. They didn't want necessarily all three of them there. Then I don't know if they needed that, but
no. The last person you want to kill is Alec. Alec's pulling in $5 to $10 million a year. If he owes you money, you want that guy working.
Yeah, you don't want him in jail either. You want him earning. Cameron Mason says, as a bigger guy like Alex with a shotgun in hand falling back, he would more than likely hit his head. Could be. I don't know. Jane Cash says, didn't seem like a lot of rehab was needed for a 20-plus year addiction. He went to rehab?
He did.
Thank you, Swiss Gypsy, for your thoughtful contribution. Much obliged. Tip of the cap to you. Panama Jack's Jim says, how would the youngest son and mom be the only ones who knew of his drug use? A 20-year-old would beg his uncles for help as they worked with his dad.
Oh, maybe everyone knew, but there's lots of highly productive addicts there, whether it's drug addicts, prescription pill addicts, alcohol addicts. If they're highly productive in meeting their parents' social obligations, people often let it go. They're sad that it's that way, but
the point is, even if he was the little detective and he's Dudley Do-Right, it's not like the first thing you do is you go to the police. First thing you do is you go to your uncles, you go to your family, your mom, whatever. What can we do to stop dad from abusing drugs? Not I got to kill him before he turns me into the state.
I mean, an unbelievably high proportion of lawyers are addicted to drugs or alcohol. It's one of the biggest problems in the profession, and they're still out working and making money.
Yeah. I would have done it, but I was terrified.
And nobody really cares unless they start screwing around with client money, and then they get in trouble. But if they don't do that, If they can refrain from dabbling in client money, they'll can be addicts forever.
Yeah. No, I was always too terrified to ever try any real drugs because I was like, I have such an addictive personality. But the pressures that you feel all the time, I understand it. I get it.
Well, you just got to be crazy to do it today. Today, everything's laced with fentanyl. Uncontrolled levels of fentanyl. We, at least here in Denver, we routinely have police reports. Whole apartments are 5-6 people are all found dead in the morning because they were all doing their normal drug thing they did every weekend or every day of the week or however often they did their illicit drugs. But this time they got a batch that looked normal, but it had a little too much fentanyl in it, and that was it. Never woke up.
That's really depressing. What's even more depressing is when the people are saved, to me, like with Narconon, and then they wake up and they're angry that their high is gone, and then they go back and wind up using even more. It's like, how bad is this, man? Damn. It makes me
They like being high.
Drugs.
All these so-called homeless encampments all over California and so many urban centers these days. These are people who they just like being high. They choose that lifestyle.
Yeah,
I guess.
Jonathan says, God, I wish I can come on so I can explain the 16 gauge concept. All the math would be different and not compared to anything else. Yeah. Do you understand his 16 gauge concept with the 12 gauge?
No. All I know is there was a 16 gauge round found in the shotgun that Alex says he retrieved from the house after he called 911. Just as likely he was frantic, grabbed the first shotgun off the rack, grabbed a couple shells off a shelf or out of a box, and one of them happened to be 12 and one of them happened to be 16, and he shoves them into the gun and he's running back to the crime scene, and that's how the gun was found. It's no one's saying he fired a 16 gauge out of it, although you can fire a 16 gauge out of a 12 gauge gun, but it didn't happen. No one's saying they were shot with a 16 gauge shot shell, so I don't know what difference it would make.
Bandit 848 says it could have been an 1887 T2 bike
Terminator
shotgun.
2. That's the it's like a lever action shotgun.
Mm-hmm.
Except of course Arnold spun it or something every time he wanted to load another round.
Would that work to spin it?
In real life, you probably break your hand. It's a lot of weight torquing your hand.
EMT 266 says, can Owens be placed on a Brady list now for lying? A Brady list?
Maybe.
No.
Yeah. Sometimes they do that with cops. I'm not sure that's a super official thing, but sometimes prosecutors' offices will issue a list of police officers they do not want as witnesses for the state in their trials anymore because the cops have been caught lying.
Look at you guys dealing with your criminal defense all the time. Zina Sram says, if acquitted on murder and convicted later for financial crimes, is it plausible Harpulian could get him a presidential pardon?
No.
It's not even possible.
It's not even possible. Easy questions.
Yeah, presidential pardon's only for federal crimes, folks. If he gets convicted by a state, it would have to be the state governor who did a pardon or whatever the procedure is in that state that's equivalent.
And I wouldn't anticipate that anyone's going to be giving him a pardon anytime soon for the financial crimes.
No. I mean, he's soup's guilty on the financial crimes. Convict him of that. That's fine. He'll probably go to jail for the rest of his life. He's what, 53, 54? I want to be. He's going to go to jail for probably the rest of his life. So
and I want to be clear to this person as well as any others who might be listening to this panel and think that anyone has concerns for Alex's personal liberty, freedoms going forward. We all recognize the guy's a slimy thief. He's a terrible person. He belongs behind bars for the rest of his life for the financial crimes that he's committed. This is always about maintaining and holding the process of our judicial system to the proper standard as envisioned by our founders and in accordance with what basic fundamental American law dictates, that the state needs to prove it guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Do we expect that he's going to go to jail for the rest of his life for his financial crimes? Hell yes. Do we think that it's very likely? Do each of us, to a man, think it's very likely that he committed these financial crimes and will be convicted of them? Very likely. Do any of us care that he's going to spend the rest of his life behind bars? No, we don't care. Go. Throw him in jail. The guy's terrible human being. He's a bad guy. He's not a good guy. We just don't think that the state has proven he's committed murder. And that's what this is all about. It's not a matter of like free Alex Murdaugh. None of us care if he's free or in jail. We just care about the process and maintaining the integrity of the process. That's what.
If I can divert slightly onto a slightly more philosophical realm, I think one of the things that this highlights is the importance in law of just what is the question you're supposed to be asking, because the question drives the analysis in so many ways. It's one of the reasons that, for example, at the U.S. Supreme Court, they take so much time in drafting what's called the question presented, because the question you ask often is very dictative of the answer.
If you don't ask the right question, you're very unlikely to arrive at the correct answer.
Yeah. So I think, when we're looking at this, and we're looking at this in any sort of aspect, we've talked a lot about the rules of evidence. For example, we talk about whether this piece of evidence should come in or that piece of evidence, and we think, okay, 404B or 403 or substantially more prejudicial than probative, or we go through like the analysis as to each particular question. And so those are like segmented questions within the trial as to get to the question we're supposed to be saying about guilt or not beyond a reasonable doubt. So I think it's helpful to remember the question that you're asking or not asking. And I think not necessarily in this particular chat, but in chats generally as it relates to criminal trials, I find that people sometimes misunderstand my answer to whatever immediate question I'm asking as speaking to a more ultimate question that I'm not being asked. So like, for example, this may or may not be a great example, but someone might ask like whether this piece of evidence should come in or not. And I'm like, no, it shouldn't. But that doesn't necessarily change my end conclusion as to this aspect. Like, for example, when we were doing with Daryl Brooks and talking to about whether I believed him or not, right? And I'm like, it doesn't matter to me one way or another, because like, for example, is he truly remorseful for what he did, in mowing down those people? I'm like, I don't care, because at this point, I don't need to know whether or not he's remorseful or not to analyze his liability for the crimes, right? It's like, well, did he do the intentional thing? Did he cause the death of these people, right? So like his credibility or not is no longer a useful exercise for me at that point. So I just think it's helpful to remember the question that's being asked and to try to deal with it one piece at a time.
Jeff H says Alex being at the kennels minutes before Maggie and Paul were murdered, and lying about it will convict him. Okay, all right. Let me ask you this, Jeff, who I notice seems to be very firmly in the camp that Alex belongs in jail for the murder specifically. Who else was at the kennel
besides Maggie and Paul?
And Alex. Like, how do we not know? How do we know whether there was potentially 2 other people there, 3 other people there? We hear Maggie and Alex, if we believe the ear witnesses. We hear them in the background. Do you know that there was no one else there? No. And I don't mean the killer. I don't mean like the killer. What I'm saying is, you're saying because Alex is there, that's what makes him guilty. Do we know that there were no other employees there? Do we know that there was? I mean, I don't even understand this. There's so many people who could have been there. It's very confusing to me why it is that anyone would say his presence there. And I understand that he lied about his presence there. I get that. I think you probably understand that everyone I've heard from who's actually seen their own family member get gunned down says they can't remember anything about that day. They can't remember anything at all. So the fact that he doesn't remember that, or would have blocked out his visit to the kennel, the place where he found their bodies, that's what his brain blocked out, that it must be that he's motivated because he's the murderer. It's kind of, you might be right, but you're telling me it's beyond reasonable doubt that there's no way that, hey, you know what, maybe his brain just really blocked that part out. And that's why, despite the fact that he's being told that all these people think that you were at the place, that he's like, I wasn't there. Like, I don't remember this. Seems like a pretty natural thing for your mind to just put a complete blockade on, that the last time I saw them alive was in the very same place that I found their bodies. And not just found their bodies, found their completely mutilated, brain splattered everywhere bodies. If you don't think that's going to cause a shock to your system where your brain is going to act in a funky way, I think it displays a little understanding of the human mind. Now, does that mean that necessarily is the reason why he lied and that it wasn't motivated because he is the murderer? No, it doesn't mean that. It simply means we're looking for a standard beyond a reasonable doubt. And when we're looking at circumstantial evidence and trying to consider the fact that the state's own witness is saying this guy doesn't have the stomach to kill a dog. And now we're looking at, did this guy not just kill his wife, not just kill his son, but do it with such utter brutality beyond a reasonable doubt because he was there? Look, may they convict him? It's possible they will. He's very hated down there. They're looking for reasons to hang their hat on it from everything we hear about the people living in the area. Is it possible they'll find to convict? Yes. Does anyone on this panel here think that there's been sufficient evidence to reach the highest standard possible of beyond reasonable doubt? No. Does that doesn't mean he's going to get acquitted or there'll be a hung jury. It doesn't mean anything of the kind. We all recognize he could be convicted. A jury may do that. But we're pointing as far as our opinion, not vested in his freedom or his liberty, just our opinion as far as the process itself. Does this really seem like something that a jury that's not motivated by a genuine animus toward Alex the individual, an animus that he spent his whole life giving everyone a reason to have that animus? Like you have every reason to hate this guy. He's a schmuck. He's a bad person. Now that he's developed that, so the question is, our concern is for the process itself and maintaining that integrity of the process, that's actually guilt beyond reasonable doubt that he committed these crimes, these murders, and all the questions.
I actually do believe in these things, right? I believe in the principle. It's like we're supposed to believe in the system that we've sworn to uphold and protect. So yeah, I do care.
Yeah. Cameron Mason says, Sister Paul would try and find the pills and hide them from Alex, so he knew would try and find the pills and hide them from Alex. So he knew, but just tried to help by hiding them. So there you go. That's true. I'd forgotten that. The sister did say that he knew about it. So why would he have to try and silence him by decapitating him by bullet? It sort of almost becomes like a little game. Like, no, like, I don't want you, taking my drugs from me. Dr. Lipschitz says, no hard evidence, no clearly defined motive. So no hard evidence, no clearly defined motive. Can you sue the state for malicious prosecution? You're not going to win on it.
No, malicious prosecution's really, really difficult.
That's not going to win.
No.
Raging Cajun says, please read my chat from earlier. Want you all's opinion. I missed your chat. I'll try to find it. In a moment. But Creighton, that was Raging Cajun. I'm going to leave you up here. So I'm going to leave you in my studio here so I can come to it in just a minute or so. Bobby Joe Brown says, but Creighton Waters assuming the position so incredibly awkward and hysterical at the same time. Prosecution wants AC so bad will turn cartwheels. I want a conviction. It's so bad will turn cartwheels. Yeah, that was pretty bad. It was pretty bad testimony there. I agree with you.
Feels like the state's trying to save face at this point. It feels like.
You heard their frustration on that cross-examination yesterday. Oh my God, he wanted to interject in the middle of cross-examination. That was hilarious.
That's crazy. I've never seen that before in my life.
Me either. That was bizarre. And the judge looked shocked. Like, you'll get your turn. You know how this works. XSSFD says, I've heard this before. Why aren't the jurors not allowed to take notes?
The ability of jurors to take notes is a relatively modern phenomenon. Most jurisdictions have not historically allowed jurors to take notes. The trend is certainly for allowing for it more and more, but that's not been the historical reality. So South Carolina is just back in the old school.
And most people can't effectively take notes and effectively listen at the same time. So they miss testimony.
Right. In other words, you're writing something down like what he just said, and meanwhile the person's still talking, so you might be missing the new thing. I had that very problem when I was covering the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, where I was sitting in the jury room and I'm trying to write really fast because you're not used to taking dictation that fast and get an exact quote or whatever, something like that. And all of a sudden I'm like, wait, what? I didn't really digest what was said during the last 30 seconds, and something important might have been said there. So that could be the reason behind it. Jane Cash says, didn't they find DNA of another person under Maggie's fingernails? Supposedly, yes, but they don't know who. It's too little DNA for them to know. So,
well, except they know it wasn't anybody they know.
Yeah.
Right. And that
So they know it wasn't Paul. It wasn't
Alex. Right. Lenore Gray says, so who is CD Row groundskeeper and what was he having an affair with Maggie?
Did you see him? That's
don't
a
know.
tough sell.
Fracture says, regardless of my musings on what happened, in my honest opinion, the state has not proved anything. Innocent should be the verdict 100% due to lack of evidence. Here, here. Here, here.
Well, I think they've proven it's possible that Paul killed him. I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, but we're out. That's obviously a long way from the thing. And why murder charges to compel confessions in financials? That doesn't. It's not the way it's supposed to work. Not the way it's supposed to work. Loza says Alex couldn't put down a dog yet. We're supposed to believe he did this. That was exactly my point moments ago. That was exactly all the circumstantial evidence you want to come in here, and it's hard to understand how that could be the same person we were talking about. I'm gonna do a quick scan through on see if I can find Raging Cajun's super chat earlier question that he says I missed. You guys can talk amongst yourselves while I'm doing that.
All right.
What are your
By the way, all these interviews that Alex did with the police? If you'd like to know how what to consider in interacting with the police in the aftermath of a use of force event, you might want to say nothing, but if you do plan to say anything, and self-defense is a little bit different than a lot of these scenarios, you might consider taking our Law Self-Defense Advanced class where we spend almost an hour talking about nothing but interacting with the police in the aftermath of a use of force event, what to think about, what to consider, understanding the risks, the very serious risks that come with interacting with the police. Learn more about that at lawselfdefense.com/advanced.
Yeah, and the one thing I say about that frequently is that the reason many of us have a gun is for protection for ourselves and our family. Having that, and you want that protection so that you can be alive. But it's not a matter of just preserving, your ability to keep breathing, but also to preserve your freedom. So if you take the wrong steps or handle yourself improperly, and God forbid you find yourself in that moment of crisis, you might end up saving your own life and then spending the rest of that lengthy life behind bars. So, but if you know what you need to do, you're far less likely to actually find yourself in that terrible position.
The risk is never zero, but you can get the risk pretty damn low if you know where the legal boundaries actually are.
I see from Raging Cajun where he sent a thing, which I think I read, saying, my theory, Alex got affiliated with a gang cartel, likely the financial source, and there was retaliatory killing. No way he was going through $50K a week in opioids and still functioning lawyer and family man. I don't see a question there, though. I'm trying to see if there was another one that I missed from Raging.
All of that sounds reasonable to me.
Just wanted to know what you thought. So I guess what'd you think?
Oh, yeah. I gave this, that I thought he was echoing my own thought because I gave that same thought myself, that I was like, I've been saying for the longest time, to me, the most likely scenario that seems. I don't think I skipped your super chat earlier too. I'm trying to catch every single one. So I'll try and find yours as well, Fuzzy Socks.
I did exporting all of them to a spreadsheet so that I can make sure to get them all, because I find tagging them, especially when I'm streaming solo, to be very difficult to tag them.
So how do you do that? How do you export them to a spreadsheet?
I used if then that, which is just a website that exists. So basically, you can set up connections between various apps. So it just looks automatically. It just said if super chat in this channel, then create a new entry in this spreadsheet.
Does it work Rumble too?
I don't know that it works with Rumble. I don't think it's not integrated with everything.
And what's that called? If then
that ifttt.com, I think.
I'm going to try and find yours, Fuzzy Socks.
Cool. Thanks. I appreciate that.
No worries.
I tried setting that up once and I struggled with it. The if then.
I won't try to set it up, but I know someone who can probably do it for me. So
I also use it for controlling my lights because I have the little stream deck here, the little push buttons. And so when I push the button, it creates a webhook, basically creates just a web request.
This
talks to my lights to change the lights. So all I have to do is push the button and then change the lights.
Just to reassure you all, this is from earlier today. This is not actually live now. So that's why the audio is off on it. That's why it's not unmute court. Everyone's screaming at me, unmute the court. They're not back yet. I just didn't. While I was like looking for Fuzzy Socks chat and all this other stuff, I didn't want to miss this popping up here. So this way, I figured if I have this playing here, because the court was supposed to return at 2:15, and we're ready now at 2:23. I just wanted to make sure it was up here so we didn't miss it. But when you see the little earlier today up there, that's pointing out that this is not new stuff. So you're not missing anything.
No.
Stop with the judge's back. Stop it. Stop it. I'm doing my best here. You guys are not nice.
I could talk more about the color arrangements because I got the 12-point color wheel so I could get the color triad so all the lights look nice and their relationship to each other.
That's cool.
Oh, please don't.
I've never used Stream Deck, but I thought it was only for PCs, but I guess you can hook it up on a Mac too.
Yeah. Fuzzy socks. Where are you?
Always have to be expanding that skill deck, folks.
Yeah,
always be acquiring new skills. Don't get stale.
There has to
I was looking into getting a new microphone because this condenser mic is pretty nice that I have. I just have the Rode NT1A, which is a very nice condenser mic. But I was thinking about getting a dynamic mic so it would do a little bit more with rejecting because I had all those problems recently with picking up, the people cutting things outside my house, and dynamic mics do a better job of rejecting that. So
yeah, yep.
I was looking into getting something. I was looking actually at the Rode podcast mic. It's only $100.
All right, I found it.
I found it.
Fuzzy Socks said falling backwards isn't consistent with the proximity of the barrel to Paul, especially at Alex's height. Barrel would be farther away. So this is, I think, hold on a second. I think we got this.
Are we back?
It would be the right time.
The stippling, the lack of stippling, that implies distance. The height, so that means the gun literally had to be practically at floor height to fire up at that angle, hit him under 5 feet at 4'7"
not leave
here,
stippling.
and not leave stippling.
Right.
That's a good point. I'm glad that Fuzzy called me out on that. Thank you. And I'll get to the other super chats shortly.
Or I could go to Phil Bronco and get his mic with that nice $400 mic that Bronco has.
Yeah, I love it. It works great. But I have to say, I have the other mic you mentioned, the smaller one. I use that as a travel mic, and it works great. So I'm not sure this one is worth 4 times as much as the other one. But this is a very nice microphone.
SM7B.
SM7B, yep.
Yeah.
Hey, very good. Welcome back. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed juror number 826 to serve as the foreperson of the jury. In various places in various states, it's done differently. In some places,
the judge saw our question.
Jury
Why is
selects
this happening?
a foreperson. It's my practice to appoint a foreperson. The fact that a person is appointed as foreperson does not give that juror any more authority than any other juror. All jurors are equal participant, and each juror has an equal voice in the process. Well, certainly welcome you to this role as foreperson, and look for all of you to continue with your role in the process.
On a purely introspective level, I wonder how the judge comes to that conclusion.
That,
just watches them and sees who's most engaged, or
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. The state calls Senior Special Agent Ryan Kelly.
Oh, good. Another special agent who I'm sure will have so much information to share with us.
This will be the guy who responded to the roadside shooting incident.
Sorry if I'm walking away from you.
So we're getting into all that now.
Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
the truth?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right. Please be seated. State your full name for the record. Spell your last name, and make sure you can get to the mic real good.
Get to the mic real good.
Ryan Kelly, Kelly.
Special Agent Kelly, how you doing today?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
Doing well. If you would just quickly introduce yourself to the jury and just give them a short synopsis of your career in law enforcement leading to where you are today.
My name is Ryan Kelly. I'm a senior special agent with the State Law Enforcement Division. I'm from Berkeley County. I went to college at the Citadel where I studied biology. I attended the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy. I've got approximately 22 years law enforcement experience, the last 10 of which have been at SLED Investigative Services Low Country region, where our caseload includes violent crime, public corruption, officer-involved critical incidents, and financial crimes. I'm currently there as a senior special agent.
All right, and if you would get that mic just a little bit closer to your to yourself.
That mic real good.
Okay, yeah.
Yep, that's much better. Have you, as far as the murders at Moselle, you had a very tangential role in that particular case, is that correct?
That's correct.
Moving forward, did you become the lead case agent on a different matter that started on about September 4th, 2021?
Yes, on September 4th, 2021, there was an incident involving Alex Murdaugh where he was shot along Old Salcahatchee Road in Hampton County.
All right. And did you respond to that particular scene?
I did.
Okay. And about what time did that occur?
The shooting occurred at approximately 1:36 p.m.
All right. And that's September 4th?
September 4th, yes.
As you arrived at the scene, what, if anything, did you notice about what vehicle was there?
Prior to arriving at the scene, while en route, Mr. Murdaugh was being treated at a hospital in Savannah. So I responded to Savannah first. After meeting with Mr. Murdaugh, I then responded back to the Salcahatchee Road.
Okay, and we'll talk about that in a bit. But let me ask you about the scene a little bit. What vehicle was at the scene?
There's a black Mercedes SUV.
All right. And do you know who that Mercedes belonged to?
Yes.
And who did it belong to?
Maggie Murdaugh.
All right. And
Not anymore.
what information had been, you said you responded to Savannah Hospital, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And you had a chance to talk with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
And do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, he's there in the brown blazer in between Mr. Harpootlian and
Let me ask you, I want to ask just a little bit about the scene before we get into that. What, if anything, did you notice about the condition of the vehicle?
the vehicle had a driver's side rear flat tire.
Okay. And did you notice anything about that particular tire, the class of tire it was, or what kind of tire it was?
That particular tire is a run flat.
All right.
So the tire was flat, and when we got there, we expected to see some type of damage to the tire, to the inner wall or whatnot, and that just wasn't present. After reviewing the tire and looking at it up close, we saw what we thought appeared to be a small puncture wound or a puncture mark on the sidewall.
All right. And what did that appear to have caused that as you looked at it?
It looked like a small blade, like a pocket knife that most police officers would carry in their pocket. It appeared to be something similar to that.
Tell the jury a little bit about a run flat tire. What does that mean if the tire goes, quote, flat?
Well, I don't work for Mercedes and I'm not a tire expert, but it's a feature on certain brands of tire that once there is some type of puncture, that the tire remains operable. So if you're driving on a road and you suffer a blowout, it allows you to drive to a safe space, where you can pull off and seek assistance there. But they typically don't go flat immediately after being punctured unless there's some catastrophic damage to the tire. And in this case, there was not. That catastrophic damage was not there.
All right. In the stand by for me just real quick. All right. In the course of your investigation, as you started to look into this, did you obtain a copy or review the 911 call from this particular incident?
Yes, I did.
All right. And who made that particular 911 call?
Alex Murdaugh.
All right. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 543. And is that a disc containing that particular 911 call?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this point, I would move in States 543, I believe, without additional objection.
Without additional objection, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. It's admitted.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and play that.
What happened? The judge took a bathroom break same time as me?
Let me ask you this. While we're getting that 911 call up, can you generally describe what was reported by the defendant on 911?
Yes. Mr. Murdaugh called 911. The Hampton County 911 operator answered the phone. Obviously asked, what's your emergency? Mr. Murdaugh said that he was on South Tahatchee Road by a church with a red roof. When she asked what had happened, he said that he had been driving on Old South Tahatchee Road, suffered a flat, and when he pulled over, another motorist arrived on scene to render assistance, and he said that when he turned around, the motorist shot him. So at that point, the dispatcher asked, have you been shot? And then that's at that point where Mr. Murdaugh said, yes, he'd been shot. But then he said he was okay.
All right. And did he say that he got a flat tire, he stopped, and then someone stopped to help and then shot him?
Yes.
Just repeat the testimony.
All right.
That's why we're here. That's why this guy's here to talk to us about
Yeah.
roadside
Were you
assistance.
away? This is the lead investigator for the roadside shooting incident.
Gotcha. Hi, I'm Cousin Eddie. Please state the nature of your emergency. I need roadside assistance.
Yeah, we can incompetently shoot you in the head to the point where you're able to make phone calls immediately afterwards. If only Paul's killer had been there, he would have gotten the job done.
Yeah, seriously. I guess that's probably the best exonerating evidence for Cousin Eddie having killed Paul. It's like there's no way he would have hit him.
It's like that line from Titanic: "Shoot me like you shoot your French girls."
For a lady and members of the jury, we'll have you go to the jury room for a few minutes. Please do not discuss the case.
What's happening? Why are we going to the jury room?
The defense is objecting to something.
Well, that should be fun.
The defense, yeah.
So I got this.
Not that it matters. The judge is going to let everything in.
Yes.
Hey, by the way, I had a bunch of stuff here from Steve Gosney. I guess he's watching on the sly and emailing me. Can I treat him like super chats?
I emailed him to join me. Like I sent him he was the first one I sent the link to because I had to send that by email. I figured it might take like 4 hours to get there.
I'm sure he knows he's welcome, but he must be tied up with something. He writes, the purposeful and direct questioning regarding Eddie Smith, that's the shooter here, the drug dealer, can only be a conscious decision by the defense attorney to have the state call him. I expect the defense may want Eddie on cross and is baiting the state to call him. Also, a fan of mine noted that being on opioids can also impact ability to remember. The reactions of Alex need to be understood in this context.
Go ahead.
That was from very early this morning, 7:45.
Yeah, but it really didn't seem like they were fighting hard this morning. So I the lawyer, Peter Tragos, he made a similar speculation, but they reawakened, as you recall, they reawakened their thought. I think a few attorneys who I respect their opinion were speculating perhaps out of deep respect and well-earned respect for the defense team, that it was not a mistake that they made. But at the opening of court today, before the jury came in, the defense renewed their appeal to the court to not allow this in, and brought in and read line by line from transcript yesterday, try and convince the judge that they were not the ones who kicked the door open. The door was kicked open by the state, by the state itself, not by the defense, and they were responding based on questions that was brought up on direct, and that's why they brought it up on cross, and that should not be deemed to be kicking the door open. So I think that, I don't think they're happy about this here. I don't think this is a trap that they've set for the state. I think they don't want
it begins to feel like 10D chess. I'm not sure it goes that many levels.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they're going to do whatever they can to try and fix it, but to think that they have a trap set up, it's not reflective of their actions this morning, where they're bringing in transcript from yesterday to try and convince the judge he got his ruling wrong in allowing Cousin Eddie testimony to come in.
Steve also notes, when every state witness becomes a defense witness, there's a problem with the state's case.
Yes. Yeah, that I totally agree with.
And on Brady lists, we had Brady lists mentioned before.
Yeah.
Steve writes, prosecutors have a duty to provide Brady lists to the defense, but they routinely fail to do so because, one, it's work and they're lazy. That's true. And two, it might hurt their future prosecutions. Also true.
Yeah. All right. Bringing this back in here.
In the name of motive, it's going to be bad act.
Oh, sorry.
Lying evidence that jurors are going to never unhear or unsee.
Oh, listen to them. They're so excited.
Earlier today,
they're so
Bob, I
excited.
want to get your thoughts. We talked to Maria about
Oh my
this
God.
earlier. We
Motive
had another
evidence
witness
based on the.
and that was the crime
Wow.
scene
These are the attorneys that they have. Law and crime. You're a joke. You're terrible.
I know.
And,
You're really.
I was on there once. I was one of these guests. They didn't like me.
My God.
I was like, that doesn't make any sense. You're not asking the right questions. They're like, whoop.
What did you think of
Off what Andrew said.
How do you think the jury responded to that?
They're like, well, we just want to talk about the sexual aspects of this case. I'm like, okay.
All right. You can. You can. Yeah, no, they're really just really bad at this. They're really, really bad at this. But
hey, listen, in fairness, that might make them a lot more money than doing actual legal analysis and commentary. I don't know. But it's just not my bailiwick.
Not your bailiwick. Not a word that people use frequently enough. So let me cover a few of these super chats here so we can catch up. Majorius June says, you end up remembering very little if you don't take notes. Even after a short 90-minute lecture. After several weeks, you are not going to remember anything. Also, love your content. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Make sure you guys sub up. I'd really appreciate that as well. Yesterday, we crossed the 90,000 threshold, marching toward 100K. So there you go. Big Smoke says the state has not proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt for the panel. You are making a principled argument with people you lack the understanding of principles, only emotions. You're making a principled argument with people, I guess, who lack the understanding of principles. Yeah, only emotions. Yeah, no, look, we're
which is normal. That's normal human beings.
Yeah, we're the abnormal ones. We recognize that. We're not. That's why this is not a prediction about what the jury will do. We're talking about, based on principles, what they should be doing, and a little bit trying to speculate as to what's more effective strategically. So we give you some perspective as to how attorneys approach this, because we recognize what we're dealing with. And that's why we talk to you about why the state will bring stuff in. The state knows the stuff that we're saying also, but they're trying to work within the confines of where they're at to secure a scalp. Specifically in this case, Alex Murdaugh's scalp. So, but then we all understand the psychology and how a jury tends to think, but it's a matter of trying to explain to you what should be happening and what the strategies, the interplay of competing strategies between prosecution and defense. So Chris Cianti says, Twitter has Cousin Eddie's mugshot, and under his charge, quote, it's listed hold for safekeeping. What kind of charge is that? I don't know. I haven't seen it. I don't know what that is. G-Man says, LMAO, I tried to set Joe up with IFTT. Didn't go too well. LOL. You want help, Ronka? It did not go well. I knew I tried. I didn't remember that it was G-Man NC. It did not go. I was like, what? Where do I put this? What's all these numbers?
Well, I have my go-to person for this IT stuff, but if that doesn't work out, I'll mention it on one of the shows, and you can offer again. I would appreciate it.
All right. Janelle says, anything going to be done regarding the lead sled lying big to grand jury? I'm very proud that I managed to put that one together. And no, nothing's going to happen to him. Almost certainly nothing. He was probably complicit with the DA. I'm sure that they knew what he was doing in the grand jury. So, and they're the ones who would have to prosecute him. So good luck with that. Ditch Doc says, as a South Carolina resident, screw the state. They have a duty to prove beyond a reasonable doubt they failed. Andrew got hard a few months ago. Great book. Hopefully it happens more than once every few months.
lawselfdefense.com/gethard.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Stacy Porter says, can the D-File Spec Act to have court appointments stop before end? Can the defense file a special action to have court of appeals stop before end?
Interlocutory appeal? Court of Appeals is not going to do that.
I think that's what it means. Lacey P says, money under the table to the judge, crooked judge. He's not being fair. That's a very heavy charge to drop. And I'm not going to make that claim about him. It really could be as simple. I mean, it doesn't need to be, if you think about it. He's a politically kinetic guy whose family has been powerful. He certainly has had many interactions with this judge before, and he's a corrupt guy. It's very possible the judge really just dislikes Alex. And if you think about it, there are a lot of reasons to dislike him. Now, that does not justify acting with compromising the process and ignoring duties as to how the trial should be run. But to pretend that he's a robot and that his personal feelings about Alex would not play into how he's handling this case, that's not dealing with reality. So, again, that's principle versus emotion. Joe, congrats on your new addition to the family. Thank you so very much. Yes, just earlier this morning, I was blessed to have a brand new grandson, born the third boy to my oldest daughter. God bless them all. So, and this her third boy, and the third one in under 3 years. She's had boy. The oldest is like 2.5. So
at this rate, you'll be able to grift grandchildren like Kurt grifts shots.
Is it obvious that
$100 a shot?
Is it obvious that I'm grifting my own grandson? That I keep mentioning?
No, I just mean you're having so many so often.
Oh yeah, no, it's greet. It's great. So
for $1,000, every $1,000, I'll have another grandchild.
I'll get working on that. Look, baby needs a new pair of shoes. So they keep
Steve emailed me. He said he's definitely not going to be able to make it today. He's got work obligations, but he does appreciate the invitation.
All right. Well, best of luck to you, Steve, and look forward to catching you on Nick Riquetas tomorrow. I expect to join Nick on his stream, where he will resume covering the trial after his slacking during the most pivotal parts of this entire event. So, I want to mention just something else. What I realized is there's no way we're going to get a jury completing deliberation before a week from this Monday. I mean, this Monday is going to be President's Day. There's no trial then, which means that we're not going to wrap this trial up. This trial is still going to be going a week from this Monday. And I don't think Nick is going to be back from Vegas by then. He'll probably still...
Well, Vegas is not this weekend, but next weekend.
That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is It looks like this trial will be going on for at least another 2 weeks. I don't see how this can wrap up in less than 2 weeks, which means that I think the whole lot of you are probably going to be in Vegas on Monday, the 25th, the 27th, 27th. On Monday, the 27th.
I'll be flying back.
Yeah. So
I won't be on there.
I expect to pick up the slack then. Whenever Nick is not streaming, I'm not looking to compete with Nick on this trial, and I'd rather hang with him than compete with him. But when he's not streaming, I will be covering the trial. So thank you so much. I was so hungry. God bless you. So yeah, I will be streaming this whenever he's not here, and I'll try to join him whenever possible when he is covering it. So and tomorrow I expect to be joining him on his coverage of this. So if you're looking for trial coverage, make sure you check out Nick Riquetas tomorrow, and make sure you sub up over here. I'm also on Locals. It's a good way to find me down in the description below. Still on a little bit of a break there. So We got that. Branka, is there a full replay of your advanced course if I'm not able to stay for the full day?
Yes.
There you go.
Yep. We make the replay available to all the students.
All right.
So you could actually watch it more than once if you want. A lot of people do.
Can review.
As we saw in a comment earlier, we have a lot of students who come back to that same class multiple times because it's such a fire hose of information that people learn new stuff every time they come.
Yeah. Farrell Drake says, this judge is garbage, hot garbage. I believe he'll be overturned if Alex Murdaugh is convicted. I will say this, Andrew's famous for coining the phrase "appeals are for losers," which is really perhaps the most insightful thing I've ever heard him say, because it's so true and ironic because it's true on so many different levels. It's true in that if you win, you're not appealing, so appeals are for losers, and appeals almost never win, so appeals are for losers. And
even when you win, you lose. Even when you win, what do you win? Another trial.
You win another shot at coming back to trial. So questionable calls that are not immaterial, highly material. Questionable calls that this judge has made that one wonders whether he's really set up a strong case for a lot of appeals. While we're waiting here, Sherry Lawless says, how accurate can height measurement be with top of the head gone? I imagine it's only an estimate. Yeah, for sure. And in fact, he even admitted that it was hard for him to gauge his height because when the head's blown off.
All right, Special Agent Kelly, we fixed our technical difficulties, and for the record, about to publish the 911 call.
Ooh.
Recording already, folks.
Traffic at 911 was emergency on Salkehatchie Road. Okay, what's the address on Salkehatchie Road? I'm by the church. What church?
What church? There's 1,000 churches.
What church are you talking about? I don't know the name of it with the red roof.
Oh, that church.
What end of Salkehatchie Road? I don't know what you're talking about. At the Hampton County side.
He's talking pretty good for a guy who just got shot in the head.
Okay, what's going on? I got a flat tire, and I stopped, and somebody stopped to help me, and when I turned my back, they tried to shoot me. Oh, okay. Were you shot? Yes, but I'm okay. You shot where? Where were you shot at? Huh? Did they actually shoot you or they tried to shoot you? They shot me. But, okay, wait, you need EMS? Well, I mean, yeah, I can't drive. Okay. And I'm bleeding a lot. What part of your body? I'm not sure. Somewhere on my head. Your head? Somebody just stopped for me there. For 911. Okay.
This is audio from the 911.
Okay, let me speak to him, see if he can tell me exactly where you are.
For the record, I'm stopping that at 141. Was that the defendant on the 911 call?
Yes.
At that point in time, he said, someone shot me?
Yes.
Did he identify who that was?
No, he did not.
That was Alex Murdaugh calling in to 911 when he was on the side of a road after he had allegedly been someone that had attempted murder. Later, cousin Eddie, his drug dealer, admitted that Alex hired him to attempt to do this attempted murder with the motive.
I'm going to show you what's been marked in States 545.
Of killing him so that his son Buster would get $12 million in
Copy
insurance.
of a body-worn camera
for the
video you
murder.
received from the defendant in the ambulance at the scene.
This happened 3 months
At the scene,
after.
we meet the side of the
Paul.
road on September 4th.
Absolutely. Salkehatchie Road, September 4th, 2021.
Your Honor, this point out all for States 545 and evidence, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
3 months after Paul and Maggie are killed is
All right,
when
for
that
the
happened.
record, I'm going to publish a portion of that video.
I'm going down the road. I had a tire go flat. I pulled over.
cops do it.
A real nice guy acted like, and I turned my head and, I mean, boom.
Okay, you know what kind of gun it was?
I don't know what kind of gun it was, but
It wasn't a 12 gauge.
It sounded like a shotgun, even though it was so loud. It didn't sound like a 22. I know that's what they think it is, but it didn't sound like a 22.
It looks like a small caliber hole. Yeah.
Small caliber?
Yeah, small caliber.
But it was extremely loud.
This is in the ambulance after he was
What's
shot.
your name?
Alex
It grazed him.
Murdaugh.
The bullet grazed him.
Imagine that he stole a bunch of money from the ambulance crew and they throw him out the back of the truck. That's highway speed. Alex Murdaugh.
942-1227.
What's your address?
PO Box 457.
457 Hampton.
321,000 for Faith Temple, 321,000 for Faith Temple. Uniform Nancy Parker, Road 6, repeat, Uniform Nancy Parker.
So what did you say? Some blue color pickup? It's a Ford, a GMC, or what?
It wasn't a Ford, I know that.
It wasn't a Ford. Like a Ram type, or
You know, I think it was a GMC or a Chevrolet, but
GMC?
I'm not totally positive.
So you got a flat tire Mercedes Benz on the side of the road, try to change the tire. The blue color pickup came inside you, thought everything was okay, and then you think of a shotgun and get shot. How many times did fire?
I think just one time.
What time?
I lost my vision right when it first happened. And I think I was.
Good for, we going to the store, I'm going to come to the hospital. What's that? You flying out?
Oh, we're flying. Yeah, we're flying. Yeah, we can't handle that.
Okay,
Not no traumas are hitting like that.
when the flight crew
We'll find out.
we'll find out where I'm at. What's going to give me a picture of me for something? 1 second.
All right, for the record, I played that clip from about 14:07 to 14:10 by the timestamp. Was that the defendant in the ambulance at the scene on Salkatchie Road?
Yes, it was.
And did he again tell the story that he had been shot by an unknown assailant?
Yes, the story was consistent.
All right. And did he say at any time during that anyone shot him?
No.
And what did he say the weapon sounded like that shot him?
He said it sounded like a shotgun.
On September 4th, you said you responded to a hospital?
Yes, in Savannah, Georgia.
All right. And who did you see when you were there?
I met with Alex Murdaugh and I met with Randy Murdaugh.
All right. And did you have a conversation with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
All right. And can you just very generally relate what the defendant said? Did he tell you a very similar story that we've heard from the 911 call in the ambulance video?
Yes, when we arrived in the hospital, Mr. Murdaugh was receiving treatment. He was awake and willing to talk to us. At that point, he was the only witness to this incident. We asked him what happened, and he told us a story that was consistent with the 911 call and with what was told to the deputy.
All right. And did he state that a driver had stopped, passed by, turned around, and came back to the location?
Yes, he said the similar story that he was driving along Old Salkatchie, that he hit something significant with his tire, causing it to go flat. So when he pulled over to the side of the road to inspect the tire, it was flat. As he was doing that, he said a dark and colored Chevy pickup truck drove by, passed him, turned around, and came back to his location. He said he made contact with the driver, and as Mr. Murdaugh turned around to walk back to his vehicle, he said the driver then shot him.
Did he say that the driver of the truck seemed very nice?
He described the driver as a very nice, nice-looking male between 30 and 45 years of age.
Did he tell you what he thought the weapon was that shot him with?
Yes. While he initially said it was a shotgun in the ambulance, when we met with him at the hospital, he identified the weapon as possibly a .22 caliber.
Did he say whether or not he ever lost consciousness?
He said that he lost his vision, dropped down to his knees, but he did not believe he'd lost consciousness.
Did he describe the vehicle of the person that supposedly did this?
Yes, he again described a newer model, dark in color blue Chevy pickup with, I believe, some type of sport tires.
And did he describe the driver at all of this that supposedly was the person who shot him?
Yes, his description of the driver was consistent, a white male between 30 and 40 years of age. He described him as nice looking, a nice person. He described him as having close cropped hair with a close cropped facial hair.
The point is that he was intentionally misleading
whether
the
or not he
police.
would recognize this unknown person.
Because
if he
none of
saw
this
him
description
again.
is
Yes,
accurate.
Mr. Murdaugh told us that if he were to see the person again, he would be able to identify him.
At any point,
Other
did
than
he
the fact that
identify
he's very handsome,
specifically
yeah.
any individual, or did he claim that this was an
I wonder
unknown
when we
person?
finally see
He
Cousin
never
Eddie if he's
gave
going to
a
have like
specific
eyes pointing in different
individual's,
directions like a gecko.
Name.
He's not
That's
British.
why he
So
missed.
he did not know.
He's not British.
Cousin Crazy Eye Eddie.
We're going to return back to the scene, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 544.
Now, looks can be subjective, so maybe he thinks he's really good looking. But yeah, there's a lot of misdirection that's intentional here, and that's why this testimony is being offered up to say that this guy lies. I don't even know what the hell the point is. He's a predilection for lying. I mean, it's just, I know why it's being offered is to make the jury think that this guy is a scumbag, and he is a scumbag.
All right, I'm going to show you what's. Thank you.
But that's not a reason to convict him of murder.
States 544, and see if you recognize this particular image.
I do. This was recovered from inside the black Mercedes SUV driven by Mr. Murdaugh. It is his
Cousin Eddie shot a man just to watch him lie.
Can I have the helmet real quick, please? All right, is that what's on the screen right now for the jury to see?
Yes, it is.
All right, turning back to now, let's move into September 5th. Did agents with law enforcement continue to sort of search that scene where the Mercedes had been located?
Yes. So on September 5th, we agents returned to the scene. We were looking for any evidence of involved in the accident. We were looking for the significant piece of debris, and as we were searching the roadway around where the Mercedes had pulled off, we searched across the street in the grass area, and we recovered a gray in color utility knife.
Did law enforcement, did you notice any sort of debris or anything like had been described by the defendant as supposedly causing the damage to the tire?
No, we searched the area extensively, and we never were able to locate this significant piece of debris that Mr. Murdaugh described as causing his tire to go flat.
I'll show you what's been marked as states 546, and do you recognize that image?
Yes, I do.
And tell the jury what that is, please.
That is the folding knife that was recovered across the road from where Mr. Murdaugh's vehicle was parked.
Your Honor, this time, I believe without additional objection, state would move in states 546.
No additional objections, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
All right, and is that the knife as it was found laying in the grass?
Yes.
And again, where was that location in relationship to where the Mercedes was?
The Mercedes was pulled off to the side of the road. This was directly across the road in the grass on the other side.
Was DNA testing ultimately conducted on this particular knife?
Yes.
And were two individuals in that DNA testing that came back in the propositions as a result?
Yes, DNA profiles of both Alex Murdaugh and Eddie Smith were identified on the knife.
Oops.
In the course of the investigation, did you uncover any evidence that not long before this event occurred at 1:34 or so on September 4th, that the defendant had a confrontation with an individual?
Yes.
And who was that? Remind the jury of that, please.
Prior to going to Salcahatchee Road, Mr. Murdaugh met with Chris Wilson.
And can you remind the jury what generally that discussion was about?
Mr. Wilson and Mr. Murdaugh met. Mr. Wilson, at that point, Alex Murdaugh had been terminated from his law firm, and Mr. Wilson became aware of that. So he wanted to meet with him to discuss what was going on, because obviously Mr. Wilson and Mr. Murdaugh had the missing $192,000 from the previous months that was still ongoing.
On September 6th, did you return back to the Savannah Hospital?
Yes, I did.
All right. And did you have another conversation with the defendant?
Yes. When Mr. Murdaugh advised us that he would be able to, would recognize the individual if you should see them again, SLED has at its resources a composite sketch artist. So we brought her down, and her and I went to Savannah back to the hospital to re-interview Mr. Murdaugh in an attempt to create a composite sketch.
Wonder if he described the individual and the artist ends up drawing a picture of Alex Murdaugh.
Again, I'm not a composite sketch artist, so I'm a lay person as I describe this. It is where an artist uses a digital software in concert with resources of magazines, of
and the real killer looks like
body types and skin tones and whatnot, and allows the victim to like a catalog, to go through and find the identifying features closest that fit the unknown person. And those various parts are then drawn together to create a composite sketch.
All right. And during that particular interaction, was the defendant able to answer your questions?
He was.
Did he respond appropriately to subject matter?
He responded appropriately, was able to answer the questions asked of him. And again, we started from the beginning, and he again went over the entire scenario of what happened on the 4th, and it was consistent with the versions he had given us previously.
Did he agree to have this discussion with you?
He did agree.
And did you go into some discussion again with what happened on the side of the road, at least according to him at this point in time?
Yes.
And was it consistent with what he'd related before?
It was consistent.
Did he describe this unknown individual?
Again, he described him in a similar fashion: white male between 30 and 40 years of age, was nice looking, close cropped hair, manicured, close facial hair. I believe he described him as wearing some type of outdoors type shirt. The description was consistent with what he had previously told us.
Right. And did he also provide a similar description of the vehicle that this individual was driving?
Yes, again, a dark and colored Chevy pickup truck.
And yet again, at any point during this period of time, did he identify who this person was, or did he say it was an unknown assailant?
Never identified who it was, and continued to tell us it was an unknown person.
Did he work with the sketch artist and looking through books and working to make a sketch of this supposed unknown assailant?
Yes, the sketch was completed.
And did that take a relatively extensive period of time?
Looking back, I don't know the exact approximate, but it probably took a couple hours for the interview and the sketch to be completed.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 547 to your testimony and see if you recognize
Oh, here we
that.
go.
I do. This is the composite sketch.
All right, Your Honor, this time I would offer States 547 I believe, without additional objection.
Show us.
Additional objections, Your Honor.
Show us.
It's gonna look like Scooby-Doo.
I know. Oh my God, it's so bad.
It'll be Joe Biden with an ice cream
Look at
cone.
it. You can sort of see it.
And what is this image on the screen?
That is the composite sketch created with the assistance of Mr. Murdaugh.
Based on
The
his
white
descriptions
Trevor
to
Noah.
the sketch artist?
Based on his descriptions.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You have to see what Cousin Eddie looks like. It's so far from that. That is so funny. That is hilarious.
This is on September 6, 2021?
September 6, 2021.
That evening, did law enforcement receive any communication from the defendant's family?
Yes, on the evening of September 6th, Special Agent Owen received a call from Mr. Murdaugh's brother, Randy.
All right, and can you relate what the investigation learned from that particular conversation?
Alex Murdaugh was still in the hospital in Savannah. Randy and the family had been down there with him. Randy called Special Agent Owen to let him know that Alec had been making calls from the hospital to some unknown numbers. So Randy provided those numbers to us.
And was information related that he had contact with hospital staff?
Yes, Randy told us that Alec was trying to convince the the medical staff members to allow him to use the phone so he could make phone calls.
And was information related that he was actually offering the staff money to try to use their phone?
Yes, one of the nurses in their notes made note of Mr. Murdaugh trying to offer money to use their phone.
Blood money.
Did the family of Mr. Murdaugh relate a specific name and a number to law enforcement as they discovered that Alec was attempting to contact this person?
A specific name and number were provided to us. Curtis Edward Smith. We were able to take the telephone number and trace that back to Mr. Smith.
You bastard!
Did you
Google it up?
Did you Google a picture of him? Of
No.
Eddie Smith?
No. I guess I'll do it now.
Yeah.
During the course of this particular investigation, did law enforcement obtain any surveillance footage from any nearby establishments?
Yes, we did.
Can you describe that to the jury, please?
After the shooting, the agents who are present on the crime scene, obviously part of our investigation is to canvass the area. There was St. John's Baptist Church was nearby. Agents made contact with staff there. They in fact did have surveillance video that captured the roadway of South Tahatchee Road. Reviewing the footage, we first looked to isolate Mr. Murdaugh's black and color Mercedes. That was something that was a known to us. That he went that way, it would have been seen. And as we continued to review the footage, we started looking for a blue and color Chevy pickup truck. At 1:25 p.m. approximately, we observed a blue and color Chevy pickup truck with a gold or yellow in color passenger front quarter panel. Passed by at 1:25, approximately 20 seconds later, Mr. Murdaugh's black and color SUV passed by. At 1:30 p.m., the blue and color pickup truck was seen driving back the opposite direction away from.
It was as notable
where
as
Mr.
possible.
Murdaugh would have been.
Blue with a yellow fender.
All right, I'm going to show you 3 images that have been marked states 548, 549, and 550, and see if you recognize these images.
Yes, this is the 1:25 p.m. image. The first image is the pickup truck with the gold front quarter panel. The second image is 20 seconds later, approximately, with the black and color SUV. And the third image is at 1:30, 5 minutes later, with what appears to be the blue and color pickup truck driving back the other way.
Your Honor, this time the state would offer states 548, 549, and 550, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objection.
They are admitted.
All right. Putting this up on the screen, we have the timestamp up here, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that right there?
That is it is a dark blue and colored Chevy pickup truck with a gold front quarter panel.
All right. 549. What does that image reflect?
It is the Mercedes SUV.
Going in the same direction?
Going in the same direction, approximately 20 seconds after.
And then 550, what does that reflect?
That is at 1:30 p.m., approximately 5 minutes after the initial vehicles were seen. The blue Chevy truck appears to be driving in the opposite direction.
Damn Ring cameras.
Did law enforcement travel to any particular residence in light of the information that had been provided by the defendant's family about the calls that the defendant was making?
Yes, once we were able to identify Curtis Edward Smith, we quickly learned that he was a resident of Walterboro, South Carolina. So we were able to go to his residence, the morning of September 7th. And we were able, he lives at 1075 Burlington Road in Walterboro. Agent Owen went by and was able to locate or observe the blue in color Chevy pickup truck with the right front gold quarter panel.
Was a search warrant conducted at that residence?
Yeah, a search warrant was obtained and executed.
Criminals are so stupid.
What date was that?
September 7th, 2021.
All right, and during the course of that search warrant, was there some narcotics found?
Yes.
Was there a ledger found?
Yes. So a small amount of narcotics. Mr. Smith lives has a garage, a modest home. Over the course of the execution of the search warrant, narcotics were located inside the garage. But the search of the residence, we found the best way I could describe it would be a physician's desk reference of multiple narcotic pills, like a drug reference guide that he had made personal notes in.
And was there any sort of notebook with a ledger in it or anything like that recovered?
Yes, there was also a small spiral notebook, a 3.5-inch spiral notebook that had various, it looked like, obviously it wasn't completed by an accountant, but there was numbers and there was pills and descriptions of it looks like some type of sales ledger.
Obviously not done by an accountant. Maybe an accountant on opioids.
This guy is such a bad criminal. He's so terrible at it, and somehow he committed this double murder and left no evidence behind. He's so bad at this. He doesn't account for the cameras. He hires his drug dealer who can't aim a gun from 2 feet away. I mean, he's such a bad criminal. He's so terrible at this. And somehow there's no evidence.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 551.
If he wanted to be killed, why wouldn't he just tell the drug gang he's not paying them their money back?
Yes, I do. These are transaction receipts.
I'll get it done.
And
you have to realize he's trying to do this crime well,
Smith's enterprise
so that
bank account.
the insurance doesn't disclaim and say
law enforcement
and
look at
catch it
some
for
of
what
this
it
financial
is.
information and trace that back to the defendant. This was recovered in Eddie Smith's house, correct?
Yes, those documents were recovered in Mr. Smith's house. At this point, Alex Murdaugh had been fired from his law firm for stealing from clients and from the firm. We were aware of that information. It was told to us that Mr. Murdaugh had a prescription drug addiction that we were aware of. At this point, we were aware of that Mr. Murdaugh had reached out to Mr. Smith from the hospital. So when we found, like I said, Mr. Smith lives in a modest house, has a modest vehicle. When we're seeing several $100,000 of deposits and financial records for Mr. Smith's enterprise bank, we obtained a search warrant. Through the execution of that search warrant, the funds were tied back to checks written by Mr. Murdaugh.
And did those funds continue up until the time of the murders at Moselle?
Yes, they did.
Did they continue afterwards?
They did.
Your Honor, this time I would offer states 551 and evidence, I believe, without additional.
Almost as if the murders of Moselle had nothing to do with this at all. They were there before, they're there afterwards.
Did the investigation obtain any information from Blanca Simpson about any communication she had with the defendant that day, September 4th, 2021?
Yes, Ms. Simpson made contact with Mr. Murdaugh, where Mr. Murdaugh had requested her send him copies of their insurance cards.
Was that prior to the incident occurring on the side of the road?
Yes, prior to the incident, Mr. Murdaugh attempted to meet with a few individuals, Mr. Wilson being one of them, and he made contact with Ms. Simpson via telephone.
In light of the information that had been uncovered about Eddie Smith and the financial connection between Eddie Smith and Alex Murdaugh, did the investigation seek to re-interview Alex Murdaugh?
We did. I reached out to Mr. Arpulian on the day of September 7th, 2021.
All right. And over the course of the next few days, was the defendant going to rehab?
Yes, we communicated regularly with Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffith. They made it known to us that Mr. Murdaugh had entered into a rehab facility that was out of state. So at that point, we were making an attempt to interview him. We made plans to travel to Atlanta, where we believe Mr. Murdaugh was, and those plans did not come to fruition.
3 days to solve this crime. It took them only 3 days to like hardcore solve this complex,
Were
way
you
more
able
complex
to
crime.
make contact with the defense and have a subsequent interview with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, Mr. Harpootlian called me on September 13th, 2021, and we were able to set up a telephone interview of Mr. Murdaugh.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 552, State's Exhibit 552, and see if you recognize this disc.
I do. This is a recording of the September 13th, 2021 interview with Mr. Murdaugh.
All right, this time I would offer State's 552 into evidence, I believe, without additional objection.
No additional objections, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
I'm going to publish that to the jury.
This is so prejudicial. This whole thing is so prejudicial. I'll tell you this, if he gets convicted, I don't think it holds up on appeal. This has been so ridiculously prejudicial and so expressly impermissible under South Carolina law under that Cartwright case. This is really terrible. I really think he has a great appeal if he gets convicted.
Let's see. No, it should not work out. All right, telephone conference interview of Alex Murdaugh, 9/13/21.
Whose voice is that?
Special Agent Jomar Albayalde.
Was he present with you when you conducted this interview?
Yes, he was.
Jim.
Hey, Jim, this is Ryan Kelly and Jomar Albayalde with SLED. How are you?
Hey, Ryan and Joe.
Yes.
We had an office over here in Atlanta with Alec and Dick, and I'm just going to put the phone here on the table next to Alec, and I don't know if you guys. Well, let me start, Ryan. First of all, we only have about 30 to 40 minutes before we have to get out of here. Okay.
Okay, no problem, sir. Sorry about that. You caught me. I was halfway to Somerville, so I had to turn around and get into a place where.
And I'm sorry, but we were waiting to get in here to see Alec, and once we got in here, we got to have a long discussion.
Okay.
Get to an official. I'd like to walk him through some questions, which will then allow you to question him, but give you some sort of, rather than just sort of wandering around.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, before we get started, can we just have, for the purpose of our notes, obviously we prefer not to do telephone interviews. This is how y'all requested, so obviously, we don't really have a choice. But we just I'm going to need Alex to identify himself, on the call, and basically what we do is I'm going to ask him his date of birth and the last four of his social.
Okay. Go ahead.
Alex, just go.
Hello.
So you give me your full name.
Okay, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Okay, and what's your date of birth?
My date of birth is May 27th, 1968.
Last four of your social.
7483.
Okay. And I understand, obviously this is a unique situation conducting this interview over the phone. We need to, obviously you've been receiving some treatment. So just for the overall, sake of your competency to be giving us information, are you right now, sound body, sound mind?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you talking to us willingly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Dick, go ahead, sir.
Okay, so let me say for the record, his attorneys Jim Griffin and Dick Harpootlian are here. We've spent the last hour talking to him. We believe that he is a sound mind and body, and that he understands the
and that he is in no way in diminished capacity.
Okay.
He is perfectly competent to answer these questions.
Well, they actually claimed today that he had diminished capacity.
We've advised him, we're going to talk about the shooting incident.
They're not doctors.
Saturday,
Right.
he was shot in the head. How that happened.
But both of them are representing that he has full capacity.
Well, now when he's telling the
We don't
truth,
want to talk about what happened in Moselle.
they were arguing before he was lying because he was not in the right state of mind, not out of malice.
The law firm. Is that okay?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, Alex, let's talk about last Saturday morning, and let me go through this briefly. Who did you meet with and talk to last Saturday morning?
I met with Jim Griffin and Chief Jesse.
Mm-hmm. And then what?
I drove to Hampton and I met with Chris Wilson at my mom's house.
Okay. And you and Chris were talking about what?
About everything I had done.
Okay, everything you had done concerning finances.
Finances, bills, live.
Okay. Now, were you taking, well, first of all, let me back up for just a second. Have you had a long-standing Oxycontin or opioid addiction issue?
Yes, sir.
How many years?
The best I can remember, around 20 years, 18 to 20 years.
Okay. Now, on this particular day, on this Saturday, were you taking the Oxycontin or taking any opioids?
I had taken some, but, you know, I was taking, I'd given it all that I had someone else, and I'd taken some at like 4 a.m., so I was having some withdrawals.
Okay. And the previous day, the news had come out about your embezzling or taking client money or law firm money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And how would you describe your state of mind at that time?
I was in a very bad place.
What does that mean?
I thought it would be better for me not to be here anymore.
What do you mean by not be here anymore?
I thought that it would make it easier on my family for me to be dead.
And easier, was some financial gain to your family if you were dead?
I had a fair amount of life insurance debt.
Do you remember how much?
Not off the top of my head, but like $10 million, $12 million.
Okay. And so you decided to end your life?
That's correct.
And tell these SWAT agents how you went about arranging that.
I called Curtis Eddie Smith on the telephone.
Okay, now let's stop for a second. Who is Curtis Eddie Smith?
Curtis Eddie Smith is the primary person who I purchased pills from for years.
And some weeks you would give him
Curtis under the bus.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be in my records, but we had weeks where there would be $40,000, $50,000, $60,000.
That you would give him for pills?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you've known him for how long?
Years.
Years. So did you call him that morning?
Yes, sir, I did.
That day? About what time?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I asked him to.
Was it after you met with Jim Griffin?
It was after I met with Jim Griffin.
After you met with Chris Wilson?
I believe so.
Okay, and when you called him, what did you ask him?
I asked him to meet me.
Did he meet you?
He did.
Where did he meet you?
He met me out not too far from my mom's house.
Where?
He was on the side of the road. I think at the funeral home.
At the funeral home. Okay, and did y'all talk?
Not there. He followed me into town.
To where?
To over where I stopped by the Sunoco gas station.
Okay, did y'all have a discussion there?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all get out of your cars or was just in your vehicle?
I don't think we got out of our cars.
And what vehicle were you in?
I was in my wife's Mercedes.
And what was he in?
He was in a gray pickup truck.
Okay, and what did y'all discuss?
I told him that things were getting ready to get really bad and that I would be better off not here. And I asked him to shoot me.
And you asked him to shoot you?
That's correct.
And what was his response?
I mean, I think at first he was a little surprised, but then he said, okay.
Did you tell him where you wanted him to shoot you?
Yes, sir.
Where did you tell him you wanted him to shoot you?
In the head.
And did you tell him how you were going to arrange that? What was going to be the logistics of that?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I told him to follow me out and that I would make a flat tire and he would go past me and turn around and come back and do it.
And did he follow you out?
He did.
Now, where did you get the gun?
I gave it to him.
Where did you give it to him?
We stopped somewhere on Salcahatchee Road, I believe.
Did y'all have a discussion there, or did you just give him the gun?
We didn't have much discussion.
When you say much, was there any discussion?
I'm not sure. I was worried about cars coming, and so it was a very fast thing.
You gave him, what kind of weapon did you give him?
A revolver pistol.
What caliber?
38.
Okay, and that was your gun?
He told him every gun but that when he told him.
And so he followed you out to where?
Salcahatchee Road.
Okay, and you pull off the road?
Yes, sir.
And you pulled off the road, what did you do?
I stopped. Made my tire flat.
How did you make your tire flat?
With a knife.
Whose knife?
Mine.
What did you do with the knife after you made your tire flat?
Threw it.
Which tire?
Back driver's side.
Back driver's side. You threw it where?
Across the road.
Across the road?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Is this making people more or less sympathetic to Alex
Grass,
Murdaugh?
like thick grass.
Okay. And after you
Sounds
did that,
pathetic.
He passed you.
He sounds pathetic, right?
He passed you for doing that.
I think that he had already passed me and was in front of me and went down the road, turned around and come back.
Now, when he was coming back, you had given him a pistol. What was your intent?
For him to kill me.
Okay. And when he came back, did he stop? Did he pull up? Do you know?
He did.
And when he pulled up, did you look in his face?
I don't think so.
So what happened next?
I stood close to his car.
And
he shot me.
Where did he shoot you?
He missed and hit me in the very back of the head.
Okay. And as a result
It doesn't
of being
sound like
hit in the back
this.
of the head, did that have any physical effect on you?
It did.
What happened?
I lost my vision for a little bit, and I'm not sure if it knocked me to the ground or not, but I was disoriented, and it took me like a minute and a half, 2 minutes for my sight to come back.
And did you remember him driving off? Did you hear him drive off?
Not sure.
Okay, now after you came to your senses, did your vision come back?
It came back.
Okay, and what's the first time you remember somebody else being there?
I remember there were 2 cars that came, and one of them did a stop, and one of them did stop.
Imagine if somebody really did stop now and actually did shoot him in the
They tried to
head.
help me
In what way?
in getting me to in every way that first we got in. They were crowded in their car. There was some reason why their car was crowded, and I'm not sure what that was. But so the young lady got in my car and was going to drive me to the hospital, and I just wasn't thinking about the flat tire. And so we had to get out of that, and then they worked it out somehow for me to be able to get in their car in the front passenger seat.
Okay, so and you got in the front passenger seat. Where did they take you?
To meet the ambulance.
Now, were you on nothing? Did you call 911?
Yes, sir.
And you tell them somebody shot
Yes, sir.
you? So, that's right.
At my request.
Folks, I'm not saying this makes
So,
Alex Murdaugh a nice guy.
your
He's not a
intent
nice
to have
guy.
him kill you
He's
so
also
you could
clearly
collect
not a
your
criminal
life.
mastermind.
So my son could. I mean, I knew I was about to lose everything, and I figured he's better off that way than dealing with me.
Now, this gentleman that shot you, give me his name again.
Curtis Eddie Smith.
What kind of vehicle was he driving?
Gray truck.
Okay, and
Gray blue truck.
and I'm
Everybody's colorblind in this trial.
I'm intrigued by the fact. How long was it? Have you ever discussed with him before killing you? Oh, you committed suicide.
No, sir.
How long did it transpire between the time you asked him to shoot you in the head on the side of the road and he actually shot you in the head on the side of the road?
When I first asked him, we were at the Sunoco station in Barnville.
And how long after that did he actually shoot you in the head?
however long it takes to drive from there to Talkatchee Road?
More than a half an hour.
No, I don't think so.
Did he ever ask you to reconsider or say, things aren't that bad? Did he ever, try to convince you to do otherwise?
No, sir.
You find that strange?
I didn't. I was focused on.
Focused on what?
Getting it done. I'm dying.
Being home.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all the questions I have, but I tried to lay it out as expeditiously as possible, but he'll be happy to answer any other questions. Any additional questions, again, I'm a trained interviewer, so y'all have at it. We've got about another 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hey, let me ask you this. Y'all recording this, aren't you?
Yes, sir, we are.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure.
Yeah. So Alex, how long have you known Curtis Smith?
And Ryan, Officer Kelly, before we start, I just want to tell you, I apologize to you for lying at you in the hospital. I was in a very bad place.
No, so we understand, and I do appreciate you, helping us figure this out now. So that's in the past, so let's just focus on what we're doing now. How long have you known Curtis?
I've known him for years. I represented him. He knew my dad somehow from playing softball, and he came to my dad with a lawsuit, and I handled that case. So I would guess 10, 12.
Okay.
Years ago.
How often would y'all talk on the phone?
Very frequently.
Okay. And what would y'all talk about?
Drugs.
Getting pills.
Okay.
I called it.
What do you think? He's going to have
You would pay
philosophical
him
conversations with Cousin Eddie?
money to get you pills, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How often would you pay him?
Frequently.
Okay. Well, I mean, once a week, twice a week?
It would vary sometimes, but it was several times a week.
How would you pay him?
In cash and mostly in checks, but in some cash too.
Okay. And what accounts would those checks come from?
The vast majority of them would come from the Bank of America account, but there would also be some funds that would come from the Palmetto State account.
And whose accounts are those?
Mine. The Bank of America accounts are in my name, and then there's another account there that I created that's a DBA, that's my name, DBA Forge, and then my checking account at Palmetto State Bank.
Okay, so there's two accounts at Bank of America?
Yes, sir.
The DBA and then your checking?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is
he's
the DBA?
just coming completely clean. He's not holding anything back.
No, he's really not.
Thank you.
It's like, this is everything I've ever done wrong.
And then Palmetto is your
Let me tell you about my
is that a
financial
checking
crimes
account?
too while I'm here.
Yes, sir.
When I was 9, I stole a candy bar.
Okay, and who was he? So you were paying him the money. Do you know who he was getting the drugs from?
No, sir.
No. What did he tell you where he's getting?
Oh, well, I was told that he got them from a black guy in Walterboro, and I was told that he had some connection in Beaufort, but I never.
They give you a name?
No, sir.
You know where he got the drugs from?
I never saw those guys. I never dealt with those guys, so I don't know. That's what he told me.
Suburban addicts always have a white
Did you
intervener
ever give
between
anybody
them
else
and the
money
black
for
guy.
drugs?
Yes, sir.
Who else did you give money?
I had given Kenny Hughes money.
Who's Kenny Hughes?
He's a guy that I called up and asked him if he knew anybody that he could pills from.
Mm-hmm.
And I told him I had a client that had issues and couldn't get them medically, and that, you know, and I would pay him as well, but I called him up and asked him to do it.
All right, how much money do you think you gave him?
I have no idea.
Okay, did you write him a check or pay him cash?
Both.
Okay. Did you pay anybody else?
No, sir.
Everybody
So
was very
just Curtis
upset,
Smith and
very
Kenny
sad
Hughes.
that they were a drug supplier to Alex Murdaugh.
Yes, sir.
Sure about that. Think about it.
In the past, I have paid other people.
Okay, who are those other people?
I had a lady that worked at our house that, at our mom's house that.
And who's that?
Barbara Mixon. But that was on a very, very few occasions.
And did you pay her a cash and check, or how'd you pay her?
I'm not sure. I mean, that was on very limited occasions.
Okay. Is there anybody else?
He's thinking, how many bucks can I get out of this?
Not that I can think of right now.
Okay.
It's open.
So the 38 revolver, it was your revolver?
Yes, sir.
Okay, where did you get that from?
It was at my mom's house.
When did you pick it up?
When I went up there that day.
Do you know where it is now?
No, sir.
So you gave the gun to Curtis, and you don't know what he did with it?
That's correct.
Has anybody in your family had any communications with Curtis recently?
I don't know why.
Well, because when we interviewed him, he said he had to talk to his attorney first, and he listed you. And then when we said that wasn't possible, he listed Randy. So we're just trying to figure out.
Randy's not going to represent him.
And let me say this, maybe.
Hold on, I got one more question. Does Randy have any knowledge of this?
Does Randy have any knowledge of what?
Of this attempted suicide / agreement with Curtis?
I have told I told both my brothers and my son very recently.
Yesterday.
When was it?
Yesterday. After we told him we're coming here so that he could tell you, he wanted them to hear from him first.
Okay, so Randy didn't have any knowledge last week previously?
No.
Absolutely not. I lied to him too.
No. Ellen told me yesterday about 4:15, and then I sort of tipped John Marvin off, and then later on I learned that, and I talked to Alec, and he had called Buster, John Marvin, and Randy after I spoke with him at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon.
That's Randy?
And before that, I told them the same lies that I told you.
Now, here's an important thing. Since the shooting, have you talked to the shooter?
Yeah.
Okay, tell them about those calls.
I'm not sure. I was in the very beginnings of my detox, and I can just see where I tried to call on the phone. And I know I talked to him, but I don't have it.
You called him or he called you?
I called him.
Okay, but you don't remember what he said.
I don't.
Do you remember what you told him?
No, sir.
And this is when you were in the hospital in Savannah?
No, this is when I was in detox here.
Okay, so you've called him since you went, because you went to detox.
Yes, it is. Agent Kelly, has the investigation revealed, as you testified before, that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, did call Eddie Smith, trying to use staff phones as well while he was at the hospital additionally in Savannah?
Yes, Mr. Murdaugh was able to contact Mr. Smith while staying at the hospital in Savannah. When? Monday night?
That's right.
Did you call him on a nurse's phone from the hospital? I heard that from.
You know what? Randy did say I did that.
But you don't have a memory of that.
Randy said that I called him, and then he was asking me. He did say I did that.
Oh. But you don't remember calling Curtis?
I don't, but I will tell you from past experience that when withdrawals begin, you do just about anything to make them quit. And I probably was calling him for that purpose.
To get killed?
Probably.
All right. So you don't know where the gun is at?
No, sir.
But you last saw it in Curtis Smith's possession.
I gave it to him, yes, sir.
All right. So the accounts that you were writing the checks to Curtis were Bank of America and Palmetto State Bank.
Yes,
Alex
sir.
has never been more honest.
Where were those funds coming from?
Well, that's maybe an area we don't want to talk about, but just let's say.
I'll tell you, he might seem
both of
pathetic,
them were not
but he also
legitimately
seems very,
obtained.
very, very
Okay. And I'm not trying to be
That's what
coy.
the state wants.
It's just that, Mr. Murdaugh is independently wealthy, so
Not
I think,
anymore.
well,
Not,
I understand that, but I think it's a pertinent question. So if
look, he was independently wealthy, but there's a significant amount of money missing from clients in the law firm.
Okay. So the money came from ill-gotten gains? Is that what?
Some of it. Most, I would say the majority of it, but some of it, I'm sure I use my own personal funds too.
Okay.
I mean, I was buying so many.
Wow.
All right, so just let me get this straight. So you entered into did you pay Curtis any money for this?
Oh my God.
No, sir.
You didn't pay him anything, so you just asked of a favor and he did it.
This is
Yes, sir.
kill me. That's a great favor.
I think a lot of people
And-
think kill me right now.
So, and these checks that you were paying to Curtis, I mean, they were pretty significant, right?
Yes, sir.
But and when was the last time? I know. I mean, I'm not trying to get you to when was the last time you made a payment to Curtis? Was it before the shooting?
It would have been. I mean, not like right before the shooting, but
Yeah.
it would have been several days.
Okay. Did you remember how much you paid him?
No, sir. I think
Was it better cash?
the last few times I paid him were all in check, and I was trying to, see him as little as possible.
All right. Now let me ask you this: do you owe money to any drug dealers?
No, sir.
Oh.
So there's not a threat out there that we need to worry about for Buster.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, so the money that you were paying to Curtis to get money from his dealer or his supplier, you were paid in full in those payments. So there's no outstanding debt that we need to worry about.
No, sir.
Hey, Ryan, that's assuming that Curtis passed all the money along.
Well, no, I understand. And so to the best of your knowledge, you don't owe anybody.
No, sir.
Okay. So the money that you paid him, you don't remember how much you paid him, but it was for pills, and you're saying that you didn't pay him at all for him to shoot you.
That's correct.
It does seem weird. Why would Eddie do it?
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Why would Eddie do that?
I understand.
And I know that, whether you did or you didn't, it really doesn't have that much of a difference. So I'm not gonna, but I appreciate you're being forthcoming and you're making every attempt to be honest at this point. But so
Don't lie to me
I just want
now.
to make sure that we're all on the same page. So you did not make any financial payment to Curtis to have him shoot you.
No, I did not.
Okay, but you entered into a verbal agreement with him to set up a scheme where he would shoot you. It would be a suicide set up as a robbery homicide. And you doing so was in order for your son to get your life insurance policy.
I don't know about a robbery, but everything else is true.
Why
Why
is Eddie
let
doing
me say this to you. He's had this policy for 10 years. Suicide.
I've had a policy.
No, I understand that policies. I mean, what is the policy with? Where's it at?
I don't know where the actual policy is.
Well, what
Okay.
company?
Did you intend to have that paperwork in the Mercedes, like the will and all that information? Was that left in there intentionally?
Well, I've been down to.
He left it in the car?
Lawyers about
Oh my God.
some things, and it was in there from that
Who do you think?
day before.
Why would he leave that in the car? Why not write a suicide note while you're at it?
Buster's girlfriend's employers. Kathy
dumbest thing.
Olivetti.
Yeah. And you meet with them about why did you have wills and stuff?
Just getting things cleaned up. I've been down and met with him one time before, and
He wanted to make it look as much like a suicide as Jeffrey Epstein.
2-year statutory
Thing in the world.
ban on any suicide exclusion. In other words, if you have the policy more than 2 years, you can commit suicide and still collect.
Yep. Okay.
So that's not, now, what he thought really doesn't matter, but he may have thought
Yeah.
that there would have been a problem.
Okay. But you still entered into an agreement basically to have him kill you, so your son would then reap the insurance benefits. And
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. You in? Is that true?
yes, sir.
Another crime.
This is the dumbest millionaire attorney criminal ever. My God.
So how did you get the knife? Was it your knife?
Yeah, I think that Eddie gave it to me. Curtis Eddie Smith gave it to me.
Okay. And then how did you make the tire flat?
I just stuck it.
So you punctured the tire with the knife?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Eddie gave you the knife. You took the knife and punctured the tire.
Correct.
And then what did you do with the knife?
Threw it.
Threw it where?
I believe across the road, but I'm not absolutely positive.
Okay, but you threw it, you disposed of it in the area of where the Mercedes was parked?
I think I threw it across the road from where it was parked.
Okay. Do you know if they disposed of the gun out there?
This is the
I
dumbest.
do not know.
Okay. Was that gun registered to anybody?
Probably.
Probably to who?
Should have been. I believe that I purchased it, so I believe it would be registered to me.
Do you remember when you purchased it?
No, sir.
Where would you purchase it? Yeah.
I got no idea.
All right, this irrelevant trial moment is brought to you courtesy of Judge Clifton Newman, who decided that you need to sit through all this and listen to it, even though it really gives us nothing.
Sir?
You have Curtis Eddie's phone number.
If y'all have them, we'd love to get them.
Yeah. It will be my key. Yeah, I got a cell number 843-908-1534.
And the lawyers giving out their cell numbers in court?
And a home number at 843.
Oh, come on.
938-4691.
Just gave out your home number?
Alex, did you ever have any dealings with anybody else besides
text him
Eddie?
right
Any
now.
of his friends, family, girlfriend?
Don't
his
text
phone
me
blow
right
up
now.
in court.
But I never had any dealings with her about Phil.
Who's his
Your Honor, I
girlfriend?
recall.
A person, a lady named Donna Easton. I don't know her very well, but I've just helped her with a couple of little legal issues over the years.
Your Honor, potentially
I'm calling to
criminal.
talk to you about your extended
But I
car
never,
warranty.
I mean, she never was involved in the exchange
Your Honor,
of
potential
pills or
criminal
money.
Sean says objection irrelevant.
Is there a property up in Hugie?
A property where?
In Hugie, up 41. Do you guys own any property up there?
Oh, yes, sir. And out of Charleston?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
There's a piece of property that I own with a bunch of other people that nobody else would pay, and so I've been paying for it. And he did some work up there digging some ditches.
Right. When did he do that?
He started within the last couple of months.
And that property, where's it at in Hugie? Just
It's off of United Road, United Drive.
okay.
I think it's called Redbeard and 0 United Drive.
Hey, Ryan, we're gonna have to jump here in just a minute.
Okay.
Shut it down here in just a minute.
All right, Alex. Is there anything else that we're missing that we're not asking you?
Did I kill my wife and
In
son?
regards to what? Not that I can think of, but like, what are you thinking?
I was just kind of leaving that open ended. Like I said, I'm not trying to get I'm not involved in the other aspects of whatever other investigations. You know, we're keeping those separate. So you communicated with Curtis. You would communicate with him over cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay. How many phones do you have, Alex?
At the time.
I had one phone. 1227 was my primary phone. And then,
I have to download that phone, Ryan. You know, when SLED started focusing on Alex, said he's a target, we started doing our own work. So I took possession of that, sent it to a guy to download, and he had to get a separate phone, and that was that other number. And then y'all see both of those. That's my understanding.
All right, and then he's got a third phone that he got prior to going to the treatment center.
All right.
Yeah, from Walmart, burner phone.
Okay. What is his extended? What's your expected length of treatment there in Alpharetta?
Well, it's unclear right now, but he'll go from here into rehab at some point. We'll keep you posted.
Okay. So anytime obviously this is. So you've identified Curtis Smith as the individual who shot you.
Oh my God.
And y'all entered into an agreement, so y'all kind of were hand in hand in this.
Very much so.
And he never tried to talk you out of it?
We asked this. No, he didn't.
I don't know. No, sir. I don't think he did.
Okay. Did anybody know about this plan besides you and Curtis?
Did or not?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
And if you're all about done, let me put this on the record. Alex, did you tell us the truth? I just want to make sure Ryan understands him and leading him on a very,
No, I did not tell anybody the truth until, was it yesterday? Until yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
I've been really, really sick, and it's really the first day where I had any coherent thought process.
And I sincerely apologize again for lying to y'all about everything that I did.
Yes, sir. And you have no idea where the gun is.
We said we don't know. He
Alex,
doesn't.
You're right-handed, right?
I'm right-handed.
Okay, and you did not shoot yourself, correct?
Oh my
I
God!
did not shoot myself.
Did you? Were there? And what was the plan for?
We went through the plan.
Curtis to follow you out there, and you would immobilize your vehicle. So did he stop to make it fly for you to give you the knife first? I mean, how did that play? Because you got the knife from Curtis. When did you get the knife from? When did you get the knife from him?
I think I got it from him when I gave him the gun.
Okay, when you were at the Sunoco?
No, we didn't do it then. That's when.
Okay, when you pulled off the side of the road and Salcahatchee?
Shortly after we made the turn onto Salcahatchee, we stopped and did a quick exchange.
Okay, so you stopped, pulled over the side of the road, stuck the tire. Where was Curtis at when you were disabling the tire?
I believe he was going past me.
Okay, so he turned around, and where were you at when he turned around?
I'm not sure. I mean, I would have been on the side of the road, I think.
Okay, so did he pull up, kind of like what you said, just past your car?
That's basically the way I told you it happened is kind of how it happened, except it was arranged by me.
Okay, so as you turned around and turned your back to him, about how far do you think you were from the car?
I don't know, 4 or 5 feet.
Okay, 4 or 5 feet. And did you just stand there and wait for him to shoot you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm assuming he just fired once?
Yes, sir.
And then you fell to the ground or stumbled off.
I'm still not positive about that part, but I did lose my vision for about 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes.
Okay. And why weren't you truthful with us when this initially happened?
I don't have a good reason. I was in bad place.
Okay. All right, gentlemen. Well, I know our time's cut short, but
Ryan, I'll call you from the car once we get out of here in just a couple minutes, and then I'll call you while we're driving back to the airport.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, gentlemen. So we'll finish this. We are finishing the reporting with Richard Alex Murdaugh, his attorneys Dick Harpoolian and Jim Griffin, and Special Agent Ryan Kelly, Special Agent Joe Valde. It is now 4:58 on Monday, September 13th. Thank you all, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Special Agent Kelly, is that a complete conversation that you had with Alex Murdaugh on September 13th, 2021?
Yes, it is.
Prior to that conversation, over the course of the 911 call, the ambulance, and multiple interviews at the hospital, did Alex Murdaugh ever mention or identify Curtis Edward Smith at all until his lies about the side of the road were exposed?
No.
Did Alex Murdaugh ever say that there was any risk or threat to Buster?
He said no. No, he did not. He actually denied it when we asked.
Did Alex Murdaugh say that Curtis Eddie Smith had anything to do with the murders of Moselle?
He denied it when we asked.
And is there any evidence that Curtis Edward Smith had anything to do with Moselle?
None whatsoever.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Harpoolian.
Your Honor, I understand we have a 4:30 cutoff. You just want me to go as far as I can go?
Or we can adjourn now for the day.
I don't, this is going to take a while, and I would suggest perhaps maybe one adjourn.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to adjourn until
early day.
9:30 tomorrow morning.
Wow.
Let's have order for speaking to the jury. We're going to adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning. Have a good evening. Please do not discuss the case.
Can we discuss how terrible you are as a gatekeeper, Judge Newman? Can we discuss that? That you allowed us to, you wasted our time listening to this idiocy? Can we please discuss that, Judge Newman, with each other? This was just, it's asinine. It's like, this, we've had 5 trials. You're muted. So.
Does this make it seem more or less likely that he killed his wife and son?
Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone overnight. You'll be cross-examined tomorrow morning. And we will be in recess.
All right.
All right. Well, there you go. They're in recess. Yeah, so you're asking whether this makes it more or less likely that he'll be convicted. I'll tell you, we have a poll that's up right now where people can vote on just that very thing.
Well, it says, do you like Alex? I'm not sure that's the right question. And I don't even sure the right question is more or less likely to get convicted. But my question is, do you think it's more or less likely? Does this revealing this make you feel like it's more or less likely that he murdered his wife and son? Because it makes me feel like it's less likely he murdered his wife and son. This doesn't strike me as
Can
the
you
same.
flesh that? Why do you think that?
Because he comes across as a typically inept, incompetent, poorly reasoning drug addict. Sloppy, careless, ineffective, not the brilliant criminal mastermind who managed to kill his wife and son in the most bloody way imaginable short of a wood chipper and be found minutes later wearing a pristine white t-shirt.
As New Neanderthal asks, so the current prosecution theory is the criminal mastermind who efficiently covered up a gruesome double murder in 45 minutes, which really was like in 15 minutes, completely bungled his suicide by hitman in every possible way. Yes, apparently that's essentially your question, right?
Everything in this suicide attempt went wrong, right? They were easily able to identify Eddie's car with the gold front fender. It was his own gun. The shot was ineffective. It was caught on Ring camera from across the street by the church. I mean, everything went wrong.
On the other hand, he did successfully buy drugs for 20 years and commit fraud for years on end as well. So it's hard to understand. He can't be a complete idiot.
Buying drugs is not a complicated task.
Yeah.
Okay, we got away with it. I'm saying.
But ultimately, this is a problem for Alec of, you picked the wrong contractor. Like he picked Cousin Eddie, and Cousin Eddie's a moron. So, Alec may have, Alec may be sophisticated, but Eddie clearly isn't. I mean, when you see the picture of him on his interview he did with Today, he looks like what you think the way he sounds is what he looks like.
I mean, Alec he couldn't make a pocket knife disappear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. He's throwing it across the street.
When there was no particular time pressure. I mean, he could have handed the knife to Curtis.
And nobody found any blood anywhere. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it.
And we don't have the two long guns are missing.
Yeah,
nobody knows where they are.
From the state's
His
perspective,
bloody clothes are missing.
This is practically the perfect crime if he was committing the crime. From their perspective, they have almost no circumstantial evidence at all, other than the fact that he lied about the kennels. If he told the truth about the kennels, hey, look at this, what we got here. Look who we have here. You recognize that guy in the brown sweater?
DUI guy.
Yeah.
Look how nonchalant he's like, please, nobody notice me, please.
Yeah, that's funny. All right. I don't know what party's happening there at the back of the courthouse, but
yeah, they look kind of happy.
Yeah, it looks like they're really having a party. It's like I don't know what he's doing there.
It doesn't look like a funeral.
He left.
No,
now.
they're all going to go out boating on the lake.
They're all leaving. All right. So, okay.
I guess they all got they got Cousin Eddie's phone number, so they all know where to get drugs for the weekend.
I don't think he's dealing very much anymore. Honestly, I'm not going to complain about this trial wrapping a little early today because I was starting to feel zoned out listening to that phone call. I was just like, oh my God, this is so boring and so irrelevant. It doesn't tell me anything about what happened 3 months earlier. And it's like, let's hear every stupid detail about like exchanging the knife and the gun and which color car were you in. And we don't care. None of us care. This is all Judge Newman's fault. This is terrible, terrible gatekeeping. And it's irrelevant. And all it's meant to do, if possible, if the state's correct in their assumption, is to make them hate him and convict him out of hatred. This is trying to incite a mob into saying this guy's a terribly evil person and we want to punish him because we see he's a terribly evil person. This is what the one thing I was thinking as far as successfully inciting the jury against him is it's different hearing about his financial crimes and hearing him confess to them. When he's confessing to them, it's almost like you're looking at him while you're hearing his voice confessing to these crimes. It's different than hearing people say bad things about him. This is like, now we hear you as we're looking at you and listening to you in your own words talk about the fraud that you committed and all this other stuff. And 3 months after the fact, maybe he regretted it and was a broken man. But now we hear from your own voice that you're a criminal and that
He certainly made the job of the forensic auditor a lot easier.
Right.
Here are my bad bank accounts.
Yeah. So my point is, in that sense, it could potentially turn the jury. It could turn the jury into, like, if they were neutral, into hating him. I'm gonna stop the poll here now. 60% of you say you feel the same about him as you did beforehand, and it just ended. It just disappeared on me. Oh, yeah, there it is. 59% say the same. 26% say you like him more, and 13% like him less. So maybe it didn't have much of an impact. Who knows? Who knows?
Well, I still don't like him.
Right.
I don't like him. He stole money from handicapped people.
Right. But
I mean,
if it makes you
not a nice
dislike
guy.
him more, yeah, he's a terrible person. He's a bad guy. Rumble rant here from Desmond saying, what would happen if it goes to retrial and they can't use the finance or drug roadside assistance stuff? Well, they'll end the trial a lot faster. That's what I'll tell you. It'll end a lot faster. That's one thing we know. I don't think the state's going to have any more evidence. Hard to believe that they'll come up with any more evidence. This is what they have after 2 years. But do you guys think that allowing this in is sufficiently strong, that he's got a stronger case for appeal than most appellants would have?
Well, you know how I feel about appeals, but I mean, there's a ton of issues here. I mean, this judge has made a lot of what I would say are pretty sketchy judgment calls on allowing evidence in. You know, there's certainly room for maneuver.
And I mean, I do agree with Bronca. The more questionable things he does, just increases the odds. Eventually, the court's going to say one of these was bad.
Or cumulatively.
Yeah.
Right? Cumulative error.
Yeah.
Each one might have been an acceptable judgment call within the boundaries of discretion by a trial judge, but cumulatively, it pushed things too far.
And let me ask you this. I mean, when you're talking about the cumulative effect of these sort of things, do you think it's possible? Are you saying that cumulatively it becomes an abuse of discretion, almost as if it looks as if the judge is slanted against him in allowing one prejudicial thing after another? And every time there's a question, is this probative? Is this more probative than prejudicial? That he always finds it to be more probative every single time.
When we say things like it looks like the judge is against them, the appellate courts don't like to mind read trial judges because they're all colleagues, you know, so that they don't want to assign negative motivations to the trial judge. The way they would phrase it is simply that it was cumulative. Like each one, we might have disagreed with each one, but that's within the discretion of the judge. We have trial judges for a reason. That's their job to make these calls. We think it wasn't the best decision, but normally we would let it go. But when you have it happen again and again and again and again and again, even if the trial judge had the best of motivations in making those judgment calls, those cumulative errors so weighed the scales of justice unfairly against the defendant that we can't have confidence that we got a just result in this verdict.
Okay. If goal is to think killer was still out there or delay or get rid of civil shoot, but not to kill Alex, this is no evidence of motive. Makes no sense. Okay. Shane M says maybe the defense is okay with it coming in, but they also feel like it might be a point for appeal, so they're trying to hammer it home for the appeal. That's definitely true. If you're sitting there in the seats of Griffin and Harpootlian,
But if you're not objecting, you're waiving.
But they objected. They objected
Yeah.
so many times that the judge yelled at them for objecting so frequently.
I mean, it might just be that they got the best of both worlds, right? They know
that's
because
exactly what
because the state has so little substantive evidence that the state's going to grasp at any ancillary evidence that they can bring in. So they know that if they open the door, they can object all they want, but they know the state's going to fight for it and the judge is going to allow it. So they get the best of both worlds. They get the evidence in, but they think they can spin it in their favor, and they have preserved the objection for purposes of appeal.
Yep. Yeah, it could be that it's 3D chess in that sort of level. That's true. Burnt Umbridge says, what the hell is happening? I thought the judge excluded the failed delete for higher evidence. What did I miss that is allowing this crap in now? Well, the answer to your question is that yesterday when there was cross-examination of Special Agent Owen, so he asked, Griffin asks about Eddie Smith. And basically what the judge said is, even though this morning I ruled against allowing in the roadside assistance testimony, now you kick the door open this morning, so I'm going to allow them to bring in testimony about that for the sake of completeness. This morning they renewed their objection to that, and it said, look, under Cartwright, you're really not supposed to allow this in. And he said, no, this is distinguished from Cartwright because you brought this in and they need it for motive or something ridiculous thing. I didn't really even, if you remember his logic and can justify it, Andrew, what he said this morning as to why he thought this was an exception to Cartwright. At the time, I sort of understood, I think, what he was trying to say, but honestly, my brain is a little too fried. I don't hear you. I think you're muted.
He just made mouth noises about the nexus being close enough. He didn't make what I would call a compelling argument for it. He obviously had the conclusion he wanted and just was saying words to support that conclusion. That's all. I see a lot of questions here about the suicide clause in these life insurance contracts. So the actual public policy concern with suicides and life insurance is they don't want you to take out the life insurance policy in contemplation of committing suicide and getting a quick payoff for your family. But after a certain period of time has passed, typically it's 2 years, that suicide exemption goes away. Because after that period, they say, well, you didn't take the policy out, and then delay your suicide for 2 years in order to defraud the insurance company. So typically, if you've had the life insurance long enough, even if you commit, because by that point, the public policy perspective is, well, you're dead. You're not benefiting from the insurance. And denying the coverage only takes the benefit away from the survivors of the suicide. So generally, the family would get a payout regardless, even if it was a suicide. So if he had the policy for 10 years, he didn't need to orchestrate this, but he may not have known.
Right. He probably didn't know. Casey McCloy says, am I the only one who thinks it's weird that his hired gun didn't fire another shot or try to finish the job? I thought the same thing. You're not the only one. The DCV Titan says, eyes looking different directions, asynchronous blinking. Oh, I wanted to share with you all. Let me see if I can pull up this, because I did think this was the only good thing that came this afternoon. Where was that picture I had of Cousin Eddie? I want to show, if you saw the composite photo, it looks like Dan Bongino, like a young Dan Bongino. If you want to see what cousin Eddie actually looks like, this is the guy he was describing when when he described it to the sketch artist. Just picture Dan Bongino. If you didn't get to see the sketch, and the actual picture of what he looks like here is this.
I know. He looks exactly like it.
Oh my God. It's really funny. You can picture him there talking, no, darker hair. No, a much better nose. Oh my God. Wow. So there you go.
Did you happen to see his interview yet, Joe, he gave?
Who?
Cousin Eddie?
No.
Gave an interview on Today. It's interesting to hear him talk about it.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
You
I'll
give
send
us
you the link.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate that. Maybe I'll listen to that tonight. I was hoping to get Legal Mindset in tonight, but he's not going to be able to make it. So I'm going to stream tonight. Maybe I'll share Cousin Eddie. Maybe we'll review that. How long an interview is it?
Oh, God, it's not too long. It's not too long at all.
All right. DCV says, I was looking at that was the A circuit. There you go. Hey, Joe, do a poll on whether or not the state rests today or tomorrow, or next week or next month or next year. Yeah, I'm not going to do that poll.
Yeah, did they say where they're at today at all? Because I know they thought like this week they'd be done.
They said yesterday it would be done today, but then the judge said, let's bring in a whole case about Cousin Eddie.
Yeah.
So they were supposed to be done today. That's why today my title in my thumbnail is Will the State Rest Today? Because that's what they said they were going to be resting today. But I don't know how much more Cousin Eddie testimony we're going to get and the roadside assistance situation. I am hoping that by tomorrow the state finishes and we can start the defense case on Monday. Well, I think Monday they're off for President's Day. On Tuesday they would start. Bad Weather Biker says, not sure if this means anything or not, but there seems like a disproportionate number of photos with Maggie and Paul. At the very least, it seems she favored Paul as opposed to Buster. I have no idea. John Diaz says, so he's a mastermind when it comes to killing his kid and his wife, but adult when it comes to killing himself or faking an attempt on his life. This is what we're all noticing, apparently, from the eyes of the state. That's got to be their explanation of this. Space Force Commander says, if I already view the judge as biased, how can I not believe the judge is picking the foreman based off who he thinks is least sympathetic? This is just reinforcing my belief the judge is biased. I hadn't thought about that. It is weird. He says he always does.
But how well would the judge know the jurors? I mean,
that depends on how good his jury analysis is. I don't know if it's as good as some of the specialists we have sometimes.
No.
And of course, the foreman, it's not like the foreman gets an extra vote, folks. It's, normally what happens is that they'll just pick from themselves, the jury. And usually it's whoever the biggest Karen in the group is that gets the foreman job.
Which is a reason to let the judge pick it instead. So it's not the biggest Karen in the group. But, that's...
judge is the biggest Karen in the group.
Who knows? Who knows? We're supposed to believe the same person who's so incompetent to self-delete is also responsible for deleting his wife and son without leaving evidence. A lot of people are noticing this. And maybe the jury's noticing it also. Matthew Maddox says his story is consistent when he fabricated the events. So when his story is inconsistent, what does that imply? Good point. When he's trying to lie about it, so you can see it's very obvious how his story is consistent. He never changed his story. When his story is changing, it makes you think it's not planned out. But he's just remembering as he's remembering. That's a great point there, Matthew. Well done. Taylor Bosley says, criminal mastermind when murdering people, but a complete moral when it comes to faking his own shooting. Just leave that knife right over there. Just throw that aside. The Redneck Ram says, so I'm supposed to believe that Alex was so poor at planning his own assassination that they can tell us exactly what happened, but was so good at killing P&M that they can't find hard evidence. This is what everyone is picking up on here. I got a smart audience. A real fact checker says, Alex Murdaugh, smart enough to avoid evidence, messy double murder, too stupid to remove DNA evidence. Here, Fiery Red Podcast says, I always write not a bribe in my check memo. Kilo 1212 says, Mazel Tov, Grandpa Joe. Thank you. I accept your Mazel Tov. That's Jew speak for congratulations on the birth of my grandson. My grandson number 3. Thank you. Came early this morning. Chrissy says this trial has more turns than a telenovela. It's got a lot of turns. Gazane 23. The theory of all the Murdaugh boys are drug dealers. All the Murdaugh boys are drug dealers. Paul got killed. Then Alex tried to kill himself because he no longer has income to protect Buster. But then Buster could be a dealer. I don't know. I'm going to have to think through that theory again sometime. Nancy Jennings says, this is so sad. A family dynasty that has gone so far. For Alex, a desperate man, I do not think he personally killed them. Yet in my heart, I think he knows a lot more than he is telling. That's what I've been saying. This interview of Alec by Dick Harpootlian is heartbreaking. It was so pathetic. He sounded so pathetic.
Yeah, pathetic is right.
Yeah.
I mean, he brought it all on himself, of course, which is why I don't feel particularly sorry for him, but it was a pathetic demonstration for sure.
Yeah. Zamina says he just lost his wife and son. He was in trouble for all financial crimes. Unliving himself would be a way of escaping and leaving his other son protection. That I can understand, not the murders. Yeah. There you see a real motive. Bradley Zimmerman, thank you for the very generous super chat. Awesome stream. Listening to this while making tables. If any of you shyster lawyers need a custom one of a kind desk or table, check my company out at the Old Wood Shack. P.S. You need a bigger nose to fill in for Nick. I'm trying. Look, I've been growing it ever since I'm a kid. According to science, they say my nose will continue growing for the rest of my life, and eventually maybe I'll catch up to him. Who knows? Ali writes, says his financial crimes and self-deletion attempt are consistent with an irrational addict's state of mind when they're exposed and forced to hit rock bottom. 20-year addict hearts his family and despises himself. That's a great point. There's a consistency there of like self-hatred and love for his family, which is thoroughly inconsistent with the double murder. James Carson says, seeing more and more similarities to the 1987 Unsolved Boys on the Tracks case. Too many corrupt people involved in this, in my opinion. Nancy Jennings says, do you gentlemen think Maggie was aware of a drug problem with Alex? I think she was. They said that even Paul knew, and that he would like hide his drugs when he found them. So it's hard to imagine he was able to keep it hidden from her. The DCV Titan says, I love what? Does that make sense?
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on a second. I just want to check off. So the DCV Titan says, I love how this murder trial now involves 3 other possibly, but most likely not related crimes in a desperate attempt to try and maybe show motive. Yeah, it seems as if there's never ending litany of crimes that we can try and figure out how this one's also related. But wait, there's more. But yeah.
Now we'll have a trial within a trial about the insurance fraud for the life insurance.
Jeez.
God, no. Please tell me no. Lux Lobos says, speculation. Alex went to his mom to get money and or drugs for the killers. When he returned, they were dead. Guilt of this led to roadside shooting. Okay. Okay. Brick Cormier says they need to find the bleep button on these tapes. The last 4 of his social security number as well as the cell number is ridiculous. In less populated states, knowing the year of birth and last 4 of your social can make a good guess at your full social security number.
That's true. There's only 5 digits left.
Yeah. Carpe Diem now says proves Alex isn't the brightest bulb, like, but not necessarily a killer. Danny Sherrill says, what does this call have to do with the double murder? We're still trying to figure that out. John says, I'm not sure why you keep talking about double murder during the financial crimes trial. I mean, during the civil trial about a boat accident. Oh, during these divorce proceedings. Oops, during the assisted suicide case. Why do you keep talking about double murder in the middle of all that stuff? Great point, John. Deccan says, the call shows Alex was distraught, but more truthful and couldn't live with the lying about his own murder pact. Yeah. Well, they'll say the walls were closing in. That's what the state wants you to believe. And yet when the walls are closing in here, there's no confession. Where's this confession of double murder when the walls are closing in here? Huh? Creighton Waters? Where's the confession here? Every hunter knows it's bad luck if you don't close the knife you opened. It's habit. The knife is a prop. I didn't know that. I'm not a hunter. Lex Lovis says, I think he bought drugs not only for himself, but for other people too. Bribes to get in the way, but friends and sweep things under the rug around town. Alyssa Ramirez says, did I hear he could have offed himself and insurance would still pay? Policies old in 2 years. Is it plausible he didn't know this? It is plausible. Did he contact? I think his brain is kind of so. Did he contract Eddie to throw police off him being involved in the murders? I don't know why we would think that. Why would you think that? How is that going to help police throw him off on the murders, especially if he's dead? I don't understand how that would work, Alyssa. I'm not sure. Almost done here. Robert Hayes says Eddie Smith had his bond revoked last year by Newman in a case. Waters is the prosecutor. Conflict there? I don't think it's a conflict with Eddie Smith in this thing.
No,
Yeah,
it's
I
not
see it.
abnormal.
I see it. Cards 96 says Murdaugh's original indictment from grand jury state he wrote 437 checks totaling $2.4 million from October 2013 to February 2017 for oxycodone meth purchases. That doesn't even count the cash. There's a lot of money he spent on drugs.
Ooh, that's
Fuzzy
a lot.
Socks says his first thought after firing due to financial crimes was to off himself for his son's benefit. So wouldn't he just do that in June instead of offing M&P? Proving financial crimes were not the motive? Well thought out. Yeah, it makes more sense. These motives make no sense. I don't know who can actually listen to these motives and still think that, yeah, the state nailed it. I have a hard time that any reasonable person can come to that conclusion. I just can't buy that. Jonathan Prezio says, guys, you have no idea the phone call to 911. He says it was a black man. I predicted it, but it was weird how they changed for the jury. Phone call 911. He says it was a black man. He did? I don't remember him saying that. I don't remember that at all. I also have 3 grandkids, 2 boys, 1 girl. Mazda. Well, thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Tech. Sheila, thank you for the super sticker. Seal Coder says, why was Alex paying so much for his drugs? Maybe bullied by local dealers? What else was the money to Smith going to? I think that the money laundering makes a lot of sense. That he would basically send money. When he stole money, he had to do something with the stolen money. You don't want to get busted like Al Capone for tax evasion when you have funds that you're not supposed to have. The way you get around that is you pay someone to launder it for you and you give them a cut. And you keep sending them money every month. You send $50,000 a week or something like that, and they just wash that money for you. And you end up getting 35 in your account or something like that. But the question with that is why not? If in fact he was doing that, he would have had money for Buster. He could have just given him access to those bank accounts. You know what I'm saying? Like the fact that he's killing himself to give money to Buster and try and do it this way to get him money implies almost that there wasn't money for Buster, that there's no offshore account or Swiss accounts or something like that. I don't know. Viteus says, I remember the defense requiring the full playing of all media, video, and audio from first day. Yeah, that's what they do. The defense wants, for the sake of completeness, to have everything there. So it's possible that that's what we're dealing with. Burnt Umbrage says, the prosecution is so sleazy. I think Alex should be convicted for the financial crimes, but this trial is just gross, and I've been with y'all since Rittenhouse. Well, I'm so glad. Thank you for sticking with us through it all. Curtis Interruptus. Generic Count says, these stupid theories from the audience, it's not a crime fantasy novel. Just stop. I think people are interested in speculating because it's a fun thing. But, as far as saying that's what's proven, I don't think anyone is saying that. But the prosecution has proven Alex is guilty. Yes, you go with that, Jeff. You go with that. They've proven that. All right. So before we wrap up, can you share with us if you do? Yeah, it says something about self-defense behind you. What is it that you do, Andrew?
Does it say that?
The law of self-defense.
It is blocked a little bit, isn't it? By your little logo. Thanks for nothing, buddy. The law of self-defense. Simplest thing for anyone to do is I popped up the little ad there. If you can share the screen, you can get this book, The Law of Self-Defense Principles. Check it out on Amazon. 5-star reviewed, over 1,200 reviews. Very, very liked book. Bestseller in Amazon's criminal law section. But don't buy it on Amazon. They charge you for the book and the shipping and handling. I'll give you the book for free. I only ask that you cover the cost of shipping it to you, cover the nominal shipping and handling. This book makes you hard to convict if you're ever compelled to defend yourself, your family, your property against criminal predation. It's also bulletproof, by the way. You might have to buy more than one for that to work, though. But if you have enough of them, they're bulletproof. Again, you can get this book for free at lawofselfdefense.com/Joe. And if you'd like the lovely, beautiful, very handsome hardcover edition of the same book, you can get this. Makes a wonderful gift. You can get this at lawofselfdefense.com/gethard.
Beautiful. Beautiful. 80% Freak. I missed a couple of rumble rants here. So 80% Freak says, if I'm in the jury, I'm not sure the judge wasting my time by allowing this kind of testimony doesn't impact the outcome. Yeah. It definitely could make the jury feel a certain way about the case. I mean, it's not only the attorney, it's also the prosecution assigned to bring all this garbage in here, which is just like, why are you wasting my time trying to convince me he killed him? He killed his wife and son by having us spend days talk about financial fraud and whatever, and roadside assistance. And Almanac says, whose attorney is D.I.K. Hard? I don't know what this means. Unless that's a reference
Dick
to you.
Harpootlian.
Oh, Dick Harpootlian. Yeah, Dick Harpootlian. There you go. That's obviously Alex Murdaugh's attorney. Sport Nugget says, I keep saying it's as good as the prosecution's theory whenever outlandish speculation is sent in super chats. Yeah, it's true, because their theory is so utterly terrible and pathetic. Are you here? Are you back, Sean? Sean? Yeah, he said he told me backstage he had to step back. I'm going to be wrapping up here. I urge you guys, check out Potentially Criminal and sign up to him. All of my guests today are down in the description below. Please make sure you like and subscribe before you get your butt on out of here, because I'm trying to get to 100. I'm marching slowly, and eventually I'm probably going to be filling in the void for Nick here and there again during this trial, because it's a never-ending story, and he's gonna need more time off. I doing this for 2 days. I understand how exhausting it is. I thank you for joining me, Andrew. You were phenomenal. I will be streaming tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern. Until then, sign up on Locals.
I'll be sleeping at 10 p.m. Eastern.
And I wish you all. I'll see you tomorrow on Nick's channel, God willing.
Yep, that's my plan. All right,
take care, you
guys.
all. Godspeed.